Every time I look at you, ooh, there can be no mistake. I've got my ways out of time. Where you gonna run? 'Cause you love the games that I play.
Next time, please don't bluff.
I'll be so cold. I'll lead you into the fire.
Ecco.
Think by now you should know you're going.
Living a dream.
So far, so good.
You know I'm taking you.
Thank you, guys.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour as our live coverage of the EPT Prague 2022 main event continues. It's day 3 here at Kings Casino at the Hilton Prague. 117 players returning to play another 6 levels, another 12 hours of poker. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And of course, Joe, we can't do it without the loyal audience that keeps us entertained and sometimes tests our sanity. We've got the live chat on Twitch, the live chat on YouTube. You can use the hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter, and you should definitely be following at PokerStars on Twitter, as well as keeping across all things EPT related on Facebook and Instagram. So it was a long day yesterday. We went through the bubble and beyond. Fewer than 120 players left. Tomorrow, I imagine we're going to get down to near enough the last table, probably play down to around the final 9. On the penultimate day, day 5, get down to around 4 players maybe, and then a short day on Sunday, starting at the earlier time of 11 Central European time. Want to be done, dusted, get a trophy in someone's hand before they start playing soccer. Not these people, I mean the professional players out in Qatar. Anywho, today is about day 3, and it's about these players. These are the chip leaders coming into the day. And yes, Tonka is still a top 5 stack, 2nd in chips overall. We will check in on Parker Talbot a bit later on in the day. Canada, also represented by Tim Adams, one of the high roller contingent, who's 6th in chips overall. Plus, Perry Mason, Jerry O'Dean sits in 9th. Plenty of big names, plenty of talent still in this field. And Joe, we have got some of those talented players. We've got some of those big names at our first feature table today.
Yeah, none of those big names specifically, but other big names, also Canadian. Mike Watson at the feature table today. Connor Beresford, not Canadian, but is there still a Commonwealth? Is that still a thing?
For now. I mean, give it a few years and it probably won't exist anymore, but that's by the by. We also have the legend that is Seed Darwin 2. Simon Matson is going to be taking a seat on the main stage. We are into the prize money now, paying out just over 10K from the 6.1 million euro prize pool. Of course, the huge sums reserved for the top finishers with 6-figure scores for making the final table. And of course, more than $1 million up top, along with the main event trophy itself. At this point, let's introduce our first guest commentator of the day. We saw him on the first feature table on day 2. Sadly, no longer in the main event, but able to analyze the main event. Sam Grafton, welcome.
Hello, guys and girls. How's it all going?
It's going well, Sam. Not going to lie, it was an exhausting day yesterday, and I'm sure it was for the players as well. It's not ideal to be playing 6 levels a day for 3 days straight, but, you know, kind of don't want the World Cup to interfere too much with the poker?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's something I always like to refer back to when we're looking at these guys. It is a real tough grind out there. So many difficult decisions under the lights of a feature table, or, you know, maybe you've had a night out the night before in Prague, some of us, for day ones and day twos. And, you know, a lot of respect to these guys doing it day in, day out, particularly amateurs who are perhaps less used to it.
Well, talking of amateurs, we're seeing some of the players at our feature table right now. I'm thrilled to say that there is a potential qualifier
Nice.
at the feature table who we will introduce very shortly.
Are we looking, is it like Cluedo? We're looking at the suspects now. Which one is the qualifier? There is a qualifier amongst you.
We can eliminate Mike Watson.
If the
we can
qualifier-
eliminate Connor Beresford.
If the qualifier winks at you, you're eliminated from the table.
So the qualifier is in seat 7. It is Nino Ullmann from Germany, who got his seat in this EPT Prague main event via a €250 satellite.
I mean, I don't want to put the spoilers on the narrative, Hartigan, but Nino Ullmann, quite a strong poker player out there. It's not, you know, it's not rags to riches tale.
Quiet. Shut it.
Oh, he's Germany, lives in Vienna, but yeah, he's probably just...
Oh, if he's German who lives in Vienna, okay, yeah, he's no amateur.
But still, really nice guy. And this is, you know, Anton Labat, of course, also a strong poker player. This is a very exciting table to have. First up, we're going to see some real top quality poker. And, you know, as you said, I think a lot of our online poker fans, our online poker players, will be very excited to see the legend Simon in the flesh. I remember I went deep with him one of the years I blew up in an EPT. He finaled Prague, I believe, 1 year. Maybe it was 2013. We played the final 2 tables together. He does make the odd live run, but of course, legendary for his online exploits.
Slumming it. It's having to touch the cards, sit next to people.
So action
Wear
underway
pants.
at the start of the 3,000, 6,000 blind level, hand number 1 of day 3 of the EPT Prague 2022 main event. And action is on. Simon Matson, C Darwin 2, ace-4 of hearts.
It's almost like I knew. I give him the hype, and then he gets down ace-4 of hearts. I had no online player will ever fold.
Oh.
Hello, Calcan.
Cal can call or raise here. And elects to re-raise.
A little look there.
I love the look that he gave Simon Matson as he 3-bet to 31,000.
A little arrogant look like, nah, mate, this ain't getting through. I haven't even looked at my cards.
Everyone dreads jacks. I mean, not everyone. Many people dread jacks. And a lot of times you can tell because they'll just like 19 exit pre-flop. He didn't 19 exit, but he did a standard raise, but like with a little look. A little like, yeah, you don't need to get involved. You let me have this one.
Yeah, and Simon getting a nice price here to call. Obviously, this is a hand that people do 4-bet, you know.
We talked about that a lot yesterday.
Occasionally. But I think, yeah, you know, he's just smart kid, Simon. And probably realizes first hand of the day, you know, he's an intimidating presence. This isn't going to necessarily be light. And this is why you don't fold.
Always an ace on the desk, which benefits Simon Matson. Near enough a 3-1 favourite. Calcan does, of course, have a gut shot to Broadway.
Is ace-4 so good? And this is why you want them to fold pre-flop.
Of course, if you'd had ace-king, it would come 9-8-6.
Correct.
You know, it's a completely different flop, we ensure that. Yeah, and Simon going to feel like, I mean, just feels like it could well be a kings, pocket jacks, a king-queen type holding. You could only really get one street of value, though, you know? So checking here, just letting the board completely brick off is sometimes the strat. And yeah, this live is a funny bit. Yeah, just taking time as if you feel like now my hand is just face up when you Calcan. You really do feel a little exposed. And Simon now, the 2 checks, might take it as a green light to put in a small value bet
You feel like a big enough underdog playing against someone like a Simon Matson, and then the board runs out in such a way that you have to play it like an underdog. That you just have to go, this is it, this is all I can do.
You might as well just flip your cards up on the river.
Here you go.
Just so you know, I've got kings or jacks. And
they're both equally valued at this point.
So value bet from Simon Matson, 25,000. Cal can get away from this.
Come on.
I mean, your range probably is just this hand.
What the
He's doing it. He's literally doing it.
You will see it anyway after that. Because of that, I show you. And I will see after that your card. Good luck.
Oh, that's a good lay down.
Was it?
Maybe.
We will see it. After, in the next break maybe, huh?
Yes, we will.
Because it's the first hand, so easy.
Okay, I have a new favorite player, and his name is Cal Can.
Yeah, nice to see see a little bit of personality, a little bit of emotion there. Frustrating start today. The good news for him is, you know, just lost the minimum, small 3-bet, check down, not too bad.
Okay, Conor Beresford under the gun with the sailboats.
Raise 12,000.
Opens to 12K.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a statement of intent. This is right on the cusp, the pocket fours, I think, as an open. And Conor feeling like this is a table where he can open sort of to the maximum.
6 times. 7 times.
Here's our qualifier. Good luck to the young lads. Maybe don't know much about it. Maybe his first tournament. Here we go.
All in.
There, all in.
And, yes, starting very,
9 times.
Pretty short.
yeah.
I love the fact these guys coordinated this morning.
Twins.
It's like 100.
The jacks.
They look like two bosses you would have to fight in Double Dragon, and then eventually you'd fight them together.
Yeah, bit of yeah, and there we see Conor getting punished for his loose open under the gun.
Well, there has been one elimination from one of the outer tables, down to 116 players now. Starting field was 1,267, this being the biggest EPT Prague main event ever. And let me reel off that stat that Howard gave us yesterday.
Yeah.
The biggest EPT on European soil outside of Barcelona.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, that is quite impressive, especially as we did it twice this year. I mean, it just shows how much people want to come and play poker in this town. You know, what a draw it has. You know, so a lot of people were here just 7 months ago and loving it so much that they're back, happy to come back again. Just shows the strength of this stop.
8 times.
Obviously, the novelty value of having the EPT back in March kind of kept us afloat, but it was strange having EPT Prague in the spring. It's meant to be at Christmas. It's where it belongs.
Yes, yes.
So Duthie has raised from the cutoff with Jack 9.
2 times.
Labat folding the button. Small blind out. Conor Beresford in the big blind with Queen 5 off.
Oh, Conor, do something rogue. Do a rogue 3-bet for flair. Just the defense.
Call.
Conor used to think of as one of the young guns of UK poker, but now very experienced pro, played many, you know, full years online and also decent amount of live experience. Good flop, of course, for Duthie. Just a super neutral board, and obviously in actuality with his hand, the top pair, very nice outcome when you raise it up and get called by a strong opponent.
The chips had barely made contact with the felt. And Connor Beresford have folded.
Yeah, no Hollywood from Connor. He's he's a snap folder. He's not he doesn't hum and ha or stare anyone down. He gets on with the job in hand.
Did I tell you guys my Connor Beresford story from EPT London?
Just very quickly, Joe, I did want to highlight, though, when we're talking about quick decisions, of course, being day 3, you'll notice that Bernie the Lizard has been brought out onto the feature table because the shot clock is in play today. 30 seconds per decision, time bank cards if you need to play them to extend your thinking time. With that bank of cards replenished at the start of each new day.
How long is the shot clock, by the way?
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
So I'm running around London. I'm trying to get a train. I got to take that train to France real quick, remember?
Oh, yes.
And I remember
that story.
I run into Connor.
9 pass.
And I decided real quick just to chat with Connor and Parker. And Connor's like, yeah, I'm at the final table of the UK IPT High Roller. I got 80% of the chips in play, 6 people left. I go, oh, cool. Is anyone good left? He goes, nope. And then the next day, I see who wins the event.
He lost heads up to Martin Jacobson, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, Connor's he thinks a lot of his game. Let's just say that. That is quite funny. Yeah.
Okay, Mattson is open-ended. Kunze does have second pair top kicker.
Yeah, and given the relative positions, this is something of a collision. Ace-Jack on the button, second pair top kicker, this backdoor flush draw, very strong. And Mattson's going to be aware that the range, isn't going to always hit this board. I think check call will be quite standard. May consider a check raise, depending on what he thinks of his opponent. I think you'd kind of want a spade in your hand to be check raising. Of course, ace would be a disaster for Kunz.
Check.
He's quite confident from Kunz, firing again.
That's 16,000.
I'd love a little bit of that.
And this is
being happy about having second pair.
This is a little bit of an unorthodox sizing, right? It's he's gone for a small sizing on the turn, and Simon, obviously just so dialed in. Will he just take the price and realize his equity for cheap, or will he attack this? I mean, this doesn't look like the sizing you would use if you had, the pocket fours, the ace king, and Kunz might get himself in trouble here. And Simon just takes the price. You can see he's getting the exact odds, better odds to hit his hand, and it breaks off.
Check. Check, show them, please.
Goes check, check on the river. Ship it to Kunze. Down to 115 now in the Prague main event. And quick reminder that the mini EPT Prague series continues to run on Stars today, running for all 5 days of our live stream. 3 tournaments per day, starting at 3:15, 6:15 and 8:15 Central European times. The first game not for another 2.5 hours, but EPT Paris satellite tickets added to the prize pool of every single tournament, with an EPT Paris package up for grabs in the mini main on Sunday.
So maybe we will get an actual qualifier in Paris if we're giving away all those packages.
Love that. 3 table and watch us. Beautiful. What an afternoon.
Sounds pretty fun, to be honest.
Lock your children away somewhere in the cupboard.
I don't think this is on board with our kind of responsible gambling messaging.
Don't lock. No need to locking children. That's not acceptable. Don't do that. Come on, Kunz. Let's go.
Getting aggressive with the Spraggy. Ace-7 offsuit. Raises to 13,000. Connor Beresford, 9-8 suited on the button.
Call.
Yeah, and this is, Kunz, there's a lot of tables. Yeah, you just pop it up, raise and take. You're just trying to get
here.
Yeah, you're getting through these 2 guys. It's tough for sure.
Do you think Kunze knows? Just imagine being unaware
Sure.
of
Yeah.
Two players you're just casually raising into.
Yeah, Connor's just got his qualifiers hoodie on. He's like, yeah, this guy's just a 1K player.
So we get the squeeze from Simon Matson, 3-betting to 44,000. Kalkan folding the Jack-7. Action will be back on the original razor. Emp on Twitch asking, yo, what's #1 prize? More than a milli. We got 7 figures up top.
Yeah, and this is a very nice price for Connor. 9-8 suited is generally the one you fold because the straight's not very clean. You know, and gets a little bit dominated by bluffs. Kind of wants, but he does take the price. What a battler! Look at this. He does his wince. Two legends of the online felt.
Love it. Connor B versus C. Darwin, 9-8-4 on the flop.
Bingo, bango. Is that a smile on the lips of Connor? Can we see him like fighting down a beam?
It does look like he's in a constant struggle with his face.
It's kind of not fun to have King Jack here. Very little connectivity, no spade.
Check.
Look at that. I mean, this is quite impressive. Like, Beresford's swapped top 2 here, and Simon just finds the control to not auto c-bet. So many of us were just, I mean, maybe he picked up on the twitching brow, or
especially because the C in C Darwin stands for continuation bet.
Those games on the Beagle, he was always firing. Yeah, I think Simon's sensitive to the fact that if he would c-bet Jack 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10, 9-10, all not folding, but doesn't give it up immediately to the small sizing. Look at this very, very nice play from. Yeah.
You have to admire all of these pros who, like, nothing's a foregone conclusion, right? You still sit there and you still think about, how can I win this pot? Is there a way I can win this pot? Sure. What are the different ways? Whereas most people, most mere mortals like me go, okay, I missed and he bet, so I'm just folding. I'm out.
Yeah.
And maybe he comes to that conclusion eventually, but he thinks through every eventuality before that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, yeah, obviously I've played with Simon for a full decade, and yeah, there's a reason. I mean, he's been at the top for so long.
Yeah.
That sort of spirit of competition, desire that he must have to get up and do what he does each and every day. Real impressive character. And speaking of experienced players, I mean, I feel like I see Labat in every tournament I play. It's like I sit next to him like every tourney I'm ever at.
Well, he's open with Queen 10. Connor Beresford flatting in the cutoff with Ace Queen, the dominating hand.
Even the big ones?
Oh, 7s for Kalkan.
No, not so much high rollers or super high rollers, but he's a grinder. He's in there. And it's not gonna be clear to Kalkan that Beresford's going to have a stronger hand as Ace Queen.
It's not clear to me, and I can see the cards.
And elects to flat off around 25 big blinds. Some players definitely, I think, would shove here. And
is shoving okay there in that spot
absolutely.
with the raise and the flat?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, because you fold out Queen 10 and you flip against Ace Queen, and this is just...
And that's okay.
That scenario is going to be an outcome some of the time, and some of the time you're going to pick up the pot.
Right.
And et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, King 7 deuce. The 7, it is always coming. A set for Kalkan.
Bingo, bango.
7 is always coming. Play the games, the flipping, and the 7 is coming.
Yeah, and
Check.
Connor could go either way here. You might want to protect your holding and occasionally start running a bluff. Just knocking out a couple of players is one of the reasons you might bet here, to go against pocket nines, let's say, and fold out like the 10-6 and there's something. See, we can see this isn't going to work. Goes for the very small sizing.
I mean, it would work if Calcutta had called with 5s or 6s or 8s or even
Yes.
9s sometimes.
Yeah, and
if you have any questions, please call the floor guys to your table. They can answer those questions.
7-5. 2 pass.
I could watch Connor live.
He's very
all day.
expressive,
We should
yeah.
make him have a camera on his computer all the time. I would love to see this.
What's weird is that right before EPT London, James and I did some TV commentary of him, and I noticed how expressive he was, and I thought it was just to that particular situation. But no, turns out that's just Connor B.
Yeah, and he's very concerned by this. Yeah, just all-star stuff. Yeah, doesn't even get tempted by having the ace of clubs. Is just sort of. Yeah, got a read on maybe the type of opponent. Because in general, you're supposed to sort of only play cool there with the initial raiser checking. Like, that's the kind of GTO-ish way. And one of the reasons is if you start having a flatting range and a raising range, you sort of tip off the strength of your hand. And the hand that wants to raise King 7-2, you know, it's also what's the small blind flatting range? Very specific. Pocket pairs, it's not much stuff to bluff on King 7-2. Just that all goes through Connor's head and just eases the cards into the muck. Very, very nice.
Right, I'm
play.
sure it's opponent dependent also, right? That if it's someone that he knows a little bit better and knows is going to get out of line against him.
Well, someone who you think their tendencies are spewy, right? Like, whereas someone that's 3-bet pocket jacks, checked down and made a disciplined fold to half pot, it's a little thing. I mean, yeah, we're just seeing top-class poker love. Makes me not want to, yeah, these guys, I shouldn't play them as often as I do.
So, Joe, Ruffalo Scans has a favor to ask on Twitch, and I wonder if you can jeopardize the integrity of the tournament to make this happen.
Yeah.
Please have Connor and Tonka on the same table, get to the table talking. Could you basically talk to Toby and see if you can just randomly move players up here?
Yeah, no, I'll be right back.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. Can we direct message him? If he sends me to my Venmo the $1,000 that I'm going to bribe to make that happen, we can make it happen. So I'll just pop my Revolut details to him personally.
He said no. Like a resounding no. Like almost, he got real angry. His face got red.
I hope you stopped short of offering him the 1,000 that Sam was going to bribe him.
I didn't have a chance to get to the 1,000.
No.
Yeah, it seemed like it wasn't going to fly. I don't know.
Beresford with a pair of 4s and the flush draw. Ullman with a pair of 4s and the better kicker currently.
Also, it turns out 1,000 kroner is like $50. So it's really not going to.
I meant reales, so it's actually even less, yeah.
Oh, hello.
Ullman now with a straight draw.
This spunky kid.
Yeah.
That's right, Ace, King, Jack, chop opportunities. 50% of the time, there will be a chop.
This underdog story. Yeah, and Beresford, and he goes for the lead. Wow, spunky from the qualifier. He just, I guess he's just, maybe his first tournament, he doesn't know that check and flow, he's just clicking random buttons. And Connor can go either way here. He can just raise and like try and fold out an 8 or, you know, something like that. He has a whole lot of hand here. He can sort of shut Ullman out, or he can just, of course, call with this amazing price with this amazing hand.
I like call miss here.
Sure. Call, check down, and the 7 play.
Woo, but Connor Beresford doesn't miss.
And now Nino has to decide whether to turn his hand into a bluff. The Jack-9, Queen-Jack, etc. all made a pair. 4 not showing down for much now. Yes.
Oh, baby.
Oh, showdown.
Oh, dear. Ullman walks into it and is busto.
We really hope the
Back to
online
his
qualifier had lasted longer.
Back to his day job. Probably a teacher in Vienna or maybe a...
All right.
He works in
Bus
he works in a schnitzel stand on the Strassenplaza.
All right, Grafton, you can quit trolling now because I'm pleased to tell you, that StatTrick has put together some top-line stats on Sam Grafton in 2022.
Oh, wow.
We know you are a man who knows many things, but how well do you know your own results and poker earnings in the year 2022?
Mate, this is like, yeah, okay. This is like bragging on the broadcast. All right, go on then.
How many cashes did you have in 2022?
I'm going to guess 15?
You're kind of overselling yourself.
12.
13.
13.
Oh, that's not that far off. Okay, no, that's fair.
How many countries?
I thought it would be like 8.
How many countries did you cash in 2022?
I'm going to do like blink, like quick answers. I'm going to go 7.
Spot on.
Ah, beautiful.
Wow. Right,
Can you name them?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go Monte Carlo, Czech Republic, America, England, Barcelona.
That's Spain.
Sure.
The country of Barcelona.
The country of Barcelona. Cyprus.
One more.
No, I don't know.
7 back.
Brazil.
Brazil, of course. Loving that. Big shout out to the
Brazil.
Brazilian friends.
How many final tables?
I'm going to go, again, I'm going to go 13 cashes, so I'm going to go like 6.
10.
10 out of 13. You love to see it. The man doesn't like to min cash. He's not grinding into the money. He's blowing up early doors and getting out on the lash, or he's all the way to the final. Let's just see.
Nice job, StatTrick. Very fun.
Yeah, thank you.
I've got a couple more fun ones, which we'll come to later on. We've got top pair here for the set. Matson with deuces.
Yeah, again. By the way, these guys came to play today. Deuces optional open with these kind of stacks behind. But Simon Matson, very...
That's interchangeable.
Very confident. Imagine the guy that got the C. Darwin screen name and C. Darwin won. You know, like, are they out there and they're like the less successful younger brothers or older brothers of Simon Matson? He's just like, imagine you're like, I'd be logging on all the time being C. Darwin 1 and playing the big 22, and you're like, lucky pro. You know, like those guys that sell their Instagram, they got like the P. Diddy Instagram handle or whatever, and they get to sell it on. It's like, Darwin, you can just be C. Darwin if you want.
And people, yeah, you get to their page and you're like, this isn't P. Diddy.
Yes. And so at this stack depth, Deset feeling like the 10 is just strong enough to go with, and a little bit of frustration there for Mr. Matson. Again, you know, a little bit punished for the wider open.
A couple folks on Twitch and YouTube asking who our guest commentator is today. That's Sam Grafton.
I particularly like
who's cashed in 7 countries this year, it turns out.
I particularly like how it was phrased by Pepika, who says, who is this chatty announcer? Kind of, the job does involve talking.
When you get the silent announcers on, that's when you're really in trouble.
Oh,
yeah.
we've had plenty of them over the years.
There's 2 people here that you haven't heard from yet.
We're at Nelson right now, 111 remaining as we play the 9th hand of the day.
I mean, it's been a long time since I've done it, but coming back, day 3, 110 left. This is feeling, you know, if a lot of energy in the room, a lot of excitement. I mean, even if you were just to go, okay, I'm going to pull a lottery ticket and won in 100 times, and 110 times this lottery ticket, you get $1 million.
Pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Yeah.
The combined field sizes of Sam's 13 final tables is 108. So.
Touche, touche. And Labat going to be confident enough to defend suited properties enough to make the call versus essentially a min raise.
Huh. Yes.
Look at those beautiful strawberries.
Check.
Nice check back from Kunz as it happened.
Who does have the best hand right now, and from Labat's perspective, Sam, chasing flushes on double paired boards, not ideal.
Yes, but I think
there's been no indication, though, I think that.
Yeah, you can largely rule out. It's just whether you want to go like 2 streets with this hand and try and get ace highs to fold. You know, you're going to run into aces sometimes when you do that, or and other strong holdings, maybe the occasional 10. But just realizing your equity by betting. And what does he go for here?
12.
Yeah, this is... Maybe this is a little bit player perspective. This is just like, I like to see the river for this price, and I don't think you're going to raise me. I think if you were trying to get folds, you would go overbet, something like this. And...
That's not a call.
Yeah.
Those are raising chips.
By the way, really nice from Kunz. He's sort of seen that Labat is mugging him off a little bit with this size. He said, mate, this isn't how you play a 10 or a 5, that's for sure. So, and yeah, and he, look, by the way.
Denies the equity, denies the heart.
Really nice. I really think that Antoine sort of treated him as a sort of slightly less, he wouldn't try and get away with that against Conor Beresford. And Kunz has said, no, mate, like, I know what's up. I'm here to play. I don't, maybe he's even, I don't know his background. Yeah, very, very nice.
You want to see it.
Okay, Sam, how well are you running at flips right now?
Yeah, strong.
Okay, good, because this is literally a 50-50 question. Was there any day of the week in 2022 that you didn't cash?
If there was, I would say it's like a Tuesday, something like this. Oh, you don't have the date?
Yes or no?
Is it yes or no question?
Yes.
Yes, there was a day that you didn't cash.
Yeah.
Okay.
The answer is no. You had a cash on at least once on every single day of the week.
What a year.
And which day of the week did you have your most cashes?
13,000.
Monday?
Sunday. 5 cashes on a Sunday.
Love that.
These stats are getting
obscure.
Weird.
Stat trick. You know how obscure it can be.
How often did you order room service? Or like how many... Which days did you just turn your underwear inside out because you'd run out of clothes?
I really don't want to think about that. Kalkan has opened with 9s. Labat has flattered from the small blind with ace-9 suited. And these two will see a flop.
Much cheaper to fly. You want to do like Stockholm Golf, right? 50 euros.
And we do have a queen 10-8 flop.
Yeah, a board that definitely, you know, we can see Labat as essentially this, but a board that's very, very good for the small blind. Gut shot. Kalkan also having the stronger hands. Just try and take it down here and now.
One daily is good enough, I guess. Yeah. It's a relatively bigger hole.
And I could be wrong about this, but the way I sort of perceive Antoine is of a real sort of live pro. You know, he's there just like having a little thing, having a little look at the sizing. Is there something I could do here? You know, as I say, someone that may well play a lot online, but I know they play a lot of live poker. Obviously, had the World Series of Poker main event final in that big Kings Aces hand or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And, you know, has sort of, that was when he first came on my radar, and since then, just a real regular, probably lives in London. I see him a lot in UK tournaments.
So Conor Beresford, the table chip leader right now. Matson and Watson are the two shortest stacks. One final question, Sam, and then the most ridiculous hashtag fun fact of them all. How many currencies did you play tournaments in 2022?
Reales, pounds, euros, dollars, Aussie.
What are they using in Cyprus?
Yeah, euros, or those. No, those tournaments were in dollars anyway, because they were things.
Anything in Cougarans?
Yeah. No, I mean the tournaments here are in euros. Four
is correct. And finally, not a question, but just a ridiculous fact. If Sam had flown between each cache consecutively, he would have travelled 30,129 miles. Thank you for that one, Stat Trick.
Love that. And wow,
this is not looking good for Kalkan, who's opened with ace-queen in early position. Kunze with kings in the small blind, re-raises. 3 bets to 29,000 with Conor Beresford folding the big blind. We're back on Kalkan.
yeah, ace-queen, very, very strong. General,
20.
40 bigs. I think in general, we're gonna see Kalkan flat here, just dominates the bluffs. Yeah, and Kalkan wants to see an ace and not a queen. That's for certain.
Well, we already had a situation earlier when Kalkan had jacks where there was an ace on the desk. When you have kings, it seems to come like 99.9% of the time, but not this time. Instead, that is a boat for Kunze.
Wow. Let's check.
Oh, yeah. Less than 1% equity for Kalkan.
The backdoor royal flush is in play.
Picks up a no-good straight draw on the turn with a jack.
Bet 15,000.
Now, a delayed c-bet of 15,000 from the boat.
Man, this is awful.
Yeah, and Kalkan can only be thinking about raising or calling. I think it is nice to just stop and think about what this sizing actually means.
Please miss, please miss, please miss, please miss.
He misses.
I only say that because you only get so many straights and flushes in your life, and you don't want to hit them when you're drawing dead.
Yes. And Kunze played his hand as if he's got, well, probably as if he's got kings full, but also as if maybe he's got queens. So he should go continue that story with a small sizing, and maybe he can induce a raise or something. Goes for half pot. I think this is quite nice, by the way. You know, you're blocking that king, right? So now you're trying to get called by ace jack or tens, basically. And just puts out a size that can call, and you see it makes him even consider, can I call with ace queen? Can I raise this guy off pocket queens or pocket tens myself?
Wow.
Alles rein zweimal.
This might just be Kalkan feeling sorry for himself that he didn't hit.
Warum?
Yeah,
What's it say? Ooh.
Warum? Just English? He speaks German. We just. Okay, I have to learn it. I'm the first time here, so you know. I'm sorry, ma'am. Thank you for the information. So just English. My English is so bad.
Yeah, it seems okay.
You're doing all right,
Why
buddy.
are you laughing? My English is better than your German. Digga, irgendwie weiß ich nicht. Einmal fold.
Gets away from it.
Would be a shame if you call, huh?
Meinst du?
Yeah.
Really?
I just save money.
He has no idea how lucky he got by not making a straight or a
What
flush.
can you have for me?
Nice to use a time bank just to chat it up and mourn
the
your
rules.
hand. Yeah.
Use the time bank because we can.
Use your time. That's why we have the jam.
Alex running a tight ship there,
Alex
putting him
is
in his place.
the best. I absolutely adore her.
And
she takes no guff.
yeah, and one of the downsides, of course, of that sort of check. I mean, of course, you want your opponent to get there, but you know, maybe could have got a little bit more value against the actual holding, of course. But Kunz with another nice pot. Seen so much. You could give him the hype, so what's hey? We haven't seen anything from this
12,000.
alleged high roller. Here we go. Thank you, Sir Watts.
Well, he's relatively short right now.
If we're putting him, yeah, you know,
have 525,
he's the undercard below C. Darwin.
Thank you.
We expect to see some action here.
Yeah.
$12.
Call.
Labat calling the raise in position. Conor Beresford in the small blind. King 6.
Four bunch.
And Simon Matson folding the big blind as well. Heads up to the flop. That flop is King 9-4, so top pair for Sir Watts.
Check.
I'd like to remind everyone that yesterday in a big hand with Tonka, he leaned over, Mike Watson leaned over to Tonka and said, I bet Stapes is saying something real dumb right now.
Dear, put on blast by Sir Watt, the man himself.
And 5 minutes before that, I said every time the camera's on him, looks like he's in a commercial for a seasonal affective disorder medication. So I guess he...
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess I earned that one.
Yeah,
I think his
did.
analysis is pretty astute, as you'd expect from someone of his caliber.
Basically, that's the equivalent of being in Prague and saying, I bet it's cold outside right now.
As Watson improves to trips and picks up the spade draw, makes a delayed continuation bet of 10,000, and Labat
very nice.
Makes the call.
Quarter pot and ekes out some value against a hand with 0% equity. And, you know, here, yeah, this is just really interesting to see how the sizing Sir Watts picks. You know, so tempting. Like so many of us, you know, myself included, some are just, you got trips, let's pile money in. But picks this subtle sizing to get his man to the river. And now this ace high does actually look like it can be good. And goes for 30,000. Slight size up on the river. Labat will be able to picture those queen jacks, jack tens, and such like. But I don't know. I don't think we want a jack in our hand. Maybe like, I don't know. You're always going to have one of those cards, though, right? You actually get yourself to the river with. Kind of interesting. Definitely want a spade. Because I think a flush could go this size. Spade is nice to have.
90.
Ooh.
90.
Great job, Mike Watson, huh? What a stud.
Yes. Again, this sizing to... Oh, it's 60, so it's like the majority of Sir Watts' stack. And Mike just thinking, does he want to just put it all in here, or does he only get called for the last 20 by King 9? I mean, of course, and you just balance your timings. But I assume he will go all in.
No, like this.
Triangle time for Sir Watts, and just 24k more to call for Labat.
And now. That's the worst feeling. That's the worst feeling. We're like, I should be calling with any two, but I cannot.
Yeah, and a nice riposte to me there from Sir Watts. After I said he hadn't been involved, we just get him to, yeah, he just says, all right, Sam.
Excuse me.
Let me just remind you of, you know.
Do I still look forlorn as I'm raking chips?
I mean, I have a 50. Nothing else there.
He decided to stick it in your eye.
That's right.
Very, very, very nice. Yeah, and I mean, I hope the viewers are enjoying this as much as I am. It's really nice to see such well-executed hands. And Antoine had a little bit of a rough start himself, I guess. You know, both the 8-deuce hand and then this one. A little unfortunate so far. Of course, that's just the way the poker works. If a couple of players are doing well, then someone else has to be doing badly. It's the nature of the game.
Sam, throughout the course of the year, what are the smallest tournaments you're playing? Are you playing $300 events? At
UK IPT, I played the 300 turbo. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Beresford opening on the button with ace-10, but the legend that is C. Darwin has ace-king in the small blind.
All in.
They're all in.
And he is all in. Ace-deuce for Kalkan, who folds. Back on Beresford, who calls. And
also an ace.
This is a domination situation that favors Simon Matson.
Kalkan celebrates folding ace-deuce off.
I mean, that was a big laydown, Sam. Give the man some credit.
You had a blocker.
And I had the baddest ace.
The baddest. Okay, maybe his English isn't great.
No.
Deuce.
If you fold.
How do you feel?
Exactly.
Annoyed. Really annoyed, honestly.
You already gave up?
Nah.
So far, so good for ace-king.
No diamond.
A little bit of life. We see a 8, 6, jack.
These two probably played this kind of spot very, very often.
So Simon Matson just has to fade a 10 on the river to get a full double up through Connor Beresford.
Oh, there's 3 of them, though. Yikes.
He does not get 3 outed.
Control.
He gets the double up.
Okay, so back to my question about when you play the UK IPT for 500 pounds.
I got criticized by some of the Brazilian regs because I went to Brazil. On my first day, there was a beginners tournament for people that had never played a BSOP event. You could only play this.
I don't like where this is going.
This tournament, it was 800, or it was like 600 reales, so it's like 120 bucks.
Yeah.
I want to play that. I played very seriously. Yeah. Played at 8. And so it was me against people that had never played a tournament on this thing.
And how did you finish?
No, I didn't. No, I found the super high roller, but I didn't. Of course I did. Of course, as we know, I don't cash ordinary tournaments.
I want to get back to this, but I also want to highlight, guys, that whilst this is the event that concludes 2022, we are a month away now from the big event that is going to kick off 2023, that being the PCA in the Bahamas. And the highlight of that 2-week festival will be the second ever edition of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship, running January 30th to Feb 3rd, with all 5 days of this 25k tournament streamed live on Twitch and YouTube.
Okay, he looks interesting.
Never misses James Harkin. There's a slight lull in the action, and there we go. There's the plug.
I mean, that's what pays the bills.
I mean, I've got to say, it is nice nice to plug this event, though, because it's going to be so huge. Really, I mean, I feel like it's been looming on our calendar for a full, like, half a decade, basically.
It does feel like it.
And you know,
it does feel like it. So, if the narrative of the PSPC, Sam, is people like yourself taking on the amateurs, if it's a David versus Goliath battle, what are you doing entering an event that's meant to be for newcomers? Are you thinking, oh, I'll give them the experience of playing against the Team PokerStars Pro, or are you just sharking the field?
Meanwhile, they're all like, yeah?
yeah. No, I mean, I like to, you know, I like to play poker in Brazil. I like to, you know, I like to meet different people and hang out and enjoy myself. I mean, of course, I love high stakes, high pressure, having to deal with so what's. But I also enjoy a more relaxed form of poker where I can, you know, I'm putting a bit less. I was in less tough spots than I normally am.
Okay, so follow-up question. This is all leading somewhere. When you play the $120 event, you're putting less tough spots? Fine, I get that. Do you find that you're less able? How's your hand reading ability as far as putting people on ranges in those events? Are you still just as good at it?
Yeah, I think obviously I have like 12 years of 14 years of live poker now.
Yeah.
And I do think I can sort of.
Do you adjust?
Yeah, of course you adjust. I mean, you could just. I mean, look at the way some hands have been played here, where people are going for sizings that don't really make sense. It means something specific. This 3-bet and check king 5-5 means something specific to this guy. Like maybe it means just queens, but maybe it just means kings full. And I do look. You know, this is one of the great things about poker, as Deset absolutely nails the flop.
He does indeed. He's flopped Broadway. Meanwhile, it is second pair in a straight draw for Kalkan, and a good straight draw, by the way. Matson with bottom pair.
Yeah, and it's a lovely straight to flop. I mean, of course, all straights are lovely, but, you know, just hits the range, particularly of Simon Matson. That might mean he wants to just put the aggression up front.
Rainbow board, too. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this.
Even Joe Stapleton, it feels like he can navigate this hand,
That's right. Yeah, no, this is all I want. It's just easy hands. Just once a day, I just want a hand that's a no-brainer. Just a slam dunk value bet on 3 streets.
Yeah, look at Simon. Simon's just out there. Wow. Like, no backdoor flush. This isn't what we came for. And Kalkan, little bit of a looser peel out of the small blind with Queen 9 here. And will continue.
Oh, boy.
Queens and 9s for Kalkan, who now has a boat draw?
Yeah.
That's right, a boat draw.
And this is really good news for Deset. He's hoping Jack 10, Queen 10 are very likely hands for Kalkan here. Very likely hands. Of course, there's also a sort of King X of clubs, combos, and we could just sort of like start putting in a bit more money just to set up nice, easy, sort of you can go 40K and then all in on the river or something like this.
Yeah, basically everyone. Even in the UK was first, but wasn't by that much.
28. And a little bit weird for Kalkan. Of course, nice thing for him is he's gone from drawing dead to not drawing dead.
Is that nice if you don't get there on the river?
Well,
yeah, that's true.
I mean, TV table 9 of diamonds would be pretty exciting river card for fans at home. Yeah, and this is just a bad. You know, we called a little bit loose pre. Now we called a little bit loose on the flop, and now here we are going to the river with 9% equity
because we Kalkan and bricks the river.
Maybe we'll get some more river speech play, which we'd all very much enjoy. Yeah, and this is just Deset not showing any emotion here, really. No. But, yeah, inside just feeling very good about it. It's just really nice when you're value betting and there's a very obvious hand you can get called by, which is any 10.
Right.
I cannot handle that.
All in?
I don't know.
And fold.
So we've got just over half an hour left to play on this level, just over 30 minutes until the first break of the day. 103 players remaining.
So I
should highlight, by the way, that we did get a new player at the table who's just receiving his refreshments. Jussi Mattila has taken the empty seat.
Yeah, no, it's just like, all right, we need to drill these.
So obviously I listen to a lot of this commentary, right? Listen to you, listen to Nick, listen to Maria, listen to Griffin. And,
Griffin a bit less than the other three, but yeah, sure.
Sure, yeah. No, I mean, look, most of what he says is nonsense, but occasionally there's like a pearl of wisdom.
He does do a pretty good robot voice.
The robot voice is easily the most tune-outable thing. So, and I've been playing a little bit more poker lately.
Nice.
So I do a very bad impression of that when I'm playing poker, and I think to myself, okay, here's the sorts of things I think Sam would be saying during this hand. Here's the sorts of hands that I think that the different ranges, they can have king, queen some of the time, or 2 10s, or I can try to get called by an ace here. And then they turn over like Jack 4 at the end of the hand, and I'm like, I never hear Sam include Jack 4 when he's doing this. And I never, ooh, 5 deuce, that's never really one of the things. And
well,
so,
you're just in very good games, I think, Joe. That's a sign that where you're playing poker.
Yes, it is very good.
Actually, I know that Feraldo many years ago got coaching from Dan Smith and Source, believe it or not.
Okay.
And when they used to do it, we didn't have solvers back then, so they do it sort of manually with the ranges. And they do the ranges, and Source would always put in a random Jack 4, and he said, this is just to include the fact that tournament poker players are random, and we want to allow for this random.
Because it seems very not random when I'm watching this, and when I'm speaking to you, there's almost no randomness to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, well, obviously one of the things, I mean, Mattila flopping very strongly here. A little unusual. I feel like Sir Watts expects this to go sort of check, blind on blind pretty often. Doesn't want to bluff the king high. The nut backdoor flush draw might keep him involved. It's nice to think of my voice going on, blocking out the sound of slot machines.
And I'm not
occasionally me and Nick Walsh are in there as well.
I'm not saying that I'm doing a perfect impression of it.
No.
I'm probably still getting a lot of things wrong.
No, but that's.
But I'm just getting past the point where. And I don't know if you were ever at this point, but like I'm just getting to the point where I'm finally not just a blur when I'm in a poker hand.
Yes, having a sort of steady and thought through, like having an objective, right? This bet is to achieve this, or this bet is to target a fold from these hands. That's just the beginning of really good poker.
I'm not even just playing based completely on feeling anymore.
Yeah, you don't have to be. Yeah, exactly. Because once you're doing that, you're not letting your emotions come through. It's not like, I had ace king pre and I want to win this hand, or it's not. And look at this river for Mattila.
Yeah, we are aware, by the way, that his name has been entered incorrectly into the graphics system. It's 2 T's, 1 L, but bear in mind that it's going to take 30 minutes to get that fixed because, delay.
Tia.
His name's Matilda.
Matilda the Killer.
Yeah, and so this just is not a board in general. The big blind is going to just go after Swats. A little unsure what to make of it. Really, this is a board that's much better for him as the small blind. I would love to see Mike I don't know what you got, buddy, but this doesn't feel like a bluff. And Mattila picking up a nice pot. Nice turn bet as well with the king and the flush, with just the best hands and the best draw. A lot of people checked that and got some extra value.
One quick amendment to what I was saying before, by the way, and Maria's voice. I don't mean to leave out Maria.
Yeah,
because I probably talk about poker more than anyone.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it.
She's not here, easily forgotten.
Not.
And 16 of the day.
Closing in on the top 100 players. Pretty good. Out of a 1,267 total runner field.
Yeah, it's a winnable tournament now. It's crazy to think though that yeah, you only win it like 1 in 90 times. It definitely does feel deep when you're 100 left.
Review? I had monster. Monster.
I was afraid you might have had monster.
And the set calls, of course, these kind of low card hands do well against exactly the type of holding Labat has.
I don't have it. I didn't have it.
Okay.
You get the top of the board and take the bottom.
Wow. You weren't kidding, were you, Sam?
Oh.
Even the straight draw's good.
I would go all in. Anywhere.
Yeah, and so I guess a little bit better for Labat, but pretty even against the big blinds range. Of course, you know, they have the Queen Jack offs and the 6-7s off, but Ace of Clubs, I guess, giving Labat incentive to bet, gets check raised a little bit less.
Better in the turn and a monster in the river.
It actually probably is quite like a very high c-bet board, actually.
No, I didn't have it.
I don't know what it is anymore.
From under the gun.
I'm confused.
That was
Very long on the river.
Yeah, and not exciting for Labat. You would have wanted to just end the hand here, of course, with just the ace-king high.
Something like that.
Well, that significantly reduces.
Or king 10 of that.
Yeah, but Duthie thinking about leading here, right? Like, he definitely has more 8x.
Or not.
6 high, of course, going to be one of the weakest hands that he check calls. Could consider leading here. That's definitely what he's thinking about. And actually, once you take this long, I think people do tend to. This might be not, I don't know whether this is GTO, but it definitely is effective.
You're just like, yeah, he's thinking about leading here, and then he just does it.
Yeah, it's well, I hope to the audience and to yourself, Joe, it does make sense, right? Like, you check called this board. Antoine has the aces, the pocket kings, and such like, which is why you can't check raise that much. But you have the 8x, and Labat not giving up immediately.
Pretty good reason to, yeah.
We saw him attack Sawat earlier. With an ace high, which is a little unorthodox. Calling can't be. Can we call? I don't think so. Definitely.
I mean, even if you're not up against an 8, like, you're not doing great against lots of semi-bluffs either, right?
Against Duthie's semi-bluffs, yeah.
Oh, he raised? And got it. Woo! Got it through.
There we go. I mean, very fruity from Labat.
What is he repping with a raise there? Overpair? 10 of 10s full?
Yeah, I mean, I guess well, let's say you just have ace 8 of spades. Let's say you c-bet 10 and 9-8 with 100% of your range. You have Queen Jack as well. So let's say your opponent has 8-6. You want to just stack them now with Queen Jack, right? Let's say you raised 6-7. You want to just stack Queen 8 right now.
And does the under the gun matter at all that you're not supposed to have that many 6-7s
sure,
and Queen Jacks?
Yeah, but
or ace 8s?
Well, you have.
You have ace 8 suited, right? But
yeah, sure. So no, of course you don't have many, but you have some, right? Okay. So what bluffs do you now want to pull from? I wouldn't pull from that. I would pull from King Queen, which can outdraw. I think it's a little bit out of order to raise that hand
with that particular.
Yeah, but by the way, I did also say, Antoine is a lot of live experience.
Yes.
Maybe he's just picking up on a little something. Maybe he's just thinking this kid's overdoing it. I mean, I wouldn't have snap folded 6 deuce of clubs, by the way. I would have at least thought about doing something, and maybe he just feels like, okay, this kid's going to play straightforward against me.
I guess that's why I was
advantage.
guessing such a narrow range of what he was repping based on how quickly the 6 deuce folded, because I feel like...
Yeah. I mean, I guess you have all the other better flush draws, right? You have Jack 3 of clubs. You have all the flush draws that can make... I mean, sometimes you check raise that as well, but like you have the nut flush draw, you have the king high flush draw. You don't want to get raised by, you know, a better flush draw that's calling off or such like. So it does make sense to, I guess, to fold. But interesting hand, and really nice to have to see Antoine's approach, which definitely seems sort of flexible, and he's willing to go after people a little bit when he senses weakness. Really, really going to make for an exciting feature table.
I don't mean to make this sound like I'm kissing your butt, but you make a pretty exciting feature table because you take things that just like look kind of random and standard, and you're like, no.
No, I mean,
look at this, guys.
Well, I'm also really interested to see it because, of course, I play with Antoine a lot, and I play with Connor a lot, and you know, to see their whole cards and their their facial twitches is.
When you're watching this in your hotel room,
sure,
or home, and you flip it on,
yeah,
are you thinking about it on this level also? Or are you?
Yeah,
are you?
Of course. I mean, I watch. I mean, particularly of the high rollers and super high rollers, I watch footage as part of my sort of study and approach. And of course, I'm always willing to steal. You know, what did the set with the ace of hearts, giving him a opportunity to bluff some rivers, and a sort of nut out with the jack, going after it now with a small bet. Yeah, you know what was. What did Labat with sticks around with the 4 versus the small sizing? No, I think was it Picasso who said, you know, great, you know, good artists borrow, great artists steal, or something like this. Whenever I see Connor or Antoine do something, I'm always willing to like, okay, what are they thinking?
How many times do you have to see it before you can use it, before you think it's like locked in?
Well, yeah,
and
I mean,
pops up as an option.
Yeah, exactly. If particularly someone like Mike, if he does something, I'm thinking.
I'm just saying you can see it one time and you go, boop, that's in my.
Yeah,
that's in my.
And if it doesn't make sense, I'm also adjusted. Okay, like this doesn't intuitively make sense to me. Is this them doing something random, or is this coming from somewhere? And look at Connor here. It takes a lot of confidence, by the way, to check back in position and then raise the queen jack. Because hypothetically, yeah, you check back a little bit of King X, but you should be somewhat capped, but just knocks out the gut shot. The jack kicker, of course, going to play against Antoine's Queen X. You know, Antoine doesn't have the ace queen, and also just nice to stop. You know, the 4 outs of the jack coming, or the 3 outs of the jack coming, or the 2 outs of the 4. You know, one way to sort of eliminate a bit of variance is to end hands before rivers, to end hands before turns. It's one of the ways you can sort of, you know, people who feel like they're always getting out.
And that's why I pile it in pre-flop to no raise with ace king every single time.
Open. The
Just
move.
take it now.
What did they used to call it? The move of honor.
Is that really?
Yeah, I think if you just shoved aces pre for 100 big blinds in cash game, it was the move of honor.
You just show the aces and then move on.
Well, after that hand, Conor Beresford now playing a stack of around 570,000, folding in this spot. By the way, Blackbeard Goat Jr. on YouTube has fixed poker, ladies and gentlemen. Shot clock should be 45 seconds at least. A minute would be better.
You know, of all the things I've heard poker players complain about, I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that 30 seconds is not long enough on the shot clock.
No. By the way, we played 15
shot clock levels.
Pre-reg close is the word I'm looking for. 15 seconds in the super high roller. Man, that was demanding. Like, very, very tough to play 15-second shot clock.
Were people complaining about that?
I think, well, not complaining, like, the guys, the team here at EPT are very accommodating and want to hear our feedback. So there's a lot of discussion amongst ourselves.
Sorry, complaining is the wrong word. You're right.
Yeah, like a bit of debate about, okay, how far should this go? Actually, an anonymous player that we'll call M__cab__ anonymous was being quite loud at the table, and I was like, and I was laughing at him. He said, "Sam, why are you laughing?" And I said, "It's just an honor to play with the man who got the shot clock invented." You know, I was saying we wouldn't be playing with time cards unless you'd come into the tournament scene. Just really, you know, a man who...
He's like, guys, it was a group effort. It was me, it was David Katai, it was
a few of us.
Mike McDonald.
Yes.
I mean,
can't take sole credit.
Can you imagine a situation with people who balance their decisions by taking literally every second on the shot clock every single time? If you gave them a minute to fold 7 deuce off under the gun.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I mean, and actually, M_cab_rule. You know, when you give him like 8 seconds, he's quite funny. You know, just got to cadet. I mean, brevity is the soul of wit, my friend. You know, like
I know there's no pun intended. I have a lot of time for M_cab_rel.
I have lost count of the number of times I've seen him at a table with a member of the floor staff literally stood over him, counting him down from 5 with every decision he has to make.
Yeah, it's quite a
bit early, but
I find him incredibly entertaining. Now I don't have to play with him.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's very funny. I think in the 1Ks and stuff where they don't have a shot clock, then he's quite challenging for those guys. And this is quite interesting to see. Flop where everyone misses.
So 2 tin and tonics. No, I take them. 3 tin and tonics.
I would watch a heads-up match, Cabral versus Kasuf with a chess clock.
Sorry, did someone just order a round of gin and tonics at 1:45 in the afternoon?
My man.
TV table. Very good idea. Could be a good fun for the...
Is the 3 straight and the 3 flush enough to keep Connor in? There's a uncapped raise. This is really interesting to see. This is quite a stubborn...
You have to use it. It's on the house. The things are on the house.
Is he raised here? Yes. So he's taken the hand that's real cuspy decision as to whether to call and gone for a check raise. And... yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Very nice from Conor Beresford. Once again, we just see the strength and the class of one of the UK's strongest poker players.
He
didn't even offer me.
I asked you.
You did?
Yeah, of course. Beer?
Missed it.
Beer or gin tonic?
I'll have a beer, sure.
Okay.
Yes.
We've got a mixture of beer and gin and tonics coming to the table.
I love that from Simon.
It's all kicking off.
You need one as a chaser.
Excuse me?
Meanwhile, we have dropped below 100 players now, 97 remaining.
It makes sense.
Here, maybe. He would take it.
Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to start drinking with you. There's no advantage then.
Come on, lads. Cal can. Anyone can. Cal can.
Because we can.
I feel like this is a very, I could guess at the EPT season, but very 2018 look, the scarf.
That's right.
The year this was very in vogue at one point, I think.
There were a lot of scarves for a while. Before people had the excuse to be able to wear a face mask.
Finished breakfast, no? 1 gin tonic.
Yeah.
Good. Very good breakfast.
It's a new culture for me. New culture for me.
Well, I can tell you that when we go on break in 15 minutes' time, we are going to return with the same feature table. So it'll be interesting to see what difference in play and conversation we see after they've been
lubricated. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a very good feature table. Very, very nice combination of players. And everyone, obviously, of course, I draw a little bit more attention to the guys that I know well. A little sort of bias in my commentary to people I've hung out with or people I've played a lot with, know the screen names. But actually, everyone mixed it up, played some interesting hands, fought and bluffed here. You know, bit of speech play, of course, from our top boy, Kalkan. And it's really good combination. The combinatorics of the players we have here is, you know, I hope people at home enjoying it because I think it's like good table.
Ace Queen versus Jack 4, a 10-10-9 flop.
Yeah, don't forget this will be a split pot 1% of the time, allegedly. don't rule out the 9-10.
He really does think of everything, every hand.
The turn river. Interesting to see.
There is
10 high boards, just very good for the razor. The king, queen, queen, jack interaction. You open offsuit tens, such like.
Want to play it?
Hmm?
You can play it?
2 years.
Jack 4,
No,
such a tough hand to make stuff happen. A bit of troll equity if you do something outrageous. Let's get your Twitter profile.
Right.
Yeah.
Legend status.
I didn't think you could play it.
No.
No offense, yeah?
Although I think the lifespan on Jack 4 is
What I will do.
already run its course.
There it is.
Not necessarily.
No.
But someday.
Someday, maybe.
Yeah, and this kind of feels like your opponent's got ace king or ace queen. Of course, this could be the occasional jack, but able to go for a smidge of value. Yeah, and Deset, as strong a poker player as he is, this does feel like exactly the same as Kalkan when he had jacks or king. You feel like, well, my cards are just on their backs, basically. You know, it's like I flip my hand up, I've told you what I've got, and now you get to decide, you know, and you've got to find the right amount of calls. Yeah. Just a sort of frequency thing, a sort of take an assessment of your opponent. Are they going to bluff 5-4 high every time? Just lets it go. Kind of feels maybe he has the occasional ace jack as well. Yeah, you just begin to regret. You think, why didn't I just bet the flop?
I'm glad that
Yeah.
even you
Gosh, yeah.
deities have those thoughts. It's bad for your circulation to keep your shoes on all day. I'm on board with taking
just
your shoes
make
off.
yourself at home.
I love it. Just get yourself comfortable, settle in.
Sure.
I don't know if you guys have looked down at all during this, but
Don't raise them, please.
if I want to be sitting somewhere for longer than an hour, the shoes are coming off.
You need to have a lot of self-confidence as well that your socks and feet are going to be okay there. You
Yeah,
don't.
no, there's a certain amount of respect you have to pay to the rest of the people around you.
Well, the man with no shoes is going to open here with aces.
Kunza. Oh, no, here he folded.
Yeah, it's
I like his style.
Connor Beresford who's giving action here, calling in the cutoff with ace-3 suited. Simon Matson on the button. Only seen one of his cards, the 6 of diamonds.
Yeah, and given that Antoine has the ace of diamonds, I guess we're looking at pocket sixes kind of often. Occasional 6-7 of diamonds. Kalkan with the ace deuce off, which we know he likes.
Oh, yeah. He got away from it once.
Squeeze.
Got away from it once. Are you serial?
Oh, wow. Wow, what a great feature table this is.
So what's not going to throw in?
Let's go. Deuce, deuce, 6, 2 spades.
What about the aces?
So, 4 players going to the flop.
And no phone. It's weird when you looking for the phone. Oh, yeah. Still.
ace-high flop would cause havoc.
Yes, it sure would.
Would be nice to have.
No.
There you go. You were not far off, brother.
Ace. Instead, we get the nut flush for Connor Beresford.
Unreal.
Let's
observe Connor's eyebrows. Let's. Oh, hello.
I believe that.
Zoinks.
Calcan's got his lucky pearls out. How attached is he going to be to a pair of deuces?
Oh, the ace is check, huh?
You gotta go somewhere with people where there's stuff to do, though, so you can keep yourself sort of occupied.
Yeah?
Yeah, and if we just were to picture Connor's range here on the cutoff specifically, just not too many hands that aren't pairs or suited, basically. Of course, there's a Queen Jack and a King Jack. But
in a way, Cason.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't know whether you would just bet King, Queen of Diamonds here. But yeah, there's the suited. I mean, you just, the other flush he's flopped. Maybe King 9. I mean, the Jack and 10 rule out a lot of flushes as well, though, by the way. Like, just because now you don't have the Queen Jack of Spades. Or the,
would he bet his Jack 10s here also? Like if you're Jack 10 of Diamonds?
At least some of the time you would imagine, yes. So, but I mean, you're obviously you're losing to that also. So,
right.
Yeah, Antoine not going to get overexcited.
Turn card is the 5 of diamonds, and Labat drawing dead.
Is Connor ever going to have ace jack off with the ace of spades or something like that?
It could
ace
happen.
10 with the ace of spades?
I think ace 10
That's
off.
a fold?
Yeah, it's a fold or certainly a flop check. I mean, basically, Connor needs to start bluffing some sixes with the 6 of spades here across 3 streets.
Wow, okay.
That's how
yeah,
you...
I'm only thinking about the one end. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, like, this pot, because we actually randomly went 4-way, despite the small sizing, this pot got very big compared to Anton Labat's stack. 42K, so if he calls, this pot will be, it'll leave him basically half pot behind.
Yeah.
And this is a very precarious situation to find yourself in. And I wouldn't be stunned if Antoine just folded.
I will stand up and applaud.
I mean, it would be a very impressive fold. Maybe he's going to make him put it in on the river.
TV table is almost like...
Maybe he calls and...
Think here a little bit longer and take your time.
I mean, not fun.
Seems that way.
And this is just a genuine tank. Do I want to just raise all in here and fold out the equity or like stack Queen Jack? Do I want to just fold because I'm going to get bluffed on the river, or I'm going to just be, you know, obviously you can just be drawing dead here against some of the hand. I mean, you are drawing dead against Connor's actual hand, and that's not going to be so unlikely. Where is Connor pulling his bluffs? And does he just start betting 4-way with, you know, King, Queen of clubs here? Real difficult spot for a very, very experienced pro.
Oh. He elects to move all in. He will get snap called, and he is drawing dead. We're going to have to put Labat on ice. He is KO'd by Connor Beresford as we come towards the end of this first session of play on day 3 of the EPT Prague main event.
Yeah.
No need to set this up. No need to run this out. He can't win.
Yeah. He's put his shoes back on. That's the sign. You think if he was all in ace king against queens, he would, you know, like they put their coat on, he would pop his shoes back on.
Start lacing them up.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Yeah, to get the extra run good.
And Connor Beresford up to 846K. Connor will be among the chip leaders now.
Yeah.
They might get their wish of the Connor Beresford Tonka P table if these two keep stacking chips.
Really interesting hand there.
The most important question Did Antoine Labat order a drink? Because I do believe the drinks are about to arrive, and that means there's going to be one extra, or someone's going to have to run after him.
We got a fin at the table. Normally, you just hand them the extra one, and they sink it.
Usually, one gin and tonic there, and
If it wasn't on a 30-minute delay, I'd help out. It's probably gone, though.
Like very few to start with, though, so maybe they're doing the same thing.
It's one of the main reasons for the delay.
They were doing in some of the
thank you.
some of the other tournaments. They're trying it out. I don't know if they're trying it in the main, though.
Thank you.
So Conor Beresford had, obviously doubled up C. Darwin at one time, but been a very productive first level for one of the tournament chip leaders, and of course one of the most experienced players in this 100, now 96-person field.
Look, we've come full circle with ace-4 first hand. Ace-4.
Question?
Closing in on the last hand.
What a lovely, satisfying,
right?
End to the series.
Great screenwriting.
Yes, great screenwriting.
Okay, let's drink.
Did you see Poker Face yet? Have you watched the Russell Crowe movie?
No,
Poker
is it good?
Face? No, absolutely not.
Doesn't surprise me. Yeah, when was the last good Russell Crowe movie? Must be a while back. Look at this. What an advert. I mean, what absolute top lads.
Brahman.
Very dangerous.
Absolute top boys.
Not this early? Or what?
This is way too early.
Yeah. It's not too early for one beer.
I don't know what they do.
It's too early to
be on it.
To start drinking and not stop, and it's difficult to stop.
Yes.
I won't miss it out. I don't think.
What do we think the last good Russell Crowe movie was? Let's take a look here.
Go back into going back to EPT season 9.
I was not a huge fan of the last Thor movie, which he had a Les Mis.
I've never seen it, by the way. Greatest beer run ever. Definitely. Never heard of that. Boy Erased.
The greatest beer run ever looked cool. It's about a guy that brings beer to like soldiers on the front line in Vietnam or something.
How has that film not already been written? I mean,
it's a true story.
First hand, we start to play.
He played Jekyll in The Mummy, which was not good.
I mean, crazy.
The Nice Guys.
Nice Guys was probably his last good movie.
Couldn't you?
I had the best time on the room.
Can we get the Matson-Watson duel?
The Suns.
Yeah. They're set with a cuspy combo, off-suited. Just gets quite dominated by the Watson flatting range. Obviously getting a great price. And these little nuanced spots, wrinkle spots. Yeah, I quite like that. For, again, 6 deuce of clubs, we're straight in there. The offsuit hands, 3-way. A lot of guys, you just feel they don't perform too well.
So with no 3-way action, you get what you want. You get Son versus Son, Mats versus Watt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody's somebody's son. If you are a son, I mean.
Yeah, and annoying not to have a diamond in hand, but so Watts will be folding here with the ace-jack. Just got to defend quite a lot versus the c-bet. And this is one of the tough things about c-betting the sixes. Just visibility down the streets, not great. Quite static equity. I think, as it happens, I don't think... Well, let's see what the turn brings.
A 3.
Yeah, and very nice card to see with the sixes. With the king, queens, and queen jacks of the world missing. And some nice, this 5, of course, is very, very juicy if it were to come off.
Then you saw this question from 78KB on Twitch, Joe. Who is Simon Matson?
Oh, he's the player in the center of the screen with the blue hoodie. Thank you for your question.
Yeah. Son of Mr. Matson. Equity advantage, I guess, slightly shifts to so what. Ace Jack, perhaps not the one we want to bluff, given we've got some other overcard combos. I don't know, though. Could bet now and then bluff spades, but just checks back. And to some extent, everyone happy to see that river. Ace Jack shows down for a little bit more with the 10 pairing. These sixes looking a bit stronger. And Darwin will go for some value here. Of course, occasionally you are beat by pocket sevens or something, but very often those bet the turn, though. And I think the way Darwin will approach this is to far again. And, yeah, just sort of putting in the amount of money. Six is exactly wants to put in, and not a fun spot for Sawats. Probably have to call some unpaired hands here. So what properties do we exactly want? Not, and also just the call that makes, sometimes against good players, you make these calls and they're winning like 3% of the pot. Like this call, if you make it, never wins big. And against some people, you know, if Simon's a bit too value heavy,
I was just about to ask that can you just give up here? Like, I know it's not profitable, but yeah.
But maybe.
The point
maybe
is, you think about it every time.
Yeah, really.
Very
I mean,
good.
look at this. So Watts is not
better than that.
Yeah, he just feels like he's got maybe this line from Simon.
How many did you
It's
got
just a
already?
bit too value heavy. I don't know. Maybe Ace Jack does fold at equilibrium anyway.
One hand is not enough, huh?
I mean, to take 5 gin tonics and to invite the other guys also for the is double clever.
So this likely to be the last hand of the level. The clock ticking into the break.
Yesterday.
Cowcan's absolutely loving this.
I think I know that a little bit. We was on the same table.
Yeah. It went down till, I think I was 6 in the hotel, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe 6:30, I don't remember.
How long until the break?
45
seconds. Oh.
You'll see Matela.
Oh, baby. Let's go, Finland. Love this.
8 deuce on the button. Is this 2005?
Just 100% button opening. It's these two. Yeah, he's just like, yeah, guys, just empty seats there. I'm just going to bump it up. This is very cool from Mattila. One beer and he's lost his head completely.
Mattila the killer.
Boom!
Oh, 8-5 deuce.
There we go. It's back.
Both of them.
The 100% button range is back, baby. It's a new era.
That's right, you check.
If there's any justice, Kunz is going to lose his head and just check raise the 3-liner here. Go on, Kunz.
Wait, did the last bald guy get replaced by a new bald guy?
Speaking for the bald community, we don't like, you know, if you're bald yourself, you can point that out, Joe, but like it's not.
Got it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, please, mate.
Okay, well.
Yeah, legit opening. King 8.
Better.
That hand is going to take us to the first break of the day. The first session has seen us reduce the field
Better enjoy the gin.
to 94 players. And during the break, they can enjoy their G&Ts and their beers. And this lineup will be coming back in around 20 minutes' time. We're going to continue with this feature table for the second level of the day. Conor Beresford got his stack up over 840k. We'll be playing more than 100 big blinds coming back at the 4-8 blind level. Jussi Matila, the second biggest stack. Simon Matson hovering around the 35 big blind mark. Watson around the 20 big blind mark. Same for Ishmael Kalkan. So no short stacks at this FT. No players in the danger zone. Exactly. Seven-handed right now on the main stage. Obviously, we could fill that vacancy during the next session. And Sam, you will return when we come back in around 15 minutes time.
I certainly will.
So more action from this featured table, more action from EPT Prague 2022 from the main event on the other side of the break. And a reminder that you have just over an hour to go to register the first of today's mini EPT Prague events. That'll be starting at 3:15 Central European Time. And of course, as is the case for all mini EPT Prague MTTs, Paris satellite tickets added to the prize pool. So, enjoy the break and come back on the other side when we will have the second of 6 levels to be played on day 3 of the EPT Prague 2022 main event.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for.
The PokerStars Championship! Let's go!
The reason we're here is because of him.
Vamos, Hilario Viejo, no va!
Platinum passes for your asses.
Helmuth, baby.
He's poker famous, right?
This is my game. Welcome to my court.
Believe me, bro, if you weren't winning this hat.
Oh my God. You guys sit down over there.
In it to win it, boys. Let's go. Let's get it.
James, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but which chip is bigger, the purple or the green?
Oh, that's a good question. I did say it at the beginning, didn't I?
It must be green, because there's purple in the middle.
Purples are
already.
100, greens are 1,000,
Okay.
browns are 5,000. Here comes Alex Stevic. But he does have another
much, it
pretty
looks like.
junky hand, though, 7-4.
But he's got all the chips, right? So
yeah,
not all of them, it looks like.
Well,
Looks
Roback,
like he's the chip leader, so opening light. All right, I'll allow it.
well, Roback is the other big stack at the table. What a flop for Roback. All the equity under the sun.
Please tell me it goes running diamonds. I mean, look, Stevic has 2 piles of chips.
Stevic continuing for 14K.
So all options available to Roback. Yeah,
Well,
raise, obviously, fine, totally fine.
He has announced raise, and we see a check raise to 50,000.
Alex better give him a couple of good looks to let him know he won't be pushed around. What's he doing? Why does he have chips?
Raise. Oh my God, he's re-raising.
Okay, all right.
Oh, this is awesome.
I mean, look, it would work sometimes.
Okay,
a non-zero percentage of the time, this would work.
Okay, at best, this is bold. At worst, it's button clicking. Crucially, how do you respond if you're Roback? You have got a straight flush draw.
Okay, so something that we're actually not thinking about that we should be is ICM considerations. I don't know how big of a deal it was then, but these are the two biggest stacks. Like, this is totally unnecessary.
Well, the re-raise from Stevic was to 160,000. I thought Roback may shove there. He just calls. The turn pairs the board, king of clubs. We can see that Roback is still a huge favorite, a 9-1 favorite.
I absolutely hate calling there. Personally, I just can't ever call there because you can't. Now what do you do? Like, this is one of the worst cards possible.
Well, he checks, and Stevic is loading up for another bluff. Bear in mind, his re-raise on the flop was to 160K. This is a bet of 60K. This is pretty small in relation to the pot.
Change, remember how you said part of it was bold, part of it was clicking? I'm going to call it bold button clicking.
Oh, look, and he gets a round of applause for everyone for pulling off that amazing bluff.
Yeah, I'd be pretty tilted too.
I told you to play the flops. Didn't I tell you? I know, 8-9. He has 8-9.
He did not have 8-9.
8-9, for sure.
And the blinds are up. 5,000, 10,000.
I miss some of this creativity. I miss creatively peeling your cards. I miss creatively stacking your chips.
So it's a 3x raise from Roback with ace queen of hearts. And there is a shove from O'Callaghan with 7 deuce.
Wait, what?
Okay.
This is just for the lulz, right?
O'Callaghan at risk and slightly behind.
They knew about 7 deuce back then, right?
Maybe the 7 deuce game was being played.
It wasn't like seatbelts and smoking while pregnant. They knew that 7 deuce was a bad hand.
Oh my God, it has always been coming 7.
Oh my goodness. At Roback, hold on. You got 1%.
Also, Callahan's the at-risk player. Oh, hello. Hello. A little bit of hope flashed at him, but I think Roback is still going to have chips. That was a big double up for David O'Callaghan. Ace-4 of diamonds for David O'Callaghan. He's all in.
That makes sense to me.
Luca Pagano has ace-jack in the big blind. And he's going to call all in, so Luca at risk, but he does have the best hand.
Domination Nation.
Ace-4 of diamonds. Luca's all in with ace-jack of hearts. Flop comes 4.
Oh, it's a 4 on the flop. And I fear, Joe, this is where the trend starts. This begins a narrative that will become prevalent on the EPT for the next 10 or so years. Luca Pagano gets done dirty. And he is out in 3rd place. His first cash of many on the European Poker Tour in the inaugural event. 20,000 euros for his 3rd place finish.
Count is 600,000 for Alexander, 550,000 for David.
Another Domination Nation situation. All kinds of paint.
55,000. David calls.
So Stevic raises to 85,000. O'Callaghan calls, and once again, it's Domination Nation. And it's a queen high flop.
Is now the time for justice.
Justice.
Alexander bets 135,000.
Go.
David calls.
Really tough to tell the size of Stevic's stack with his chips all over the place.
5 queen deuce, turn card.
Oh, this is going to be impossible for O'Callaghan to escape from now.
GNGG.
All in and a call. And for the third time, by my calculations, Stevic is in a position to win this thing.
3 queens, kicker check.
This one feels like the one, though.
3 queens, better kicker.
O'Callaghan
86%, 1 card to come.
looking for his lucky jack. Does not hit on the river, and finally it's over. And this is the moment that Alexander Stevic became the inaugural European Poker Tour champion.
James, I just noticed a huge mistake. That was a 4-star hand versus a 4-star hand.
Some 4-star hands are better than others.
This is pretty cool, though, huh? Look at this emotion.
Crucial information left off the graphics. A great moment. And it all gets ruined by someone knocking over their lunch. As Withers is having a lovely day with ace-king, but just limps.
Excuse me, baby.
And Easton limps with aces. Leonard limps with jack-10.
You guys, this is the grand final.
Atlani limps with 8-3.
Said all kinds of friends.
Tony G limps with queen-9.
Greg's going to attack us now. Never seen anything.
Greg
You know
Raymer.
why, James?
0. I was just hoping.
They all think they're much better post-flop players.
Greg Raymer limps with 10-3. Valo limps with 9-deuce, and the graphics are getting smaller and smaller as we try to fit every player at this table on the screen. And Kafelnikov checks his option. It's a family pot. We've got 8-way action. And don't ask me who's got what.
I think I like 8-3 of clubs here. Although 9-deuce of clubs is...
Okay, so a couple people got top pair, 10-3, jack-10. Ace is still in, 2 flush draws. Unbelievably, 8 people to a flop, and about 5 of them have something.
Don't forget the backdoor flush draw for Withers Easton.
Tony G frustratingly folds queen deuce.
Okay, so just to be clear, Easton bet for 200. Leonard raised to 400. Raymer has called. Valo has called. Easton has called. 4-way to the turn. Deuce of spades.
Oh, please tell me the 10 tray of spades is what gets there.
So somehow Ace is still ahead despite letting 7 other opponents see a flop. 3 of them see a turn.
That's 500.
I think it's Easton who's bet here. Yeah, 500, and Ken Leonard has called.
And Greg calls.
Greg Raymer calls.
What's that all about? This is scary.
Valo calls as well. So still 4 players as we go to the river, which is the 6 of spades, which means Greg Raymer gets there.
Martin checks.
Skill game.
Hey, at least poker was always fun.
Okay, Easton's still betting. Leonard's still calling.
I just want to remind everyone, this is the grand final.
It's only a 10,000 euro buy-in as Greg Raymer moves all in for around 6K.
If this gets called by a worse hand, I'm working on a time machine.
Doesn't. The other 3 players fold, and Greg Raymer will add a decent percentage to his stack.
He even got up for that hand drag.
Can't reach the chips.
Found the energy there.
Can't reach the chips from the chair. It's like this chair like tips forward because it's got the rounded edges. It's your button, right?
Well, let's stick with this table because we've got Action Anderson. And looks like he's going to tangle with Vamplu again. David 3-betting to 21,000.
Now it's the Vamps trying to pick on Cal's initial raise.
You go 200 to start, or?
Blinds are folded, so the action is back on Anderson. And he is going to call Vamplu's 3-bet. An ace deuce 4 flop.
This isn't the wettest of boards.
Anderson checks to the razor. Vamplu will continue. At 26,500.
And because there aren't a ton of draws out here, when Cal calls, I think he has an ace or a flush draw a lot.
5 of spades on the turn. Anderson checks a second time. Crowd building on one of the adjacent tables. Looks like there's an all-in there. Vamplu betting again. Looks like around 50,000. Make that 52. Anderson shoves.
All in.
Enough to put Vamplu all in. He calls!
That escalated quickly.
They won't play the hand out yet.
Okay, main event has 2 tables with all in and call at the moment. We'll start with table 17.
And the reason we start with this table is because Taylor Poor has fewer chips than David Vamplu. He's all in with King Queen. Alexei Kovalchuk has called him with Ace Jack. So Poor at risk and behind. Needs some help on the turn or river.
Jack changes nothing. The entire room needs to dodge 6 outs.
Poor looking for a king or a queen. It's a 6. He is the bubble boy.
We have 80 players remaining. Congratulations, players. You have made the money.
So whatever happens in the Vamplu Anderson hand, the bubble has burst.
Miguel Sierra Di Pentima made it now with as many chips as he has words in his name.
Moving over to our second all-in table.
The cards now go on their backs. Vamplu flop top pair, Anderson turned a straight, and Vamplu is drawing to a chop.
Anderson peeled one with a gutter ball, and he got there. Gross.
Vamplu looking for a 3, but it's a deuce. He is out. Vamplu and Poor actually went out on the same hand, which means Chad Brown, who busted an 82nd, is officially the bubble boy. Vamplu and Poor will chop 80th place prize money of 16,000. That's 8,000 euros apiece. Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, second level of day 3 of the main event, about to get underway here at Kings Casino at the Hilton Prague. James Hartigan with Sam Grafton.
Amazing to see this footage of Prague. I can say to people that haven't been here, that Prague actually looks like that, because it looks like a CGI fantasy city where you do that amazing craning helicopter shot. Really such a beautiful, beautiful city by the...
And look at this, 3 players, Sam, now with more than $1 million, and it is Parker Talbot, it is Tonka who's in the #1 position right now, 1.17 million. We will check in on Tonka later in the day. I don't think he's going anywhere soon.
Yes, even Parker we can rely on to be around with that huge stack. I can confirm he's been moaning a lot about how he's never won a live tournament. He put in a good shift of talking about how he deserves it. So maybe the poker gods will answer here at EPT Prague.
So Tonka going strong in the catbird seat. I understand that Mustard Ramon is also still in the field repping the red spade. And I'm sure both those guys, along with the entire roster, will be going to the Bahamas because the PCA is back, ladies and gentlemen, after a 4-year hiatus. 2 2 weeks of Poker in Paradise begin on the 22nd of Jan. Our coverage of the PCA main event starts on the 25th of Jan, and we're going to segue straight into the PSPC. All 5 days of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Simple mathematics tells you 5 + 5 = 10. That's a 10-day live stream from the Bahama Resort in Nassau. Very excited, Sam. What a great way to start the year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not only the PSPC, the PCA main, it's almost like a double bill of main events out there.
I kind of feel bad that the PCA main acts as the kind of warm-up for the PSPC, but it's kind of the right way round this time, because last time when we went from the PSPC into the PCA, it's been like, whereas now the momentum builds.
Yeah, PCA obviously a great heritage of winners and you know, $1 million payouts, iconic winners as well.
So these are the players who we still have at the feature table. It was our first feature table of the day for the first level, and it will be our feature table for the second level of the day, which is the 4-8 blind level. Connor Beresford did a good job of building his stack, playing more than 100 big blinds right now. No super short stacks, but Kalkan and Watson have to tread slightly carefully. 93 players remaining right now. We're not playing to a specific number today. We're playing 6 full levels. There will be a dinner break after the 4th level of the day. So we are going to be playing till just after midnight tonight, another 12-hour day.
Yeah, it's a deluxe structure when we switch to these 90-minute levels. You know, we really, when you're crowned an EPT champion, it's really earned. You know, it's a very, very slow and steady structure. Lots and lots of play all the way up to a champion. And, you know, we started the day by pointing out the headliners.
Yes.
Mike Watson with, you know, decade and a half of poker experience, 2 online phenoms in Darwin, and one Connor B1. And obviously our boy Kalkan made himself a bit of a fan favorite, certainly here in the commentary booth, with a bit of chat and some nice poker play as well. So really nice, rounded feature table.
So Mike Watson has opened in late position with ace-3 of diamonds. Action is on. Dominic Dessette on the button, who has jack-9 of diamonds.
Yeah, and I think we're sort of mixing between 3-bet and flat here. Gonna just call in position. It's only a hand that you pretty much always want to VPIP on the button in some form or another. Again, just depending on who's in the blinds behind you and who's opening and off what stack. And Connor with the ace-10 off, gonna come along as well. You know, exactly for, you know, when you see Watson's ace-3, this is why sort of flat, keep Insonworth's aces, bit of deception to your hand.
King 10-8.
Yeah, and a lot of interaction. Obviously, jack-9 with the open-ended straight draw. A board that's pretty favorable for Watson's range, but ace-3 with no backdoor, you know, it also hits the buttons range, and for that reason, doesn't continuation bet. And now Dissect needs to decide whether he wants to check back in position and realize equity, or start to try and bluff out some hands.
That ace on the turn could prove costly for Sir Watts.
Check.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor.
Yeah, of course, Queen Jack coming in, which is a hand everyone's going to have. The monotone nature of the board, or not monotone, sorry, because it's two-tone, but the flush coming in, of course. No, something like the Connor in the big blind has all the 4-5 suited, 6-7 suited. It's just going to dampen the aggression here. And again, this Jack-9 plummets in value somewhat. It might feel like he wants to start firing. Just can get, you know, we could just imagine Connor having 6-7 of hearts and so Watts having, you know, pocket 4s or such like. Just sometimes you just get it done here. Connor with 2 pair, not going to be folding.
Call.
Throws in a single 25k chip, making the call.
Can the ace ever be good here? Look at this. So clean from Mike Watson. Doesn't put in a single chip with the worst hand.
And that is a straight on the river for Duthie. 4 spades on board, though.
Yeah, and Duthie will presumably just show this down, gratified to get there and outdraw all the pairs. Worked out well for Duthie in the end. A not insignificant pot. Going multi-way, these pots get pretty big quite quickly, even with the relatively small bet size. Be pleased to scoop it in.
So still playing 7-handed on the main stage right now. There is a vacant seat. A player could get balanced, could get moved to the feature table at some point.
Yeah, and depending on who we get, will they be a coffee drinker and join Sir Watts in the coffee drinking half of the table, or will they get a star of Brahman and align themselves with Connor and Darwin? It's the big question. As you arrive at the feature table, you know, you should get a tray offered to you. You know, blue pill or red pill. Which will it be? A macchiato latte or a star of Brahman from the bottle?
Right, 16.
Would it be greedy to ask for both?
Yeah, an Irish coffee, perhaps.
9 both.
So Mike Watson back in action, opening under the gun +1 with ace-4 suited. Conor Beresford folds the small blind. See Darwin, Simon Matson in the big blind. Oh. I love it when people come in and ask any big names still in, and we've got like at least 3 on the table.
Yes, yes. I mean, seeing the live arena, Matson and Connor, not quite as big, but you know, both players been world #1 in the Pocket 5 rankings. You know, and Darwin, you know, along with perhaps a couple of other people, Lena, Mormon, a few others, you know, one of the absolute biggest names in online poker history, one of the most successful players.
And of course, Sir Watts.
Yeah, who's done it all.
A former PCA main event champion.
Yeah, absolutely, you forget about that, but yes, indeed.
Bet 27,000.
Yeah, beat Tony Gregg heads up, was it?
I believe you're right.
Yeah.
Tony Gregg finishing second for the second time, or certainly kind of like top 3 for the second time in the PCA main.
Yeah, Toby Lewis at that final table as well. I remember watching it from Prague, actually. I was living here at that time.
Oh, fun facts. Now, I know that not everyone is willing to hashtag embrace the squeak, and we're doing whatever we can to stop those chairs from torturing everyone mentally. This is Mitch. He has a single job. His job is to put those plastic caps with felt bottoms on the chairs. And if Mitch fails in his job, he is punished financially. If a chair squeaks, if it loses its footing...
It's like Squid Game. We push him off the stage into a...
No, we're not that harsh. We just halve his pay. Okay. So for every squeak, his salary reduces by 50%.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like Zeno's paradox. It never goes to 0, because that would be unreasonable. It just goes lower and lower and lower.
Ace-King versus Pocket 5s.
Yeah, and this is quite optional with the 5s. Seems, yeah, and you know, we get a little bit of a sense of Mattila opening the 8 deuce off on the button, now flattening the 5s under the gun. This is just someone that really has come to play, and that's a delightful outcome for the feature table. Someone that's going to be in the mix. Matson now with the 6s, just going to balance the timings and flick it in as well. And Calcan, I think King Deuce suited going to be more than good enough to step into the arena. And we have 72K out there already.
Nice. 4 players going to the flop. Which is ace, 9, 8. So far, so good for Mike Watson.
Yeah. Nice flop for the ace-king. Of course, the 9-8 interaction will hit players somewhat. 9s and 8s, you know, I mean, we see Matilda with 5s. Some people would fold this and be more, you know, the flatting range would be a bit more built around 9s, 8s, 10s and the like. So not completely clean, but yeah. And so what's not wanting to give the under the gun one a chance to check back and another card come off will just start betting immediately for protection. Matilda taking advantage of the shot clock here. It would seem that you would want to just fold the 5s here. But
10.
Getting just a sense of where his opponent is at. Yeah, we'll let it go. And nice outcome for Mike Watson. Yeah, just one of the few that's left from that sort of genius school of, you know, I don't quite know how the crew exactly worked, but, you know, from the Mike McDonald era, JC Alvarado,
yes.
like, you know, people who were playing very big. I mean, obviously played right back in the day. And, you know, has sort of not always played. There was, I feel like a couple of years where he wasn't on at every stop, but has always played top-level poker and been it there or thereabouts. WPT title, PCA title, high roller titles, won the 50K, maybe in Barcelona this year, was it? For a big score.
Came across Mike Watson very early on. I want to say like 2006, 2007, when he was part of Team Canada at the World Cup of Poker.
Well, there you go. International, capped international of Team Canada. Wow. Well, who else was on this team? Pascal Lafrancois? No, who was probably like some.
I'm trying to remember.
Suharto, yeah?
I'm trying to remember how the team was constructed. And there was always like a celebrity ambassador, right? So a member of Team Pro. So one year it would be like Isabelle Mercier and Negreanu for various years. But then there were like free rolls to qualify people. So you had some like real newcomers to the game, but it would always be whoever was topping the tournament leaderboard in your country who would also be on the team. So I imagine that's how Sir Watts got his seat.
Wow. Yeah, wow.
And it's funny, again, when we did those retro streams in 2020 during lockdown, we revisited those old World Cup of Poker TV shows. And at the time, I thought, this is so naff. But looking at it now, it's like, this was amazing. It's not just the kind of international mix, but the different mix of player types. It's like, we need to bring back this format. Yeah. We need to have this again.
Yeah, and you got to sort of chat with your rail and sort of debate things, right?
Yes.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. There we see the beautiful trophy that you get to hoist.
Nine, pass.
Kun's been a little quiet for a while, and now will come in for an open with the 5-4 suited.
5, pass.
Get situated at the bad end of a kind of, what do they call it? Killer's row or something, you know, like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely not a great seat draw for Kunz. And so what's with ace-jack off? Go either way here between flat and 3-bet. 3-bet is kind of nice to lower the SBR.
The reason why I feel particularly sorry for Kunz is this is table 1. So this table will not break today.
Yes.
You are stuck in that seat for as long as you are still in this tournament.
Yeah, and you see, so what's his confidence? You know, like raising the Jack-10 suited versus the limp. Well, I think a lot of people would check. Unafraid, despite the fact that Kunz is perhaps going to be on the snugger side to just take the aggressive action with ace-jack off. Obviously, nice to just knock out such a live hand. I mean,
what did you drink in the break? Tea. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's the lemon. Lemon really gets me going.
The Mad Dog. Very dry. Yeah.
I should try tea. Okay.
Yeah. And it must be amazing to have that sort of level of experience, you know, to have played all these years. See, you know, being deep in tournaments or being on the feature table can be a little discombobulating sometimes, but not going to be the case for Sir Watts.
4 pass.
We've got to educate Matson a little bit on the whole card. Let's get the online guy. We'll allow him. But maybe he hasn't even looked at the other one. Ah, there we go. Straight on it.
I think we may have a dead card in the deck, so I think we may need to do a deck change after this hand.
1 chip, yeah.
Computers can go wrong.
Yeah, and as set, it's not super exciting, but just the price, the pot odds will go to a flop with the Jack-8 off. Seems pretty standard.
Okay.
Per Maxi asks, what is a dead card in the deck? So just to explain, we use RFID technology. There are encrypted chips in the cards which enable the graphic system to read what the cards are. Sometimes those chips break, and that means that they can't be scanned, and we've got no idea knowing what they are. But the good news is we just get a new deck in, all which have been pre-assigned, all of which have been pre-coded, and then we're back to the way things should be. Decks of cards, by the way, not cheap. So when players do kind of really bend them and break those chips, it's really hitting our bottom line.
We just deduct it from their stars balance.
New round?
You should just do it $5.
Up for it.
Ready?
We just whipped $5 out of Simon's. He's not going to notice.
Somebody else joined?
When I said the decks of cards are expensive, $5 ain't going to cut it.
Oh, okay. Actually, one of the treats of playing in Brazil, I got to play with Mr. Kopag, the man who owns the Kopag cards. I mean, I believe we don't actually use Kopag, but certainly a very, very popular brand. I was like, what an incredible company to be part of. Here we see the chip counts. Calcan at the bottom, better spread at the top.
Still working.
Apocalypse with a follow-up question. How many decks of cards are used in an EPT main event, roughly? Bear in mind that we will change the deck at least every level, if not more than that. These are custom decks as well, which are all custom-coded by us. These aren't off-the-deck shelves of RFID cards. So they have to be manually assigned into our secure graphic system.
Well, it's like a lot and stinks, basically, isn't it? How many decks of cards used in EPT Prague? It's a lot, for sure.
Raise 17,000.
Early position raise from Simon Matson.
Yeah, and again, I almost think like all three options viable there with the king queen.
7 pass.
3-bet, flat or fold.
Pass.
Fold isn't unreasonable.
9 pass.
But Kunz with very nice holding in the big blind. Just going to take his time. I wonder if he's thinking about doing something creative. You can imagine that Versa early position open. This is just a hand we're going to just call and go to a flop.
Kieran on YouTube asking about Ian Drake, the Irish car dealer from the Isle of Man. And Ian, sadly, is no longer in this EPT main event, busted last night.
Check.
Wow, is this a service we offer in the commentary booth? You're just allowed to ask how your mate's doing? Love that from you, Harkin. You're normally so harsh with the chat. That's very charitable. No sarky comment, just, no, sorry, Ian's not in anymore. Feel free to pop your questions in. Soft and gentle James Hartigan.
I always answer legitimate questions with an accurate answer.
Yes. Yeah, and it's frustrating having such a nice holding. Pre-flop, I guess, with the 7, you know, the ace-3, the ace-4, maybe an ace-10, with just a bit more likelihood to have 2 overs, the 7s and 8s. Ace-7, I guess we might want to give it up.
I've got a great bit of information about this guy, Sam, courtesy of StatTrick. He used to be a goalkeeper for an amateur German football team near Leipzig.
Wow. Doing the Google research, but feels like the price is too good. Will continue. Oh, raises. Wow. And bit unexpected here. Did not see this coming. Just taking a cuspy hand and check raising. This is not how I would approach it, but there are, of course, I think Simon would give this a lot of credit. King, Queen, not going anywhere, though. You know, and this pot, is he thinking of following through here? This is really interesting to see. You can see sort of firing into oblivion. 55,000. A little bit of an odd sizing, because in general, when you check raise at early position open, you should sort of have a set or 2 pair or an incredibly strong draw here. And
has this guy done anything for Maatsen to suspect that he could be out of line here, though? I mean...
No, but I think Simon also might feel like it's a draw, trying to set his own price. I think Simon's not just balancing, he's considering exactly how to proceed. Does just call, and Kunz is going to need an ace, which will be an insanely deceptive river card. This pot got very big, by the way. 226 out there.
I mean,
Maatsen with 160k behind.
You can't imagine that 9's changed anything. I guess 7-8 for the straight draw got there, but...
And that is...
he's just given him the keys to the Lambo.
Yeah, that is a surrender, basically. Simon wondering whether this is either just... Can he get value? Has he hit a 9 with 8-9 of clubs or ace-9 of clubs or something like this? Can he get value? King-Queen, when you get this check, is nearly always the best hand, but are you just facing... Yeah, I mean, Simon, I think I would check behind, but Simon considering going for value here. Weird hand. Could it be Queen Jack and he can get hero call? Should he just pick a very small size to try and get some value?
We will have a draw again feature, which means we will allow to draw another.
We know, well, we presume Kunz is going to just fold, so any size
when you
wouldn't
come
work.
to drawing Mystery Bounty, you must bring your tournament tickets. That's the ticket that's in front of you in the plastic pouch.
and goes for the value shove.
Love it. Leaving himself one chip behind. The virtual all-in from Simon Matson. Toby, I'm trying to call the action here. Can you be done with the mystery bounty stuff already?
Yeah, and Kunz one imagines a bit of Hollywood. Of course, who knows? You could be ahead of King 10 of clubs, but quite. Wow. I don't want to rule anything out here. This has been such an unorthodox hand. You would imagine that this is just a sort of bit of face-saving Hollywood, but yeah, maybe he just doesn't expect a queen to jam.
10.
But is he just kind of wishing he could take? Ow! I mean, I don't. What on earth? This would be a miraculous hero call. Imagine Simon was sitting there with King Jack of clubs, and we would be giving him Kunz a lot of credit for even thinking through the problem. So we can see, I think it's just not, we just have a 9 sometimes, or a 6 with 6-4 of clubs, I guess would be better. I don't know. I don't.
See, this is the problem. You check to a tough shark on the river, and you get put in a horrible spot like this, where you're considering heroing with ace high.
Weird hand. And we see how good Simon's value bet here is. Because I might have elected to just check back, the pot's big enough, and he's got his opponent in a twist here, thinking with ace-7 high. This hand really went off the reservation. Could have just been C-bet and fold.
You say off the reservation, I say off the rails.
And he's sort of focused in on the fact that Simon's kept one chip behind, that maybe this means it's more likely a bluff. This is, I mean, Kunz trying to make himself a superstar, basically. An above-the-rim, all-time Davide Katai style ace-high call.
Oh, Kunz, I tell you what, that Lambo is well out of the parking lot at this point.
I mean, he's going deep in the tank here.
I mean, he's not going to have any time bank cards left by the end of this hand.
Simon Matson, see Darwin's reputation playing tricks with his opponents here. I mean, I guess, wow. I mean, I guess Simon doesn't bluff with anything better than this. Maybe, would he shove just ace-10 of clubs? Guess maybe he would three-bet the flop or shove the turn with that. I mean, could Simon just have Jack-10 of clubs? Could he just have... he folds. He makes the right fold. I mean...
Finally.
No, you...
What?
Table show.
What a strange hand.
Anyway.
Come on.
Did anyone else hear the squeak there? That's cut it in half again. Yeah.
Can I have one more game,
If he makes £5 a day, I don't care.
Live poker, ladies and gentlemen, gets so sort of, I wouldn't say exactly personal, but people get so attached to sort of hands and dynamics and metagame and reputational issues. So unexpected the way that hand plays out. And whether it's his reputation or his demeanor, Simon Matson winning a much bigger pot than perhaps the two hands
I took water.
Should have led to.
I think he took water.
Water and beer for me.
Oh, you wanted a beer?
Beer and water.
Okay.
Boy, he's getting it around. Colin Beresford's largesse extending to beers, to a round for the table, as you'd expect of any bridge.
Right, 16 pounds.
Cut it again.
7 pounds.
50%.
9 pounds.
Let's see our boy Kalkin. And yeah, now Kunz, I think if that other hand hadn't gone down, might have elected to flat the ace-deuce suited or do something with it there. just taking a moment to cool down. And Connor with the very juicy 7-6 suited.
Afternoons in my life, but I've never considered cognac as like a,
Yeah?
you know,
I like
time drink.
I like cognac. I don't drink whiskey. I don't like the taste. Well, I don't drink beer.
What?
I don't like the taste of the beer.
A flop.
Check.
I think it was like 28 years. I didn't drink any beer, but
And with such robust equity, I mean, of course, 50-50 in actuality. Such a strong draw. We might expect Connor to start going after this pot.
Okay.
And yeah, right. Yes, something like that. I had to drink. I drink one, but in the morning I thought that there could
How much
be
you
some
play behind?
wine or something, but no, only that one. But
lots and lots. Spanish beer is not great. So.
no. Yeah, but that was not tasting so much beer.
Yeah.
But only one. I really don't.
Probably a lot of sugar.
If I drink beer, I can roll over. I would be so big ill. No.
Yeah, I love beer, but I can't drink more than one or two, or I start to feel kind of bad at this point.
Down to 91 players now. One of the recent casualties being Mustard Ramon.
Yeah, not, you know, get tired. Yeah, not feel good.
Yeah, and so what's
Raise 18,000.
doubled his stack nearly across the course of the day. This will be one of the worst hands he opens. Gets better and better the shorter the stacks, and we'll just pick up the blinds.
"30 minutes into this level, still an hour on the clock until the next scheduled break.
Looks like this trophy's set up for someone to come on stage and do magic. Just like make the trophy disappear. Or levitate it, perhaps.
Can tell you that Ramon Callias was eliminated by Jerry O'Dean. Damn you, Jerry. Was hoping to follow Ramon. Another deep run towards a final table.
I mean, the guy just cashes every EPT. He's just, it's like we have a little chat of like the ambassadors and style pros. And it's just always like, you know, 2 people made it through with like 70,000, 80,000. And Ramon always has like 430,000 after day one in absolutely amasses stacks like nobody else.
That's right, Dean. Mustard Ramon is a thing of the past. I doubt he will wear that outfit again, so that was a Prague exclusive.
Fashion will never be the same. And Simon may think about raising here into a slightly less experienced player. Just limps, just limps.
Cards in the hole.
And
Really?
Calcan having
it. It's not necessary anymore.
He's having a good time. Having a good time.
You have to be there all the time?
How much did Calcan have? Oh, just.
They have to be there
He has-
at least once while you're in the hand.
Ah, he only has 10 bigs, right? So that makes sense. I think 10-3 gets raised at maybe a deeper stack depth. And so just a very good board for Simon's range. Has the high cards more than the big blind. Got the backdoor hearts working.
Do you know when we got new content?
That's 8,000.
Obviously,
Probably on the next day, but
for Calcan's actual hand, second pair and the jack of spades.
it's really not that much.
A nice
event, so
flop.
Maybe
They said the second set.
yeah.
And I really think I just took 3 in the last thing. One regular.
Brick.
And I always
Turn.
Like,
I wasn't looking at that.
And now it's actually quite bad to have hearts in hand. You kind of want your opponent to have the backdoor flush, which is where a lot of the immediate turn folds are coming from. But Simon, Simon checks. It's really also impressive, I think, to be this controlled. Sometimes you can just try and run over less experienced players, something I've been sometimes guilty of. Matson is controlled and just checks over to Kalkan, who's thinking about whether he can protect his hand or not. Checks back.
And now has jacks and fives.
Yeah. Simon not going to feel like 10-3 shows down for much. But if you're going to bluff, yeah, doesn't do it. Doesn't do it. Wants a spade in hand to bluff. And again, just very controlled approach. Kalkan going to be able to go for value here. Really delightful river here. Oh, checks back.
I think it's also, but I was not really sure.
Kalkan wins the pot. So, Samson Lautenheiser writes on YouTube, wouldn't want to put the pressure of saying my name right on anyone. Samson Lautenheiser. Okay. And several people on Twitch asking for news on Tonka. Parker Talbot has just won a couple of pots in the field and is now playing around 1.4 million. Still seems to have the chip lead with 91 players remaining. However, here's the caveat, guys, because I know you're very excited about Tonka making this deep run. We are going to change the feature table at the end of this level in around an hour's time, but Tonka is on a high number table, table 9. It is one of the next to break, so we're not going to be able to have him at the feature table just yet. It's a long day. We're not even halfway there yet. Wow. There will be time to put Tonka on the stage, to shine the spotlight on that glorious ginger beard.
James Hark, it's such a tease. He just keeps you on edge, keeps just reeling him in. Eventually, you'll get the Tonka action you deserve as much valued viewers. And Conor Beresford stepping out a little here. 9-5 of diamonds. A lot of players, I think, would muck this hand into this lineup. But a lot of confidence.
Start behind with like 320.
The big stack.
More like 3. Yeah.
Check.
Peter Bork says, I know James was only joking when he faux shouted at Toby, but how about some words of praise for the best TD on the planet? For my money, one of the great unsung heroes in the poker world. We always say nice things about Toby Stone, especially when he settles arguments with the audience about big blind bloomin' antes.
I think it's his real name, Toby Stone. It can't be, right? It's like those actors. His name, he got rid of his real name, and it's like to sound cool. Ah, yes, it makes sense. Makes sense. It's a long, unpronounceable name. And so what's not going anywhere, of course, here with the flush draw? Do we want to check raise this hand and clear out some dominating hands, or do we just play it a little more passively and just elects and does elect to check raise? Yeah. See you later, Connor. There we see it. Just in case you were wondering what you're watching, in case you were wondering what year it is, it's 2022, folks, and we're in Prague.
And important to clarify that this is the EPT 2022 edition of Prague. Strictly speaking, the one that ran in March was the 2021 edition, which got delayed by 3 months because of you know what.
But by the way, I'm loving this bit of shaky camera work. Do you think we should speak to the producer, we could get it a bit more like Succession. Every time Connor does a funny face or gets checkmates, we do a little swerve or whatever to put an emphasis on it. No, enough of this professional, you know, steady cam work. Let's get a bit of a, you know, or we make it like, what's the director of United 93 and
Paul Greengrass?
Yeah, we get it like all like wobbly. When someone check raises illegitimately, it starts wobbling all over the place.
Back in my day, we used to describe that camera work as Godardian.
Wow, can you imagine how insufferable film student James Hartigan was? Oh, my day. Imagine just being stuck next to him at a party and hearing his take on Le Chinois.
I was no more insufferable than I am now.
R.I.P. to a legend as well, by the way.
Did you get your sixth one? Did you get your sixth one?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, then I have
Maybe
to check
seven.
one time.
7.
Wow,
Okay, then
and Kalkan a little bit frozen up. I quite like the Queen Jack check before, but here on 10-6-3, I think we want to just bet our hand. What is this from Attila? Leading the ace. Very unorthodox from the big blind. Quarter pot. Again, his hand getting a little bit strange. He is, of course, the 81% equity. And very weird river. Mattila will check, and Kalkan will feel like he just beats 7-8 or 9-8.
Check, sure.
Being high. High.
Wow. Frustrating outcome for top boy Kalkan. And yeah, a wry smile. Sometimes you wish you had a take back on a certain hand. It's not quite sure how he's let his opponent win with king high. But perhaps a little bit of credit to Jussi. Picked up on something.
Oh, man.
As the field ticks down to 89.
On the river, and I get a guaranteed double up.
Yeah. I thought that you would have a gut shot or flush.
Oh. The gut shot is your king. The perfect river.
Come on, Connor. Suited king. We've opened 9-5 suited. We can't vote king 5 suited, can we now, mate?
Couple of bottles of Star of Brahman inside him. Look at him go.
6-5. 7-5. 8-5.
She's very pretty, isn't she?
That's it. Gets through.
I saw her yesterday, not for this.
You see, don't be a creep.
Nope, I didn't comment anything.
Mike Watson is doing his absolute best just to ignore this and not engage. And I credit him for that.
I missed it, so I'm just going to pass over it.
And 39.
Yeah, and we just see how Connor accumulates. Obviously, Jack 10 suited, a hand even Joe Stapleton would open under the gun fearlessly. But no, when I see these players sort of top of the chip stacks, going deep continually, you sort of think, how can they do it? Is it just run good? Connor, so confident in his abilities to navigate posts and so confident in his strategy. Feels like he can open just a couple of pips wider, 1 pip wider in certain spots, in certain lineups to accumulate. And now to set with ace-10 of clubs, we'll want to V-pip in some manner.
You have to be gentle.
Oh.
I'm worried about Bernie. Our shot clock on the feature table is malfunctioning. As you know, it is powered by Bernie the Lizard. And if it's not functioning properly, that means something might have happened to Bernie. Do we have a vet on standby?
And a lot going on here.
Check.
second pair for Dissett, top pair for Kunz, second pair for Connor. Backdoor flushes working as well.
Maybe you.
I think Connor board is going to be aware, basically, that this board hits Dissett pretty hard, and for that reason checks back. That's an exciting turn card, because Dissett going to feel like he has the best hand pretty often. Might elect to bet it, doesn't, checks, and now Kunz going to put in some money with the top pair and the flush draw.
Bet 22,000.
Connor, we know, not going anywhere. And we can see that spades would be disastrous for our table chip leader.
Calls the 22,000.
Yeah, and Dissett's discipline in not betting the turn might allow him to escape. There is very few occasions where his hand is good. This is not one of them, of course, but, you know, the hands he's up against when he is ahead of so ace jacks, king jacks, flush draws and overcards, very little visibility, is getting a great price. And calls as well, and this pot has swelled on the turn to 122k. Big river card incoming.
It's the 5 of hearts.
Yes, and with everyone having a pair and people kind of fearful of hearts coming in, one would imagine.
It's so smart, get her a new clock.
Might be.
No, I need a new.
Can Connor Beresford do something above the rim? No, he can't. Don't want to have a jack, don't want to have spades when you bluff. Don't want to have a pair, of course. So, Queen 8. And a nice spot pot for Kunz, who stepped out of line somewhat, let's say, against Simon Matson.
So we are going to need to sort out this shot clock issue. We're halfway through this level of play. A chance to tell you guys that the full schedule for the new EPT season was recently announced. All 5 stops for 2023 are out there in the public domain. The tour kicking off in Paris in February. We're going to Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus, and then back to Prague in December next year. All the details at PokerStarsLive.com. Sam, obviously the standouts there are the 2 new stops, right? I know you've been to that resort in Cyprus. You had a big score there back in September, and Paris kicking off the tour.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Paris is just going to be wonderful to play poker there. A lot of love for the game in France. And, you know, I think a completely new stop. So that's very, very exciting. Coming straight after the PCA. And Cyprus becoming a fixture for poker fans. Cash games, swimming pools, and big old tournaments, you know?
Also worth highlighting that we have got our mini EPT Prague series running during these 5 days of live streams. And the next game, the first tournament of today, is just starting now. Late registration will be open for a while. There are 3 MTTs per day, starting at 3:15 p.m., 6:15 p.m. and 8:15 p.m. Central European time. So the first tournament of the day starting now, and we put EPT Paris satellite tickets into the prize pool. We add them to the prize pool of every single tournament.
We should just send down a member of Team Pro, maybe Ramon, or maybe we say Joe Stapleton down, and instead of a shot clock, we just have him standing, he counts you down, you know, 10 to 1.
Joe, you are a man of many talents, but how competent are you at counting backwards?
I'm reasonably
Oh my
good
God,
at
Joe's
counting.
here.
Hello.
I didn't realize, I didn't notice him here.
They beamed me in. I can count backwards probably, I don't know about from 30, but can we do 25? And then I'll just count backwards for 5 after that.
Why would you not just start at 30?
I don't know if I can go.
Well, that's the thing. You see, he's not capable.
Why can't I count up from the bottom? That I can do. I could go all day probably.
That's not how a countdown clock works.
Count up. It's the same. You have till 30.
NASA don't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go.
Yeah,
do
but they would if they would have to if I was the one doing it.
NASA, the inventors of the shot clock, that's actually was the inspiration for the tournament shot clock. Toby Stone went to NASA to search for ideas.
Clearly the same technology.
Yeah, verbally abused.
So
accurate.
We were just talking about Paris. Those are the main event dates, and should highlight, if you don't manage to qualify, if you can't make it there, you will be able to watch it, because we will have live cards up coverage of the first EPT of 2023 on Twitch and YouTube. Have we managed to sort out Bernie the Lizard? Have we managed to show some lizard love and get this darn thing functioning?
Wow, we're calling in the big
More people.
Yeah.
Did Mitch come to Bernie's rescue?
Here we go. We're back up and running.
Okay, I'm willing to give Mitch 2 mulligans. The next 2 squeaks, he doesn't lose any pay.
You know what I just heard is they just put a sack over Bernie's head and carried him out of here because he's trying to unionize. They're out back beating him with batons. You cannot unionize the shot clock.
No. Yeah, they're bringing in scabs from the WPT.
Salamanders.
And yeah, this is a bit of a precarious hand. Hard to play off a short stack. Do we want to just jam? Can we just raise?
I don't want to lose Kalkin. He's been very...
Yeah, I think this is a nice fold. It's an unfortunate situation. One spot later, we just rifle it in. I think that's the way it goes. Maybe you want to shove on a tough table and just take every microscopic edge. Hello, new player to the table. That's Hargan's responsibility, right? He tells us his bio, his nationality.
Especially because it's a Finnish guy.
Sometimes he's the only person that can pronounce correctly the surname as well.
This is Henry Uutilainen.
Yeah, that's the correct pronunciation. Right off
Some
the bat.
pauses in it, but I think I got the basic pieces of it.
Were you doing my Martin?
Uutilainen. Utilina. I thought you said
is that when there's a straight, there's a utilina?
Utilina.
Here we go.
Barrett Kings for Watson. I was always thinking that whoever it is that has to bring the shot clocks through airport security, can you imagine if they opened up your bag and there was one of those in there? It's just a countdown from 30. It's wires sticking out of it.
It's funny, yeah.
6 on the turn. The pair for Beresford. Don't say Beresford. Not yet. Save it. Tureel. Why is everyone writing Tureel? Is that his online name? Henry Uutilainen.
Connor. Yeah, Connor just aware he's in a hand with a very, very strong player, and so ready.
72,000.
Wow, well, we were wide.
72,000. Wow. Is that even legal?
I didn't think he would go after it like this. This is really interesting from Connor. This is not something I would have thought to have done, but blocking the 2 pair, I guess, the 2 combos of ace-6 suited, I don't know. Blocking the
Sorry, say what you just said again, but slower.
I mean, I just don't know. He knows that Swats has jacks, 10s, queens, and just gets it done. Yeah, well, you know, in spots where you run a big bluff, it's important to have outs, like trip outs or something like this. And it's important to block a turned 2 player, like when you're barreling in position. I don't know.
Explain the blocker part to me again.
Well, so Watts checks back some aces, right?
Okay.
And if he checks back ace-6, he's never going to fold.
Yes.
Or if he checked back king-6,
okay,
he's
so
never going to fold.
because you have a 6, it's unlikely that he has king-6 or ace-6.
Yeah, well,
you're blocking that 2 pair.
Yeah, well, there's only suited king-6 as well. So if the 3 suits of the king, I mean, it's just a very small thing. It also just gives you, if you're up against ace-5, you can just hit a 6 as well. So you want some outs against ace-5, and so the 6 is enough, and Connor just blasts and gets Watts to fold one of the stronger hands in his range, right? Really, I mean, it's just not a spot people take to attack that board.
No, it sure isn't.
And really, really nice from Connor. Not what I would have done. Certainly not with a queen in my hand when one of the hands you're trying to get to fold is queens.
I was checking the TDA rules to see if that was even allowed.
Sure.
But apparently there's nothing in there about that.
He's just an animal.
Woo-hoo, speaking of the Lady Kings, Beresford with the QQ.
Yeah.
Where one goes, we all go, Sam. Q here.
Sometimes you're too much, too sophisticated. Because also, I'm always like, is this a sci-fi reference or is this something I should know?
It's just a QAnon reference, no big deal.
Oh, okay.
Oh. And a suited ace for Simon Matson.
I mean, he would rescue Sir Watts here if he were to power it in. Doesn't do it. Just has a little think and relinquishes.
Now, is Watson at all going to take this personally and
no, he's not.
Think I'm being picked on by Connor Beresford?
I feel like that's not.
It's
in
not
Sir
a thing.
Watts is Arsenal. No, definitely not with his years of experience. It's just a situation of like what pairs want to shove, what pairs want to call. We're at 38 bigs or something like
He's
this.
not thinking, this guy again.
Yes, no. I mean, he might have some sort of sense, having played Connor for many years.
Sure,
of his frequency is out of line, or his frequency is, or that Connor doesn't take this spot very often. He's going to be comfortable flatting the small blind. But yeah, in general, it's just a standard. We take pocket eights and we go see a flop.
That is quite a dangerous flop for Sir Watts.
Yes, indeed it is. 150K in there. You'll notice 258K back. Really nice board for the queens because in general, Sir Watts doesn't open threes, fours, and if he does, they tend to shove rather than flat or fold, perhaps. He's just very, very good board for the queens, apart from, of course, the ace interaction giving his opponent a few more outs.
Ooh, 50K.
And goes for third. And it's tricky now for Sir Watts. If he were to call, the pot would be 300K with 200K behind. If you're going to felt this hand on a 10 and a 9 anyway, could be good to just put it in now. And it's just, this is just turning into a bad situation against a very capable opponent. And he will just call. He doesn't fold out ace-king anyway.
Third card is a 6. I was just about to say, Sam, how silly would the 6-7 run out be here?
Well, I mean, it just gives you additional equity as well because now 8s is a little bit better than 10s because when you're up against aces, you have extra outs.
Do you think that equity could be equated to hope and that hope can be a dangerous thing in this case?
So what's with too much hope on this turn?
Too much hope, yeah. Way too much hope. You'd rather have no hope here and just get out of the way.
Yeah, and I wonder whether Sir Watts just puts it in now. What does a top class player do with the 8s? Maybe a small bet in position.
I like the sound of that.
You know, do you just want to
I'm
fold
always
out?
tickled when I'm like, I think maybe you could bet here, and then they bet. That makes me happy.
Yeah, and goes for 50K, just targeting a king jack or something of this nature.
Okay.
And Connor, each player, each hand, each situation could just check raise all in. I think if you had aces, you might want to call. Connor may just put it in here. You notice he can just be dead to 7s, by the way.
Right.
But there's so much out there.
I mean, it's just 50K. All right, we're going to the river, 350,000, and that river is the queen. Still dead to 7s.
Yeah.
But now beating the off chance there's 6s or 5s are out there.
Absolutely. And I believe we should check here, but Connor might just... Yeah, plays in flow. We'll get to what. I think Mike will check behind and preserve this 158K now. Somehow managed to not get stacked in this hand.
That's what the best do, right?
Well,
nuance.
Can you turn this into a bluff? Shh. Can you turn this hand into a bluff and try and get tens or jacks to fold?
What about queens?
No.
There
you go.
Check, check.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the way this hand goes down, I guess. The fact that Sawat's had any chips left on the river is, you know...
a testament.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of people just, and myself included sometimes, just sort of spew all in on the turn. Right, I want this hand to be over.
Outs.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
let's just get it done. I
Right.
don't want to see a bad river card.
Absolutely.
And it wouldn't have worked, I don't believe. Conrad wouldn't have folded.
I resemble that remark.
So, you know, again, you just see the way these hands play out between top-class opposition.
Just want to address something from Greenleaf Total War on Twitch, who asks, hey, Stapes, is there a free roll on PokerStars today? No. No free rolls, but
Nothing
there
is free.
No, because we're still adding value to these tournaments now. Very cheap tournaments, mini EPT going on all week. One just started about 15 minutes ago. Buy-ins starting at just $1.10. The mini main event is on Sunday. That's $5.50. But there's EPT Paris satellite tickets added to all of the events, and an EPT Paris package added to the mini main kicking off on Sunday. So we decided that free rolls are good, but why not like put a little bit in the prize pool and then have better prizes?
The EPT Paris package,
Yeah.
it's actually not a hotel room, but we send you a beret, a bicycle, a baguette, and a stripy shirt.
And a pack of Lucky Strikes.
Sure. We send a beautiful and elegant woman to chat to you.
Who despises you.
Yes. Oh, dear.
I just want to remember my mother's friend check-in.
We sent David Benjamin to have dinner with you. He brings a nice bottle of wine, though, and some cheese.
David Benjamin, blast from the past. All right, so we had Beresford open from the button, ace-4.
Think of all the great French people. You know, Camus doesn't come to my mind. De Beauvoir. No, David Benjamin is the person I most associate with France.
He's the Gerard Depardieu of poker. All right, we're going three ways to this flop. Button in the blinds. All of the Bs, including Connor.
One of my
B.
favorite bands, Buttons in the Blinds. One of my favorite bands. Yeah, they had a big hit in 2012, but their third album's very underrated.
The second album always sucks. But... All right, check. Over to the player in position.
Yeah, sometimes we use these overcard, undercard combos to fire. Big problem, Darwin's range here, though. Big problem.
Yeah, the small blind flatting you there.
Suited kings, queen tens, and the like.
I tend to think that between the small and big blind, someone's got paint here.
Yes.
And it turns out it's Kalkin in this case.
It's exciting to go there.
Matson does have bottom pair as well.
Yeah, and this pot, by the way, represents a significant amount of Kalkan's range. Kalkan's stack. You know, 56K out there. Kalkan has 70. Wow. A lot of confidence to just put it in. Maybe not the optimal play, but does indeed have the best hand. Giving Simon some pause for thought. I don't think we could go with a 7. It's because when we're against 8, either we're behind or we're against 8-9 of spades. You know, like, and 2 overs and a flush draw. Or we're dead, basically. Semi-dead.
Matson does give it up. Kalkin with a little more breathing room. Still not a ton, though.
No, but very, very satisfying pot to pick up.
Yeah. Man, what a day. Thank you so much, Sam, for being here and breaking this all down for me. And I just feel like it's a personal lesson for me that I get to just broadcast.
Bro, I'll take you out and will give you a personal lesson.
Honestly, if you guys could have seen the look he just gave me, he sold that so hard. He reminded me of my dad. I genuinely shrunk in my chair.
It's been a nice feature table to observe as well. Not so much movements. We've had one elimination, is that correct? It's not much for...
I can only remember one, yeah.
A bit under average of what you'd expect, I guess. Again, it's credit to the structure and the deep stack nature of how our EPT plays out.
James says that there's been 2, so...
Ah, okay.
Still. Yeah, I played my first tournament last week with hour-long levels, and what a difference that made.
Yes.
Especially for someone with my style, which is not very creative.
Yeah, you can just be a little bit more patient.
Risk-averse. Yeah,
absolutely. And this is, again, Connor, I think, feeling confident against Kunz specifically, you know, wielding the big stack, even with a couple of strong players behind, flatting the Jack-10. Definitely on the looser side here, but I guess feels like, okay, if we both miss, if the board is favorable, if Kunz checks, I can steal it on an occasion. This is definitely on the looser side.
Queen high flop, 2 clubs. Gut shot for Beresford. Technically still behind to Kunza.
Yeah, and, you know, I don't want to be too critical, but this kind of like just bet and hope strat, you know, just c-bet's very, very effective against your average player. People don't deal with aggression well. People fold too much. Against Connor, you're just not getting much done here with a bet. You're just sort of building the pot, strengthening your opponent's range somewhat.
Yeah, that's one of the few things I've been able to sort of absorb recently is that you don't always have to bet. You don't always have to bet when it's checked to you, even if you're not the, you know, even if the pre-flop raiser gives up the betting lead. It doesn't work out the way you think it's going to.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, the days of just c-bet and win are long gone. And this is a very interesting turn card here. Obviously,
everyone picks up some perceived equity with this ace of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And Connor is definitely considering a raise here. Maybe we'll just call. Just so many outs against an ace-queen or the like. Kun's very short on flushes because of it being the ace and queen of clubs out there. And a brick river would be very interesting.
Not a brick, 9 of clubs on the river.
Yes, and you know, having been a little critical of Kunz's strategy, this run out is exceptionally...
You will learn no lessons from this run out.
Exceptionally capable, where you've actually just got second nuts versus nuts. Sorry, second nuts versus third nuts here. And Kunz will probably just go for value.
1-4-4 in the middle.
Yeah, probably.
Ooh.
Yeah, and
it seems like everything that Kunz has done here that could have hurt him in this hand is going to work out in his favor. Because how is Connor not going to bet the 10 high flush here?
Connor's going to feel very confident, by the way, with the check here. And might actually bet bigger than Kunz would have bet.
Right.
Kunz might have blocked the jack, whereas Beresford's going to go for decent value with the 10 high flush now.
The M. Harpy says typical German nit checking that river. I don't think that was nittiness, my guy. I think that somehow he is...
It's 85K?
Backed his way into a spot where he could get Connor to bet big.
Yeah.
That's Connor somehow had a very costly second best hand and just sort of backed his way into that.
Value cut himself. And yeah, I mean, it's an interesting hand in many ways because, of course, the other thing to say, having, you know, spoken about Connor's confidence, is in general the reason you don't flat Jack 10 off there is because it's dominated by the opening range. You tend to be up against King Jack offs, King 10.
With it, you're
exactly. And actually, that is the way it worked out. So, you know, as much as, I mean, I just felt like if they don't make their hands, Connor's going to win. very, very often.
Right.
And as it was, they both backed into something, and so Kunz came out on top. But, you know, Connor also contemplating how that hand went down and if something different could have occurred.
Correct, Rogue. 1987 says, in fairness, Kunze was ahead the whole way. That's true.
Yes, that's true. It's another way to say it.
Absolutely.
What are we talking about? 2 streets of value?
Just value betting the whole way.
Value betting king high. And then I trapped him.
I mean, we're certainly looking at that hand and from the perspective of Kunze being an underdog, but I think, you know, positionally mostly.
Yes. You know, being out of position to a stack that covers you is not the spot you want to be in.
Right.
When you raise up the king jack off, the most likely outcome is you play against the big blind, and now you've got a range advantage and a positional advantage. Great.
Ace 10 for Dissette under the gun.
Wow, imagine when he flops a set of 3s, how much fun you're going to have.
I've been dying, please.
I mean, give him some pocket pairs.
Just please, 10s, 9s, anything.
Yeah, so frustrating. He just has ace 10 every hand,
And what
doesn't
I'm
he?
going to do is I'm going to go Dissette, flops, 3 of a kind.
Wow, Conor Beresford. It's the Conor Beresford show here at EPT Prague. And whips
that
out
is
the
a
flats.
call.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And if someone picks up a hand behind, it will work out.
goes-
You
there
know,
goes a
Calcan or something. No.
Small blind out.
305.
And we are going to see a defend from Attila with Queen 8 off.
This is where Queen 8 wins every single time.
Yeah.
It comes Queen,
Pretty good.
Queen,
Just
deuce,
Queen high,
deuce.
Queen
yeah.
4-5. Yeah.
Yes, every time. Full punishment
Here
for
we go.
Jack's Black. Queen.
There's
there it is. Oh, no, not quite, not quite.
Oh.
I forgot. Yeah.
You get more value this way, though, when the 8 hits the turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Good flat Beresford.
Yeah, right. Connor just completely crushed here by both hands. And it checks around. Does anyone improve on the turn? No. It's a 4.
Mattila been a bit unorthodox. Yeah, we've seen. Yeah. Don't think in reality we ever get to do this. Sorry, reality. You know, the kind of arrogant GTO type thing is this isn't a thing. Basically, you don't get to sort of block on this board where you just don't have the good hands. And
I feel like this is a mistake I make a ton.
Yeah.
A ton, because it checked around, and I'm like, oh, I'll just bet second pair here. It's probably good. And then no one folds.
Yeah. You get bluff raised, etc., etc. Anyway, you're just sort of ensuring the queen isn't good when you do this bet.
And no improvement for either player.
Come on, Mattila, just bluff now, by the way. Just go 180 and win every time.
Really?
Well, Queen 8 didn't
2x pot?
No, he's going to... What's he doing?
It is I don't know if it's a bluff or a value bet.
How much is this?
28,000. It's not really a bluff size.
No, this is just...
This is a full-on range merge.
I mean, this set has to call because this could just be, well, if it could be Queen 8, it could certainly be Ace 9. But the set is perplexed.
I wouldn't be that stressed out here. I'd be just a shrug call for me. But
yeah.
Then again, I'm terrible.
He just doesn't make sense. What's gone down? I mean, I think against...
You think he's got a 5 in the big blind sometimes, maybe? Is that what Mattila is worried about?
Or like 3, 4 or Queen. He feels like it's something strange. I mean, against sort of less experienced players or players that you think perhaps aren't professionals or used to, you just have to sort of play for exactly this reason. I mean, imagine if he'd bet a pot, by the way. I mean, you just win the hand.
Right.
No, don't. Oh, my
Wowee.
days, Dissette.
So part of the reason I almost never bet there is because I'm like, I'm never getting an ace to fold. And this guy got an ace to fold for pennies on the dollar.
Was he bluffing now?
No, I don't think he was. I think it was maybe like a blocker bet, right? He just didn't want to. He wanted to set the price.
This has happened to me before. Sometimes live reads. Maybe you just look at him and it's like, wow, he's betting for value clearly. So I don't beat. I think though Ace 10 does beat value. I mean, that is just. One of the things I always say about sort of these streams, live poker streams, is the poker is always interesting. People are like, poker's so robotic. No, it's not. You always see crazy, you know, so many hands, if I had to sort of predict the action street by street, and then I got a my rating, I'd get like 40% of actions. You know what I mean? Like sometimes if it's Connor versus Sawatts, I can kind of get it.
There's plenty of unknown quantities still.
Yes.
I will say the one area that is kind of robotic for me is that nobody folds the flop anymore. Like that part is like very difficult for me. It's frustrating for me.
Yeah, you just play the streets, take him to the river, and roll reversal.
Oh yeah! Wow! What legit flippy floppy.
Yeah.
Eights for Beresford, queens for Watson.
Yeah.
And Watson with a shovelable stack.
Yeah, he's going to get snap Haroonied here by Connor Beresford.
You've been in Tallinn?
This looks familiar.
No.
A wry smile from Connor Beresford.
Has this happened before?
Something similar, yeah.
He doesn't snap. Not excited, but he will be calling.
It is in.
Oh, it is in. The money's in.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're on their
okay.
backs.
I think it's like literally the same suit.
But you have kings or?
I think Watson's saying it's the literally the exact same cards.
They're asking about the previous hand.
Yeah.
The suits.
But I didn't realize I had
Even match.
Or I would have probably just.
And it's a clean flop for Watson.
Eights do make the most sets, though. It's well known.
I've said
statistical.
that. I stand by that.
Oito.
Oh.
Crossbar.
9 on the turn.
I think yes. Yeah.
I'm glad that you're still a regular person. You don't go, oh, actually, it's just as far from an 8 as any other card is. Oh. River. King ball. Means hold.
38, I think.
Yeah.
See, this person doesn't know how to play along. Pretty sure it's 9s that hit the most sets. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Wow, you did just ban him as well. Oh, him or her. Wow.
I have a quota.
Good.
Yes, of course.
25.
You're like a Stankovite when it comes to putting in a shift of Twitch bans.
I gotta crack enough skull. It's the end of the year, man. I got some making up to do.
Sure.
Barry Guns asks, why is that a ban? I'll tell you what, I'll give you some time to think about it while you're banned.
Sometimes, yeah.
Thank you for your question.
I'll take it.
Wow, Conor Beresford just doubling up Mike Watson, and still with 81 big blinds. Must be nice. A little bit of poor orbit for Conor after. I guess he won a lot with those queens before, so it doesn't matter too much.
4 minutes remaining.
Sanotaanko näin, että ei olisi pärjännyt?
B. Goldilocks says, I love you, Daddy Joe. You know what I hate? A kiss ass. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Madsen folding the 5-4 suited.
Kev 52-590 says Tonka update, and this I would normally ban someone for this because we're not talking about Tonka right now. It just so happens that moments ago we did get a Tonka update.
Oh yes.
So I'm going to spare this person's life. Tonka is no longer chip leader. French player Pierre de Almeida, who qualified online for just 50 euros, is now chip leader, 1.6 million. So not really a Tonka update.
Pierre. We love that. We're excused to talk about EPT Paris again. Every time we mention Pierre. Pierre,
yeah, I thought about it.
EPT Paris will be...
He'll be at the dinner with David Benjamin and Cecile, who hates you.
Yeah. And punning the 10-4 off open, which I can really get behind. Loving this from Mattila. Mattila with 1 L as well. Thank you, graphics team.
Got there.
Ask for a count. Why not ask for a count, Mattila?
Maybe he's so short.
Maybe he's all in for 20,000.
I mean, 10-4 is the over and out hand. It's a good hand to knock someone out with.
Mattila he's just getting a little bit of TV time.
Fin on fin violence.
Yeah, Kevin Bacon is all in from the big blind.
I know you.
Oh, look at this finish.
I know you.
Finish banter.
Ace King is the minimum what I call.
Good read from oh boy.
Spraggy just texted me. He is just as far away as any other card. Smacking my head.
Isn't it shake my head? Smack my head.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe it's shake. I don't know.
Oh, nice. Spraggy, if you're listening, how did you mean it? Are you shaking your head or are you smacking your head?
Get in the chat too. Don't be a coward.
Yeah.
Text me privately.
I can pay.
Also, get out of bed.
If you drink, I pay.
It's free, so okay.
SMH my head.
Next table.
People are saying shake. People are saying shake. I've not seen anyone say smack yet.
And we know, if we know something about Conor Beresford, it's if there's a fringe open, our boy is taking it.
Wait, did you say a fridge open?
Yes.
Are you accusing him of being an overeater?
It's, in America, they don't call it a fringe open. They call it a bangs open.
Oh, yes. Bangs. Got it. I still don't get it for the poker context, though.
Well, it's like on the cusp. No, it's
Got
like
it. Okay,
it's
so
like
it's a double word play.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like a fringe open, like ace-9 off.
Maybe.
It's like
Maybe
maybe you
we could
get
go
it.
either way. Right,
Yeah,
right.
like you get it. Maybe you want to get it in 20% of the time or something, or like depending on the exact stack formation and who's in the big blind, it gets open. But Conor's just like boom, ace-9 off. Let's roll, and rewarded by picking up the blinds. Just gets better the shorter the stacks, basically.
I mean, it's great advertising. You snap those eights, too, right? You're not getting anything through after he opens.
What do you think's going through C. Darwin's head right now?
Ja, finals, yes, kyllä.
Just picturing. Just thinking, why didn't I stay at home and play online? We're playing 12 tables. I could have won 5 tournaments today already instead of sitting around.
What's
playing 30 hands an hour?
What's funny is, okay, Spraggy says it's shaking. Shaking. I said shaking, and I am shaking with rage.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I believe that.
So, I know that C. Darwin obviously is Charles Darwin. But when I see C. Darwin, I always think immediately, my first thing I think of is the talking dolphin from Sequest, which was like a Star Trek ripoff underwater with Roy Scheider in like the 90s. And there was a dolphin that had like a headset and it could talk.
And it was called Darwin?
Darwin was the name of the dolphin. Which
so long and thanks for all the fish.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow, okay. Yeah. I think also one of the nice things about the C. Darwin brand is he's had the longest running advertise, never changed.
Yes.
That picture of Darwin.
He should change it to the dolphin from Sequest, though.
When he eventually has a losing month, he's going to change it. He just hasn't had one for 12 years. This is kind of a nice matchup of the two. Probably come 7 high, but nice matchup of the. Wow, you're getting up a picture of this dolphin. What did I say? How good am I?
You're pretty good, Sam. 7-7-4, 2 diamonds, ace of diamonds for Matson.
Yeah, and this is just a board to beware on. Big blind with all those 7s. Nice to have the ace of diamonds. Maybe just a blind, right? Blind with range? I don't know. The connectivity of the 4. And Darwin just going to have to be confident and put it out there. So, what does Mr. Beresford do? We have a club in hand. Nice. Would rather have a diamond. No, look at this. He's raising his eyebrows. I'm reading the... It looks like he's being controlled by... just a call. Being controlled by animatronic. Look at these eyebrows. Unbelievable. Wow, how does he know?
Turn. He's so good.
How does he know?
He's so good.
Yeah, and ace, queen. Wow. The king, real high balance. King, unbelievably good card for Darwin's range. Unbelievably good card. On the other hand, ace-queen, the nut ace. Of course, the kicker won't play if ace comes off and Beresford makes two pair with, say, ace-5. So it gives you a bit more reason to, like, bet and fold out that ace-5, ace-6, ace-8, the clubs type hands.
Well,
and just
that was it.
Blocks again. Interesting strat. And now Connor's going to think, okay, does Simon play his kings like this, or is he just blocking nines again? Can I check raise? Proceeds cautiously against another elite player.
Look at this. Look at these two.
It's a beautiful moment between two guys.
An old legend and a new legend.
Yes.
Connor's king is good. The smirky check back. Everything is coming up, Connor.
Yeah. Darwin's thinking, God damn this guy. God damn.
Darwin's thinking if this was online, I'd be so dead. If I had my lucky mouse.
If only I was in my underwear.
Right.
That's how the luck.
I was going to ask you.
Is that you? Yeah, because I'm allowed to say that because I'm an online guy too.
Yeah.
But if you're not an online guy, you can't make jokes about us being an underwear.
Do you get dressed to play online poker?
I think it's really important to always wear socks and shoes. Socks, at least. I don't think it's good to be, like, really casual. I think you need to be...
because you want to be in work mode, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
a mindset.
It's often why I wear a hoodie as well when I play the thing. The live, it makes me feel like I'm not... Like Sam Grafton, I'm not here for, like...
Dress for the job you want.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, indeed. Here we go. I'm interested to see more of Matilda. Matilda. All thriller, no Matilda.
No filler.
It's what I look forward to is just riffing with you like a jazz, like a. It's like Coltrane and Miles here. Matilda. Go on, Connor. Let's bump it up here with deep stack. Let's fold out King Jack off with a 3-bet. Come on. No, it's gonna just flat. No, I don't like it. Go raise it, buddy. There we go. Look at this, Connor Beresford on the attack. Yeah, really like this 3-bet. Knock Darwin out as well. And I think from +2, we probably just do get to fold King 9 of clubs. But Matilda, I think he's come here to play. He's opening 10-4. He does. They're both deep. I think that's. You might want to just let this go. Yeah. I think nice fold probably from that position. We could see, of course, had the live suit, had the best hand, but I don't mind that. Just because, yeah, just calling. I wouldn't be folding King 10 of clubs ever. King 9, think it's okay to let it go against Mr. Beresford, even if he does have those kind of bluffs.
I give credit to anyone that takes a stand against these players.
Sure. You're just out of there with 9.
Done. Yeah, no, absolutely. I remember the first time I played against Phil Hellmuth, I had pocket 10s and the board came Jack 4 and he bet into me and I just folded 2 10s.
And they wonder why Phil Hellmuth won so many tournaments back in the day.
Exactly.
It's about 110.
I mean, granted, that was 15 years ago, but...
Sure. It was probably standard back then.
Yeah. What are you talking about? There's 2 jacks out there.
Wow. Someone just folding Queen Jack of hearts is nothing. Very nice.
I'll allow it. James says, I thought we were talking about good players. Joe brings up Helmuth. The thing is, I thought he was the player that Connor Beresford is now. That's what I mean.
15 years ago, he probably was. You don't hear it said Phil Hellmuth was the Conor Beresford of the 90s.
Exactly.
You don't hear it said often enough, but it was, you know.
Here.
And look at this, Simon.
Wow-wee. No respect for the under-the-gun raise from Mike Watson.
And this is just, it's just stepping out a little here, Simon.
Now Mike Watson's going to be mad.
It's going to be a mad dog.
Mad dog.
Putting the
Mike Watson.
Putting the dog in mad dog. Putting the mad into. Yeah, and gets the ace jack to fold. What a little glitch in the matrix somehow. I just don't know what generated that 3-bet, but worked out for Darwin. Perhaps because the big blind's short and it's going to make it difficult to navigate, you know, allows the big blind to come in with some King X that dominate the King 7. Instead, it turned a hand that he might want to flat into a 3-bet. Yeah, just interesting to think through that one, but got the job done.
Thanks, Tom, for reminding everyone there is a pay jump at 71 players. Important to keep track of. Can sort of influence decisions. Not sort of, does influence decisions.
Oh, Matilda, just having a little tank with the Jordan under the gun.
Has he looked yet?
Yeah. I really need to go to the toilet.
Sure.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, we are pretty close to a break.
You can just empty.
And he's going for it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a big suspenseful moment. Will he get there and back? And let me just tell you
No,
guys.
I think he was tanking so that the break would happen during this hand.
Oh, I see.
But we can take bets if you want.
I thought he was going to run. That's how out of check. I thought he's like,
No, that's a
he's
GTO
like
play right
ready,
there.
set, and I'm off. You know?
I've definitely done that before, but no, I think that's why he tanked so that he knew that the hand would.
Well, this hour and a half has flown by.
Right?
I thought we were like
You should do this
15
more-
minutes
you should
in.
do this more often.
I'm good. Why is Sam not playing the 50 game? Oh, he's in the booth.
He's having fun. He's riffing. He's bebopping and scotting.
He's got no sense of time whatsoever.
That's
He
what
got
happens.
no.
That's what you see a 45-minute improv show. You're like, what? Magic.
Cal can't just. He's in there. He's getting in there. Queen 9 off.
Yep.
See a flop. He lost a decent-sized pot with this exact hand earlier. He's thinking, why not go again?
Get back on the horse. Let's go.
I made 2 pair then. Let's see if I can do it again.
And Mikey.
He's thinking
Watson.
this is. He's thought this is a good spot. So what's in the big blind? See Darwin open. Let's just widen our range a tad. Reward him, dealer.
Way to ensure you have position on
9-9.
neither of the 2 best players in the world. Queen, 10, 8, 4, 2 spades. Queen 9.
Go on, Kalkin. Just lead out, bud.
Oh. No one hits anything. Is it going to check around?
No spade for Simon. On the other hand, maybe just because it's such an air ball, you want to bet it. It's such a dusty hand. No, doesn't. 3-way. That's okay.
Free turn.
Jack.
Which is another 8. Ace high, feeling pretty good now.
Yeah, and I think you know, this is just a gut shot that we can't check call. You see, I mean, if you have Queen 9, you do actually have some 8s.
Matson once again closing the action. By the way, I think that Attila would have made it back if there was going to be another hand.
Sure, good spot to go for the restroom run.
I mean, if you're going to time it, it's Darwin's button, Calican small blind, Watson big blind. The hand's going to the river.
Yeah, they're going to battle. And Matson, I mean, this, by the way, is something. Someone just has a lot of confidence here. Oh, and he's going to just get value. He's just going to get 8K of value from Queen High here. Putting in the exact amount of money that Ace High wants to put in. Come on, reward our boy Kalkan here, though.
One time on the river. Another 8. That's so disappointing when you're on a draw and it just comes running trips. Ace high good.
Good.
Ace high good. You know what? I'm going to miss Kalkan. I'm going to miss Simon Matson. I'm going to miss Mike Watson. I'm going to miss Mattila. I'm going to miss Connor Beresford. I'm going to miss Sam Grafton.
It's been a great lineup.
It feels like the last day of summer camp.
I'll be back. I'll try and be back at least once over these next couple of days. You can rely on the 10K. It's a big field tournament. I can dust it off in a few hours. You know, we all know from the statistics either I make the final or I'm out of there early doors.
All right, well, say goodbye to these players. They're headed back out to a non-TV table. We'll have a new feature table for you when we return. Connor Beresford, despite doubling up Mike Watson during that level, still headed back out there with 74 big blinds. Ismail Kalkan, the fan favorite, just 8 bigs, is definitely in the danger zone. Not really supposed to do my own, but I don't think anyone else here is going to do it. These players are heading on a break, and we are doing exactly the same, more from EPT Prague 2022 when we return.
I think everybody plays different on TV. Nobody wants to be bluffed on television.
I'll defer to Joe in a moment because he knows the big game much better than I do. I, off the top of my head, can't think of any hands that you specifically played, but you witnessed one of the biggest hands in big game history, which was Vanessa Selbst's, and I'm going to use the word in inverted commas because it's slightly unfair, Vanessa's punt with Jack-7 against Prahlad Friedman.
Prahlad was on the button.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember thinking, whoa.
There is a great moment after the hand, after the board runs out 3 times, all bricks, and Prahlad scoops the pot. And Vanessa turns to you and went, why do I do this to myself? And you say with all sincerity, I have no idea why you did that.
Well, I understand now and then why she actually did it, because he could only have aces in that spot. And it's like one of those spots where you're on TV and sometimes people want to be a hero. And Vanessa just was like, okay, well, if you have aces 1 in 220 times, great. If not, I'll be a hero. And it kind of backfired. It happens. Happens to the best of us.
I remember doing the commentary on that and trying to make the justification for her with the Jack-7 and my boss stopping me and going, no, just live out this moment the way everyone else is going to see it as. What is she doing? And I was like, well, actually, there is kind of an argument and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, no, none of that. We're just reveling in the fact that there's like a $500,000 pot right now, Jack-7 versus aces. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. I think Antonio might be the worst person in the world to make that statement to on the way away from the table, by the way. He's not going to sugarcoat it. He's not going to, he does not care about your feelings in that moment. He's just going to go,
right, but think about all the times she got paid off moving forward in her career because of that hand. I mean, there's some value in punting on TV, especially in that moment. People are way less likely to bluff you in the future. And when you actually make a hand, you're more likely to get paid. So, yeah, it was obviously a big punt, but there is some value in it long term.
Did you ever do things differently on TV during that era in the hopes of it paying off for you later in non-TV situations?
I think everybody plays different on TV. Nobody wants to be bluffed on television. And everybody wants to be a hero. So I think it just changes the overall game to many different levels. I know that I probably played a lot looser on TV. And so did everybody else. Everybody wants to be a hero.
Well, the other TV show we want to talk about is Shark Cage, which was a show that was built around bluffing. And both you and Maria played in both seasons of Shark Cage and both made the final in the second season of Shark Cage. So you both have plenty of experience at this show. In turn, I want to get your honest answer to this. Maria, when you heard that Stars had come up with a TV show where they wanted to put people in a cage, were you thinking, what are they doing?
I mean, I kind of thought it was brilliant. Like, just when I heard about it, I was like, okay, this sounds cool, and I love it. I didn't want to be sent to the cage, but I thought it was a really cool concept.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of players, Antonio, just heard it's $1 million free roll. I'm like, yeah, you can do what you want to me for that.
Of course. First of all, I think anything that brings some sort of fun and something new to poker is great for the game. And I actually love that show, and I'm still bitter because I had an opportunity to put Phil Ivey in the cage, and I didn't. If I just called him, he's going in the cage. Instead, I raised like a ding-dong, and he didn't go in the cage. So that would have been nice. But that was a great, fun show. And, you know, anytime somebody puts up $1 million free roll, kudos to them. You know, we got nothing to lose and $1 million to win. I mean, that's pretty strong.
King 9 of diamonds for Maria.
Call.
She limps. 6-5 off for Ike. He's not going to check his option. He raises.
Call.
Maria calls in position.
Ike was preying on what was perceived weakness from Maria limping.
Oh, hello. Trip 9s for Maria, while Ike pairs his 6.
Ike hit, but unfortunately it's way less hard than Maria did.
Having raised pre-flop, he continues on the flop.
King high would be the best hand here a fair amount, but luckily she's got a 9 to go with it.
Maria calls. Turn card is a king. That's a full house for Maria.
Ike's going to know that aces and kings are some of the best cards she could have had in her range when she called the flop.
Ike now officially drawing dead. He checks.
Ridiculous instincts.
Maria set to take over the betting.
And maybe he was trying to induce this bet. Or at the very least, he wants to try to catch a bluff.
Ike calls. Go into the river. Oh, which is a 6. That's a full house for Ike, but obviously it's a lower full house than Maria's.
That is the apple dropping on Isaac's head. I really hope he's not trying to induce a bluff this time.
He's checked to Maria. Her clock's running.
All in.
And she shoves on Ike.
He's in a ridiculous spot. He does have a full house. But it's not the first, second, or even third nuts. Any 9 beats him. It's like the 11th nuts.
All right, time bank.
With less than 10 seconds left on his clock, Ike plays a time bank chip. Great move from Maria.
I want to make a really big fold here. I think you have it.
She has it.
She does, but I don't know how you fold this heads up.
5 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Time to look either real smart or real dumb.
Great fold, Isaac.
Real smart. Wicked smart. Harvard smart. Sorry, I know Ike went to brown.
Ugh, that was gross.
And Maria extends her chip lead.
I do not feel good about folding that hand.
Well, you should.
I'm feeling better the more we talk about it, though.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how big was that lay down?
Bo Derek?
Relative to the board, pretty much a 10.
Back to the feature table. And Michael Mizraki is under the gun with pocket fours. He raises to 2,600.
Grinder, having gone through the motion of looking at his cards, raises.
Action folded around to Anthony Larabe, who's got 10s.
7.
He's 3-betting.
Lol, if he thinks Grinder folds to 3-bets. Also, he's got a 3-bet bigger. You got to punish the guy who always calls the 3-bets.
Castrillon in the cutoff. Folds. It's Koplamar's button. He passes. Post and Placev give up the blinds.
Michael never passes.
It's so cute how he's talking European.
Grinder calls. Heads up to the flop. Which sees Grinder flop a set.
And he's going to lead. I love Grinder.
And he leads really small.
Not only is this bet out of flow, but it's also for fewer chips than your girlfriend steals off your plate when she says she doesn't want to order her own. You know they do that.
85.
Larabe raises.
I only like this raise if you're prepared to get it in when Grinder blasts off, because you can only be hoping he tries to bluff you with worse.
I don't believe that face.
There's a 3-bet to nearly 16K.
Something you did over here. I thought you were bluffing. Careful.
I don't think his English is good enough to realize what a ridiculous shtick this is.
All in, call.
Well, that escalated quickly.
That was like out of a movie and not a very good one.
Larabe at risk and way behind.
The worst part is you knew you shouldn't have done it, and you done it anyway.
7.
Wow.
I'm not saying nothing else. You got a lot.
10 outs for Larabe. A jack 10 or 6 saves him. It's a jack.
Oh, what a waste of a perfectly terrible acting job. Like Samuel Jackson in The Phantom Menace.
Larabe up to nearly 95,000.
What's Spanish for suck out?
Grinder's taking it in his stride. Blinds are up to 800, 1,600, and we are going to pit our wits against Grinder. We're going to play a hand from the perspective of Pavel Placev. He's raised with ace-10, and it looks like Grinder is 3-betting.
I don't want to play against Grinder. If I did, I would actually play poker.
The blinds are folded. Back around to Placev.
You're never folding here, right?
Not against you. Against a lot of other people, maybe. I like a just call here. Even though we're out of position, if Mike's got a bad hand, we want to let him hang himself.
Placev does call. The flop is King 4 deuce, rainbow. Placev checks.
I think we have to check call since Mike can have any 2. I honestly don't know what to do, though. If he bets every street, we don't improve. That's the danger here.
Grinder's C-bet is 5,100. And there's the call from Placev.
And we might have to call all the way now.
9.
How does he do this?
What is he doing?
Placev checks a second time.
Like I said, I think we have to check call again, but I really hope he doesn't bet that much.
Not too bad, 8,200.
Right, and now that has me suspicious. I like calling again here just because Mike's such a wild card and will always bet when he's got nothing and sometimes not bet when he's got something.
Placev folds.
It's harder to play somebody they call cards, right? Of course. Yeah, it's harder to play against somebody like that.
Grinder had ace-7. Placev had the best hand.
Oh, man.
Understandable fold, but if we were going to fold then, we should have folded on the flop.
How do you think I win?
Oh, I don't know. Bet constantly with junk and always get there when you get called down. If you could write a book on it, it would be an all-time bestseller.
Well, the action's been folded to Pavel Placev. He folds. Do you reckon Grinder's folding?
Nope. I once saw Grinder try to raise with 2 sub-sandwich loyalty cards from under the gun.
5-3 of clubs, he makes it 3,300. Pocket 8 for Francisco Perez. He's got just over 20 big blinds.
Shove seems fine, especially over the top of Grinder.
He's all in. And he's walked into aces.
How much?
Larabe just asked how much, but what he's really thinking about is Vegas and the bleeping Mirage.
He calls.
Just really hoping Grinder comes along for the ride.
Koplimar in the big blind. Folds.
Will we finally see Grinder fold? Yes!
So Perez at risk and way behind his fellow countrymen.
It's amazing. Even though Grinder folded, he still found a way to get Perez busted, probably.
I had the best hand. Maybe after the river. Big favor. I'm big favor to win. Big favor now. 3-5 of clubs. For sure it's coming.
I wish I could say I disagree.
Perez needs an 8. The turn card is a 3.
I told you. 100%. River deuce. I saw it. God. Deuce of spades, probably. Deuce of spades.
This is absolutely rishnefulous. What is happening out there? It's Mike, this psychic Miss Rocky.
Told you. Deuce of spades.
It's over, baby.
Welcome to my world.
Well, before we begin EPT 2023, there is the small matter of closing out the 2022 season, and we are here in Prague on the PokerStars European Poker Tour for day 3 of the main event from the Kings Casino at Hilton Prague. It's James Hartigan joined by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And we have a new feature table, Nick, as we come back from break. First thing to highlight is that during the last level, Tonka did slip into second place on the leaderboard. Still a massive stack, but no longer chip daddy. 1.5 million, not to be sneezed at, but Pierre de Almeida, who qualified for 50 euros, leads right now with a stack of 1.6 million.
Let's go. Love to see the qualifiers getting up there. And yeah, quite the Cinderella story if we see him go all the way.
Jerry O'Dean also in the top 5 right now. So a bit later on, hopefully we'll get Tonka on the feature table. As we highlighted during the last session, he is on one of the next tables to break, so we can't have him at the feature table just yet. But who knows? He may get balanced to our feature table. Let's see what happens over the course of the next 90 minutes. As we do play 1.5 hour levels on the EPT, we see that Gail Bauman is back at the feature table. Gail's had a few deep runs in EPT main events this year. There's one particular player I'm very keen to highlight at this new FT, but I don't think he's taken his seat yet. It's a blast from the past. It's Marcin Horetsky, who we will have in the 4 seat. We also have Juan Pardo back on the main stage. Dmitry Shepkin, he's been here before. Kicking off the 5,000, 10,000 blind level.
I'll watch these guys for at least the next 90 minutes. So this is the third level of the day. I think I'm right in saying it's very easy to lose track and lose all sense of time. There will be a dinner break after the fourth level of the day. 6 levels to play in total. Again, not playing to a specific number of players, Nick. Let's just see where we're at the end of those 6 sessions today.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a lot of poker to get through, and trying to get through that schedule as efficiently as possible means a couple longer days to start.
3 of them to be exact. Yeah, and then we start paying out big money when we get to the final 2 days, with more than $1 million up top for the eventual winner of this Prague main event. What is the biggest EPT Prague we've ever seen. 1,267 entries in total. And fewer than 100 players returning from the break. In fact, I think we might have fewer than 75 players now.
Wow. Interesting to see how that affects sort of the speed of play at this point, the number of players that we lose. We talk about this a lot, the dynamics of the tournament, how if people get stacked up really earlier, it goes slower later on, and so on and so forth. If they thin out, we seem to lose a lot really quickly at a later stage. Looks like we're getting back into it now, though.
76, okay.
Good luck, everybody. Good luck, guys. Good luck.
76, 76, 76, 76, 76, 76.
My friends told me it should be.
All right, back in it.
Because they cannot enforce it.
Now we're at
The
75.
rule is different to etiquette. Etiquette is one, and the rule is...
Mr. Pardo with the King 9 suited UTG +1. Gonna go ahead and open up this pot. Blinds are still 5K, 10K with a 10K ante.
5 bucks, 6 bucks.
So he's coming in for the absolute minimum, starting this hand with around 20 big blinds.
And I was just kidding. If they took all the phones, then we don't use it. And then they took us.
7
Yeah, for the TV time.
What you up to? It's like 200?
10 total.
2 ton.
Pilhofer in the small blind.
8 bucks, 9 bucks. Thank you.
So that is raise and take it for Malacca style.
One of the best to have ever done it. Raising to take it. That'll do. That'll work.
Undersea Monkey asks, is Marcin still a team pro? No, and hasn't been for many years. Marcin, a former Polish skier who then became a professional poker player, was on the PokerStars books for several years. Made the final table of EPT London many years ago. Folding ace-9 here. Simcoe folds the king-3. By the way, we had our first bad lookalike from a member of the production team. Statric saying that Milan Simcoe looks like Jesse Plemons. There is only one person in poker who looks like Jesse Plemons, and that person is Spraggy. I would say that Milan Simcoe has more of the Philip Seymour Hoffmans about him.
Ah, okay. I can see that.
Okay, welcome players. Registered for the 1K single entry event. You're welcome to take your seats. The tournament starts in less than 5 minutes now, and we are located on the white table
Raise
in the middle of the main room.
So Bigot has opened under the gun with ace-3 suited. Marcin folding 7s here. Kings for Shepkin.
In the hijack, 645K behind. We go here, obviously, with 533K, as indicated, so I think we are going to see a 3-bet here. Pretty standard situation.
62,000, 8 plus.
Certainly don't want too much action multi-way when you got those kings. One customer is usually enough. All right, ace-3 suited now, all the way back to the initial razor. Makes the fold. I dig it. I don't think our friend Shepkin is going to have too many light 3-bets from that position, especially given the earlier position open.
Dmitry Shepkin playing a 69 big blind stack. That's right, I got away with it. Joe's not here.
Simcoe elects to just let the 3s go here from early position. Does not want to mess around with that small pocket pair from so far OOP.
7 plus. 8 plus, 9 plus.
Folding round now, Cardo on the button. 9-6 suited.
Raise 22,000 plus.
Raises to a total of 22,000. Juan Pardo
Plus.
folding the small. We go folding the big. On to the next one. Finna36 on Twitch asks, what is your favorite Philip Seymour Hoffman film? That is a tough one because he has been in many great movies. Can I narrow it down to 3? And even then, I'm going to miss a really good one, I guarantee it. I love the movies he made with Paul Thomas Anderson, particularly Boogie Nights and Magnolia. I really love Mission Impossible 3. He's a great villain in that.
James, you got it all wrong. It's a long game poly. There's only one good answer. It's a long game poly.
Yeah, that was not on my list.
No, definitely not one of his best films either, but I did like the character he portrayed in that.
7 plus.
Peasy in the chat's got it right. Let it rain. White chocolate. Raindrops.
8 plus, 9 plus.
Cardo with King 10.
Raise 22,000, 2 plus. 3 plus. 4 plus.
Little raisy daisy with the King 10 off.
Thank you.
I would agree with Cole Meathan. He was very good in The Talented Mr. Ripley as well. I mean, as I said, there aren't many bad
9 plus.
Philip Seymour Hoffman movies, and I think it's hugely debatable which is his best film or which was his best performance. The question was, which is your personal favorite? And that is purely subjective, so there are no wrong answers. That's another good one from Accidental Grenade, Charlie Wilson's War.
Recce here in the small blind. Queen 5 off. A lot of times we just like to see limps in these situations. You don't want to be folding Queen 5, but also a little bit on the weaker side to be raising. It's not completely out of the question to just have a steal here, especially if you think your opponent's going to overfold. But at this stage in the tournament, probably lots of players defending correctly, 3-betting correctly. You expose a lot of dead money when you create dead money by raising, and then your opponent has the opportunity to 3-bet bluff and all kinds of interesting things there. Or indeed, you're forced to play a pot out of position when they choose to flat.
Yes, Aldino, Scent of a Woman.
Oh.
Insidious character in that movie.
Check.
All right, so the Queen 5 goes for a little bit of a trappy check on the turn, having led the flop. I actually like it a lot. I think that this is a turn where a lot of like 9x, Jack X will just fold if you continue twice. It's quite strong. By leading, you can have literally any cards at all because you're going to bluff this board a ton, especially when it goes limp and a check pre-flop. So I think the check on the turn here is a really nice way to incentivize your opponent to turn their hand and bluff, or give them more confidence if perhaps they turned a hand like 9-10 or Jack-10 and made 2 pair. I think I would have played at my hand very similarly to Hareki blind P blind there, and I think it's a good way to give your opponent a little bit more confidence in calling with some of those wider ranges, therefore getting a little bit more value from your turned straight.
So Marcin Hretzky now playing a 20 big blind stack with 74 players remaining in the main event.
100, 200, 200, 1, 2, 2, leaders, there are 3 players. Begin the deal.
8 pass. All in. Player all in.
Gail Bauman all in from under the gun +1.
3 pass.
Just shy of 13 big blinds.
4 pass. 5 pass.
Round to Simcoe in the small blind, who's got kings.
Hello. Nice little wake up here for Simcoe.
Oh, fold already, let's get on with it.
He's got the kings, whips him over. Bauman at risk, and I don't think she did a whole lot wrong here, James. Seems like a very, very, very standard shove. And obviously, kings just snapping it off all day long.
Will we see an ace on the desk? Not on the flop. Gail Bauman needing help on the turn or river.
Yep, those clubs are helping her a little bit here, although there is one missing from the deck in Simcoe's hand as well.
Turn card is a club, and it's a 10, so that gives us a sweat. Gail Bauman has 10 outs.
Little smile. Can she do it?
The river card is a 3.
So much hope. So much hope on that turn.
That's your serve.
It's the hope that kills you. Gail, I'm so sorry.
Bruno, how many you have? And
she cashes for 13,150 euros.
Yeah. Maybe he had kings 10 times.
No, I didn't actually. But it will be nice.
I like the fact that you remind me of Philip Seymour Hoffman. I don't like the fact you knocked out Gail Bauman. Milan Simcoe, you're on my list.
Hand number 59 getting underway.
Two buys.
Already a quick UTG fold. You can see there from the crane shot.
3 3 pass.
Bigot. Ace-8 off from the hijack. I would argue this is a little bit on the wider side. He's not super, super deep. He's got plenty of chips to play with. He is going to take this opportunity to put in a raise regardless. Possibly a little bit of a table dynamic developing here, depending on the stack depths of the players behind him here. Gets through the button. Now over to Shepkin in the small blind. Ace-5 off. This is a combination that some players will use to 3-bet bluff with, right? You got that high card blocker. You have the opportunity to flop straights on the low end, Ace-2, 3, 4, 5, if your opponents do decide to call. Therefore, is going to be part of that range some of the time. Instead, Queen-9 suited for Pilhofer does decide to call in the big blind, defending that big blind with a nice suited Queen-9. Oh, my days.
Wow, 8-6-4 all diamonds. So top for Bigot, but the flush for Pilhofer.
Not only is it a flush, James, but also it is Ocho high. Having Ace-8 on this texture might be enough for Bigot to confidently start betting and quote-unquote protecting his hand. Little does he know, he's almost drawing dead. So there was 59K in the middle here. He's going to decide to go ahead and continue for 12K. Very small. I really like the smaller sizing on these monotone boards. You will get lots of folds from your opponents for a nice cheap price as they struggle to continue without a diamond or something stronger.
Okay, well, with the board pairing on the turn, Bigot picks up a little bit of equity, picks up a redraw to a full house.
Yep, 2% to 8%. I think for the most part, Bigot's just thinking, I really, really want to get value from some random Queen of Diamonds, some random King of Diamonds, some random 9 of Diamonds, that kind of thing. Maybe a pair and a diamond draw. He could probably afford to go quite big on the turn here if he wants to.
55,000.
I think it looks like 55 if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 55K. I think this this betting structure is very, very nice. Little does he know he's running into the flush. I think as an overall strategy, the betting structure is very nice against his entire range. Obviously, when you're running into a flush, you're feeling pretty bad about it. Just a flat now. This is super awkward now, James, because being out of position, Pilhofer has to decide what does he do on the river. Is he going to let him keep barreling, or does he have to lead now? What's the situation? Does he have like a small lead here to try and induce or something like that?
Show them, please.
Ends up going check on the river, and ironically, Pilhofer doesn't need the flush. The Queen's good enough.
James, I'm going to go out on a limb there. I think that was a little smirk from Bigot. He went, how did I not lose more chips in this pot? And I think that's exactly what I'm making reference to.
Yes.
When you're out of position and you're facing that second bet, I'm not saying that you have to raise. I'm not saying I know 100% what the correct line is, but once you get to that river, your opponent's going to check that river a ton. So how do you convince your opponent to get more? I think there might have had to be a raise at some stage, or indeed a lead on that river to maximize your returns from that beautiful flat flush. Doesn't seem like a board where your opponent is just going to be blasting off bluffs, you know, especially when you've shown strength by calling on 2 streets on that monotone texture.
Juan Pardo under the gun with Queen Jack.
Raise 20,000.
Opens to 20K.
4 pass.
Marcin Horetsky, Jack 7 of diamonds.
Five pass, 6 pass.
It's a folded round to the button. Ace-9 for Shepkin.
Call.
I heard a call. Looks like it's Cardo who's defended his big blind with 7-5 offsuit. And we have an ace-9-6 flop.
It's a nice flop for ace-9.
Generally, the sense of Mr. Bounty, next level, small blind 2,000, big blind 4,000, and big blind 12,000. 244, next step, please.
This is a really interesting one, guys. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see a check raise from Cardot here once we see the continue from Pardo. Ace 9-6, obviously going to be c-bet almost 100% from the initial pre-flop opener. I'm pretty sure 7-5 off, having that sort of really ugly gut shot, sort of bottom end of the gut shot situation draw, I think quite frequently can face a check raise. The only thing that might slow him down here is the ace high texture, right? Pardo in this situation will have plenty of ace-x combos when he opens. It would be better to probably check raise this if it was like queen 9-6, where your opponent is going to have less of that, less of the hands that might shove against a check raise or continue very frequently with, you know, ace jack, ace 10, ace 9, ace 2 suited, ace 3 suited, ace 4 suited, all that kind of stuff. Just saying it's a possibility, and some players will take that opportunity to go for it there. So this is really interesting now. 85K in the middle. The way he sizes this bet will tell us a lot about his plan on later streets. The bet was 47K. It looked like he was queuing up for the absolute triple, and you love to see it. You really do, because I think there's a lot of power in having two barrels, even in situations where second pair might have a lot of confidence continuing when the board pairs again. If you're playing at this level, you need to be aware of the fact that there are ways to represent trips there, and your opponents will give you credit.
You can't stay down, not with two barrels on him.
Yes, indeed. Obviously, pretty easy to get a gut shot to fold at that point, but I really appreciate the line from both players. I think both players playing the hand very well there. Accidental grenade here in the chat. Our very own AG, great quote. Don't be afraid of barrels, Donkey Kong.
Huh.
5 pass, 6 pass.
Shepkin with 666. Okay.
The number of the beast.
Raise 22,000.
Opens to 22K in late position. Who is it who keeps clearing their throat? Need to have a word. And that word is stop. Oh, looks like we've got a new player coming to the table. The empty seat is being filled by...
Hello.
Bleron Maliki.
Now you have 9 players on. Five pass, 6 pass.
Yeah, hashtag embrace the throat. Doesn't quite have the same ring to it, and also, no, just no.
Oh, no, let's not go there.
That's going to be
Shepkin here, ace jack suited in the hijack.
Now you should see them. Raise 22,000, 8 pass.
Shepkin back in action, has raised from the hijack.
9 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass.
I've just realized that there's quite a lot of coughing and spluttering going on. It might be more than one player. Anywho, that was a raise and take it for Shepkin.
One. 7. Box 7. 6.
Shepkin puts king 6 off in the bin. Oh, proper Shepkin this time. I was going to say, I didn't think that was Shepkin.
7+. 8+. 9+.
Holding around now. Looks like we're back on track with the GFX. Pardo now in the small blind, king 10 off.
Juan Pardo is not in the small blind.
Nope, never mind. We're still off, guys.
Juan Pardo raises from the button. It is Marcin Horetsky who's in the big blind. Raise and take it. So luckily we can press the right button and sort it out. Sort it out.
Sort it out. Strag in the chat says, anyone coughing at the table should be forced to sing karaoke to DJ Cool's Let Me Clear My Throat.
Tom, if we get a music strike, it's his fault, not mine, okay? Cardo has raised from the hijack. Bigo with 3s on the button.
This one's awkward. This one is awkward. You know, it'd be really cool is flopping a set, and I think that's what he's going to try to accomplish with the flat. I think these are really interesting spots to look at, especially when you have the context of all the chip stacks behind him, right? Because if he feels like there's opponents behind him who are likely to 3-bet squeeze, this call becomes really bad. If you think there's lots more passive play, seeing a flop multi-way feels great. When you flop a set, you're likely to get paid. There it is.
Wow. Such skill to flop that set. However, the 9 of hearts in Simcoe's hand, and that is a flush draw.
Check.
Jack of spades on the turn doesn't change anything.
Quite interesting when check, 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 flop, right? You know, many players would opt to just go ahead and try and protect that set right now. No more hearts, please. Just fire some amount in there, knowing that even if they do have a made flush, he still has full house outs.
Check.
Now, is it time? At this point, your opponents can never have a flush. It's impossible for them not to bet a flush at some point here. I think it would be extremely, extremely, like 1% likely that either of these players would actually be trapping a made flush on 2 streets, particularly if it was a weaker flush that was more prone to being outdrawn on later streets by another heart.
Cardo has to decide whether to call with 4s, folds it. And Fabrice Bigot now playing 454,000. Jesus Christ.
Strag, you've really done a number on me now. Every time I hear it, I just think.
Okay, that's strike number 2. One more, this channel gets wiped forever.
Stop it. James, the day that I can actually sing in tune enough for us to get a strike is the day I can afford to take us all out. James will be my new production manager on my world tour for my absolute crystal clear sound reproduction, the human beatbox. This better not be a link to that song. Oh, he's done it. Strike really is trying to get us a strike now. That just started playing on my laptop. It is a serious banger, though. You're absolutely right. I have to add that one to my playlist. We have it all in.
Marcin Huretsky all in with ace-3. Shepkin in the big blind with 8-4.
Wow. Maximizing those folds with the pre-flop jam. He was on the button after all. Seems pretty reasonable. There is a considerable amount of dead money when you include the ante in there. So it's a big pickup when you get it through.
Yes.
And I feel like probably as an adjustment, you're going to be shoving a lot of those weaker aces at this stage in the tournament. Very frequently getting many of those dominating aces to even fold. So that's why it's so powerful.
We're at 68 players right now. 8 of them on the main stage at our current feature table.
Nine pass. 2 pass.
Queens for Malacca style.
Malacca.
20,000.
The raise is to 20,000.
4 pass.
Huretsky, 9-8 offsuit. Folds.
5 pass.
Simcoe's out. Ace. Duthie folded there. Meanwhile, ace, king for Shepkin. Okay, let's strap him and let's enjoy the sickest and classicest of all races.
Yep, the most classicistest for sure. I mean, Pardo here, he has raised. He's only got about 25-ish, 26-ish big blinds to start the hand. There's no way out. It's an absolute no way out scenario. That's why they call it the classic raise. We're going to a flop here for sure.
The re-raises to 80,000, likely to be followed by an all-in from Juan Pardo, which Shepkin will probably call, and then we'll let fate decide.
On him.
Yeah, on him.
Call.
Shove and a call. And Juan Pardo is the player at risk here, and he will need queens to hold to survive.
Yeah, you said it, James. The most classicist of races. Story as old as time.
Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, no, more strikes, more strikes. Now you're pushing it, James. Unbelievable.
Well, let's deal out this board and let's see if Juan Pardo survives. 2 aces on the flop.
You only need 1, Shepkin. Don't be greedy.
And now Pardo is drawing to 2 outs. And it's not a club on the turn to give us a sweat, to give Juan extra outs. He needs a queen on the river. No queen. And Juan Pardo is KO'd by Dmitry Shepkin, who's now got more than 950K. Shepkin now among the chip leaders with close to $1 million. As Juan Pardo exits the arena.
Yeah, I'm sure many players breathing a sigh of relief at this stage. Juan Pardo, an absolute force to be reckoned with, one of the monster favorites in these tournaments. Lots and lots of experience, really excellent player, and that's one less of the legends that you need to be concerned about as you're making your way to a final table. Dmitry Shepkin now 953K. That's about 95 big blinds. That's a lot of big blinds at this stage in the tournament, guys. There's just 67 remaining in this field.
Okay, so Hobo Joe 99 Warframe on Twitch. Pedro Pascal eliminates Pardo. Nobody loves a bad lookalike as much as I do.
Yeah.
That's not a bad lookalike. That's like, those two individuals are in a different universe. Dmitry Shepkin looks nothing, and I mean nothing, like Pedro Pascal.
I don't see that one either.
5 questions.
Can I check my phone or I have to wait?
Strag makes a good point here. What are the TDA rules on if one player mucks their time bank cards into another player's and they become unrecoverable? Do we just put the time bank cards into the next pot? What's the EV of a time bank card? I mean, honestly, it could be substantial. I don't think it's a constant though. If you wanted to try and work it out, I don't think you can create a constant for EV cards. I think they become more valuable over time and also in larger pots.
You went to check the ranges. Yeah, I know, but it wasn't good enough.
So 7-handed on the main stage, and 3 voices on the mic to entertain you now. Joining myself and Nicholas, live from the state of California, or maybe she's still in Vegas, somewhere on the Pacific time zone, Maria Ho.
Hello.
Hello, Maria.
I am still in Vegas, but it's all the same in the West Coast.
Same time difference, exactly. And crucially, you're not here. And it has been noted where your loyalties lie.
Maria, tell us what you're up to. What are you doing in Vegas? What's the get down?
I'm out here for a couple of things. Yesterday was the Women in Poker Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
Very nice.
Where I was the keynote speaker, and that didn't go terribly, so that's a good thing. Yeah, it was a great celebration of a lot of women that I admire and respect. Great turnout, and you know, I think there's also a small tournament series running down the street as well. So just a couple of things going on out here.
I understand.
Yeah, I see a lot of love for your speech, Maria. It seems a lot of people were very impressed by you standing up and speaking to them, so well done.
We're playing like 180.
You know, it's amazing what 2 days of prep will get you.
Thank you.
Kidding, sort of.
Well, just to bring you up to speed, Maria, on where we're at right now, 1,267 entries in this EPT Prague main event. So this is the biggest tournament we've ever seen in Prague. 67 remaining right now. Still quite a lot of big names remaining. We had Conor Beresford, Simon Matson, and Mike Watson on our first feature table today. Tonka, Parker Tolbert is among the chip leaders right now. We have seen Gail Bauman and Juan Pardo eliminated in the last 20 minutes. So right now, we are watching Marcin Horecki, a former Team Pro, a former professional skier from Poland at this FT. And I imagine we'll probably mix things up again at the next break and have a new lineup on the main stage, trying to showcase as many of the players still remaining as possible.
Yeah, well, personally, for me, my ears definitely perked up when you said Gal Bowman. She always manages to find a way to make it deep in a lot of these big field events.
Yeah, and I just want to make it clear, I still haven't forgiven Simcoe for eliminating her. When I said that Simcoe's on my list, I bloody meant it.
7-5. 8-5.
So yes, we started our coverage yesterday, playing through the bubble and beyond. Came back today with fewer than 140 players, playing 6 full levels today. So we'll probably lose a fair few more before we're done for the night.
Speaking of professional skiers, James, I imagine that you're actually a very good skier somehow. I feel
Why
like
would you think that?
I don't know. I think it's maybe like my association with some of like the skiing scenes in James Bond films or something. And I don't know, it's somehow sort of inextricably linked to you. And
I didn't start skiing until relatively late in life. I do think there's a lot to be said for skiing from a young age, like being taught as a kid, because I think you have a more fearless attitude. And whereas when I started, I was just like paranoid.
I understand. I was like you say, relatively late as well. You know, not starting at the age of 5 like they do in some alpine areas.
And ski so infrequently that unfortunately I kind of have to like get back into it after an extended break.
I think that's the same for most.
I'm not hugely acrophobic, but I don't like seeing where, if it's too steep or I can see like the tops of houses, it does freak me out a little bit. So I prefer kind of like the gentler slopes, shall we say.
Yeah, just keeping it casual. How about you, Maria? Are you a skier?
Actually, I was having this conversation with a friend yesterday, and I have the exact same experience with James, James, that I started later in life. I took my first skiing lesson when I was 23, and I just felt so much fear that it just did not enable me to enjoy the experience.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I think I went skiing for the first time when I was like 17 or something like that, and you know, and it was still pretty outclassed by everybody who had been going every year with their family since they were, you know, 9 or something like that, or even younger. But the après ski, you know, being in the mountains is lovely. I do enjoy that aspect of it, and you know, who doesn't love doing Jaeger bombs, you know, in the mountains, right, James?
See, that's the thing.
Huge fan. I know James is a huge Jaeger bomb fan, guys. Don't let him lie to you.
I've never combined skiing with drinking, which I think is like one of the worst ideas ever.
It really is. It really is. I completely agree.
Yeah, this is really going to encourage James and I to get out there. The thought of people drinking then hitting the slopes.
You guys sound like you're competent, but you got some nerves. A couple shots, that goes away real quick. It's the most confident skiing I've ever seen from you two. Beautiful stuff. Anyway, guys, Cardo here in the cutoff with ace-10 of clubs.
Straight back to it, and yes, Cardo is going to raise here to 22,000. Turetsky with king 10 in the small blind has a dominated hand.
I think Summer's experience is quite similar. Summer's in the chat. Hello, Summer. She says it's the only way a shot of Jaeger before you go takes care of it. Yeah, there you go. Hareki here defending not defending, is all in from the small blind. It is almost exactly 20 big blinds at this stage in the tournament, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a call from Cardo. Ace-10 suited, so strong here, but it is a third of his stack. Definitely worth some consideration. This is very, very standard cutoff small blind play once we get under 20 effective, I think.
I think ace-10 suited. I was going to say, Maria, probably a call, and in Cardo's case, it is a call.
Yep.
Yeah, unless you have a lot of info on this particular opponent, you know, shoving very, very, very tight, then yeah, you definitely think ace-10 of clubs is going to be good enough to just run it.
So Horetsky at risk and way behind. Queen 8-8 on the flop, just the one heart. Horetsky down to 18%. The king on the turn. We have domination rotation, however, it is the king of clubs, and that means Cardo has the flush draw. Still has 14 outs, 14 cards that can eliminate Marcin Horetsky. 4 diamonds on the river, arguably too many outs for Cardo, and Horetsky gets lucky to double up and survive.
What do you think, Maria? I feel like I'm pretty much 100% shipping King 10 suited in that position. It seems like a pretty standard small blind scenario. Can you think of a situation where you would sort of find an alternative line just for the sake of balance, or do you think you're pretty much always putting it in there?
I think against a cutoff open, I think that you're going to find most players are going to shove that spot. But I think against an early position open, then obviously you're going to just want to try to realize your equity post-flop because your range is going to be a little bit weaker against an early position open range. But most people just like to get the chips in these days, these crazy kids.
No, I think you're absolutely right. From the cutoff, seems good.
9-5. 2-5.
Sorry, I'm distracted by some Bond trivia in the Twitch chat right now. So
fear not.
You and Maria talk about what's happening on the screen.
That's fine. Bigo here, speaking of cutoffs, is going to be opening his own King 10, this time of the offsuit variety. It's going to go for the absolute minimum plus 2,000. 22K to go.
I was going to say, Nick, do you think he's more likely to play 8-7 suited because he just won that huge double, or less likely?
6-5.
Oh, but the timing, Maria, the timing.
Yeah. Momentum denied.
Shepkin's getting dealt a fair share of good hands today.
From these positions, you know, a 4-bet would look strong, but not necessarily ace is strong. You know, you're up against cutoff, open, button 3-bet. Certainly you're going to have some other cold 4-bets that don't include just the top.
Martin, you just got the double up, dude. Just...
Let it go.
Yeah.
Really pushing your luck here.
I love the sizing from aces here, though. If you're going to have a 4-bet, I think this sort of just a little bit over 2x is a really, really good size to have, so you can, in fact, have a handful of bluffs here once in a while if you got a really good grasp on your opponent's ability to 3-bet light.
Pass.
Looks so strong and is going to take it down. Still a chunky pot, though. Momentum denied. You're absolutely right, Maria.
Thank you very much.
Shepkin has moved over the million mark. More than 100 big blinds now. As we continue to play through this blind level. Here at the last EPT of 2022, as we've said so many times, big event kicking off 2023. The PSPC is 1 month away. January, we will be in the Bahamas for the PCA, and the last 5 days of that festival will comprise the PSPC. All 5 days of this 25K event streamed live on Twitch and YouTube. Platinum Pass winners versus the pros. David versus Goliath. The PCA, that starts on the 22nd, and from the 25th of January, we'll be streaming the PCA main event. So 10 days of live coverage. That's 5 days of the PCA, 5 days of the PSPC on Twitch and YouTube.
Oh, sorry.
Folding round. Even the button's out of the way here now. We got a blind v blind scenario. Shepkin here in the small blind. Very nice hand. Ace queen suited.
Le DK commence demain. Le DK commence demain.
Why so much?
Good card.
Good card.
That is a very large, very, very large raise, in fact, Maria. That's ginormicon.
Yeah, and normally you don't see people take that sizing, certainly not with a great hand like ace-queen suited, but gets it done.
Just didn't want to mess around blind v blind. He's like, I'll find a better spot. You know what? I prefer the ones where I have aces and I can cold 4-bet. That's better for me. Just put the chips in the pot, let me collect them. None of this post-flop stuff. I think it is cool to have a couple sizes there. You know, if you really do a deep dive into that spot, you can probably find, like, you know, two-ish, three-ish sizings you can balance and make work for you, but that does seem like a particularly oversized one. Might have even been a bit of a misclick. He might have reached for the wrong chips or something like that as well.
Or maybe he just has really bad history with ace-queen suited. He just always loses with it. He's like, you know what? I just want to take it down pre-flop, really.
Yeah, he's like, 8x, that's fine. 8x, that's fine. That's the size. Did he say 40,000? Is he doing it again?
Okay, well, you know, if that's just the sizing he's going to take with all of his opening range, then, I mean, that's a little bit better. I mean, I don't know if you want to be necessarily going that big because you just never get any action from marginal hands, but...
Okay, I have some good news and some not so good news. So you might have seen we've just ticked down to 64. That's 8 tables of 8, correct? I'm looking at you, Nick. You're the math expert.
Oh, math expert. Okay. Well, yes.
8 times 8 is 64, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Fine, good. So we're 8 tables. That means table 9, where Tonka was sat, has broken.
Let's go.
But Tonka's new seating assignment is at table 8, which is the next table to break. So we still
there's still hope.
Can't get his table onto the main stage.
Shepkin, cut off. King 4 off.
40K, let's go.
Yeah, no, guys, I am, of course, joking. I think blind v blind, it is pretty reasonable to have a larger size. Obviously, being out of position against the big blind sucks, so you do want to have some bigger sizings for sure. But, yeah, that button open was definitely on the bigger side. Where I think the standard is probably closer to 2x. Going for the full 4x is considerably more. To risk as an open. Hello.
I would highlight, guys, that we're not even halfway through the day. It will be the opportunity later to see Tonka on the main stage, but we can't bring his table onto the set. We can't have his table as the feature table while there's a chance that it might break mid-level. So, sorry, you're not going to get Tonka for the next session of play. But we are going to get a new player at this table. This is Ionut Flavius Voinia. Are we 100% sure that that's his name and not Voinia Ionut? Because I know that we sometimes, you know, struggle with people from that part of the world. He has satellited into this event for 27 euros.
Let's go.
Wow.
Sid Hoffman asks, is he our qualifier? Why not?
Couple of playable hands down at the stretch.
Absolutely. Ace-9 of hearts here on the button, taking his time. 14 seconds left on the shot clock. Is he debating a shove here. I feel like this looks like a really nice spot to put the chips in with 187K, Maria. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, the only person you're probably, well, I wouldn't say the only person, but you're most afraid of the under the gun opener. But you do feel like if you could get this shove spot through, it would obviously be a tremendous infusion to that stack size.
Wow. And look at this, small blind with ace-jack of diamonds. You know, we can't say for sure how it would have played out if we did see that squeeze. In fact, I think there's a chance we might have even seen Cardo fold for fear of the player stack behind him, perhaps, some of the time.
Thank you.
There we go. There's the squeeze.
Yeah, these days it almost feels mandatory if somebody raises and then you got at least one flatter and someone wants to squeeze.
They're just so profitable, these spots, right? You just put people in really tough situations. And in this case, actually having a pretty nice hand to deal with too, so why not?
I feel like the play here a lot of the time as Shepkin with the nines would be to call in position, see a flop against, you know, what was effectively a 45 big blind stack. But he does fold.
Yep, I echo that. I think that probably is the quote-unquote approved line, but I also know that it is very difficult to play those nines as well as a solver might post-flop, so I can appreciate why he was a bit hesitant to build a pot and then continue with that pair that can so frequently find overcards and just get barreled off.
Just put it wherever.
So Yannick Cardo playing just over 500,000 chips. Note that there is now less than an hour to go until the second mini EPT Prague tournament of the day. This is an online series running during this event here in the Czech Republic. 15 MTTs over 5 days. That's 3 per day, and the second game of today starts at 6:15 Central European time. You'll find it in the PokerStars lobby. If it's not in the lobby of your PokerStars client, chances are you're in a part of the world where we're not offering this series. But for those of you who can play, EPT Paris satellite tickets added to all prize pools. And for the final day, for the mini main event, which has a $5.50 buy-in, there is an EPT Paris package added. I noted, Maria, that when the EPT 2023 schedule was announced, you were very excited about the addition of Paris.
I was. I haven't been for a long time, and I just remember, you know, going there for WSOP Europe and Con, and I was like, oh, yes, and a stop in France again. Let's get it.
$63 players remaining.
Attention dealers and players in seniors event, we have 20 minutes break. That's 20 minutes break in seniors event.
Strag in the chat saying, I miss the old aviation club, possibly the most elegant place I have ever played poker. I was thinking exactly the same thing, Strag. I've never had the chance to go to the Aviation Club de France, but that would have been a fantastic venue had it still been open.
Got to go there once in 2006, and it was as awesome as you would imagine.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got the snowmens for Simcoe. Shepkin flatting with the ace-jack. Strag pointing out that the Aviation Club is on the Champs-Elysees. I believe that the hotel, we looked it up yesterday, right, Nick? The hotel where EPT Paris is taking place is also on the Champs-Elysees.
Absolutely. Get a little bit of that, Champs-Elysees vibe.
Yeah. Then to this level, all players will have 20 minutes break.
Bless you. So what's going on here? 8 still good, right?
Yeah, not good enough to bet multi-way, but not a bad turn card for the 8s, especially after the flop gets checked around. Still really tough to think about necessarily extracting value with 8s in this type of spot, but you also sometimes feel the need to maybe put a small bet out there just to protect from all of the other additional overcard equity. But here, you know, not really in a good position. Maybe if you were last to act, you could consider doing that, but it's going to be Shepkin who puts in a bet with the ace high.
Yeah, I was kind of teasing the idea that maybe you could put in like a really small 10%, 25% sort of, you know, like you said, protection bet on the turn. Maybe you get some value from the hearts. You kind of get some of the overcards to fold that still have equity going to the river for free. But I think also you're kind of telling a story that makes you look quite weak. You're kind of turning your hand face up, and I think good players can exploit that sizing because they're aware you probably aren't going to turn up there with a queen too often. You're probably not going to be doing that with a decent 9 too often. And you suddenly start to have these combinations that could be bluffed on later streets. But sure enough, ace 3 on the river regardless.
Okay, so clearly we saw the best hand folded, but Simcoe now looks like a genius because it is Barry Greenstein giving Horetsky 2 pair. And Shepkin, this might cost him a few chips, Maria.
Yeah, certainly feeling like he could target a lot of, you know, Queen X, 9X type hands and not going to really see that 2 pair coming, but looks like he's going to get led into, which might save him some chips. You know, we'll see what the sizing is from Horetsky. Looks like 90K. Quick call from Shepkin. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see what sizing Shepkin would have opted for had it been checked to him and Horetsky go for the check raise.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I think given the fact they went check, check, check on the flop and then he bet the turn, he will have some missed hearts that probably have to continue bluffing. He will have some missed straight draws that will have to continue bluffing. So, as Maria points out, you know, really interesting to see how it would have played out had it been checked to him and, you know, had some of those combos or indeed found an ace on the river and thought he was going for value.
Good idea for you.
Voynia, how to play the ace-queen. Elects to just call. We'll have the advantage of position, assuming we get to a flop. Just Simcoe left to act in the big blind. Ace-3 of spades. calls as well. 3-way to the flop. Jack 7 deuce. 10's still good. Perlhofer!
Going for a small c-bet with the 10s. Certainly not a hand that you could go 3 streets with by any means, but you know, after you get this call from ace queen, I'm sure if the 10s don't get any better, they're going to turn it into a check call. Now the ace queen feels like perhaps they have, you know, some decent showdowns, so maybe not necessary to bet this turn card when the 7 pairs. Decent run out for both hands, especially given the action.
Yep, both players with a heart in their hand as well, making it a little bit less likely their opponent has that made flush now with the deuce of hearts. Although, of course, it is a double paired board, which has got to be some consideration as well. Perlhofer is going to put in a little bit of a smaller bet. 40K
Yeah, about
into, sorry.
Yeah, about a third pot, you know, really trying to target perhaps getting some ace highs to call, you know, maybe some hands like 9s, 8s, you know, even maybe some smaller pairs like 6s, 5s that would maybe look this sizing up.
Absolutely, yeah. I was going to say it's not quite a blocker bet. I don't think it's quite small enough to sort of be classed as a blocker bet, but of course a blocker bet can be kind of a value bet the way Maria is describing as well. So 1/3 seems good. Ace queen making a very disciplined fold, though. You know how often people get sticky on double paired boards, right, Maria? Hate to fold ace high on double paired boards.
People hate to fold out a chop. They're like, you know, maybe they have ace high too. Like, worst case, we're chopping.
They really, really hate to fold that, don't they? They're like, ah, go on then.
Someone's causing a commotion out in the field.
Oh, I have to tell you guys that out here in Vegas, somebody at the table expected me to do the Chop Pot song for them. And I'm like, oh, so I have requests still, even though, according to you guys, it doesn't come off really well on stream.
Maybe they want you to do it so they could laugh in your face.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Savage.
That would be, yeah, exactly. Some next level trolling. There was a big Chop Pot, and then somebody else set me up for it. They were like, well, Maria, you know what they say. And then I was like, oh, we're doing this now here?
And they went, we knew you would say that. That's perfect. It's just like on stream.
I hope you obliged, Maria. There is a contractual obligation when you're part of this crew.
Oh, of course I did. And, you know, the timing was perfect. I was on key. It was a beautiful thing.
I mean, not being funny, it is 100 times easier when you're the only person performing. You don't have to, like, compliment or sync with anyone else.
It was a bit weird when everybody pulled out those signs that said 10 out of 10 under their seats, you know, and yeah. Felt like it was staged at some point.
I dread to think, by the way, what Griffin would do if, whilst playing a live tournament, he was asked to perform the Chop Pot song. I have visions of him like standing on the poker table, strumming an air guitar, screaming it at the top of his voice.
I don't know if you heard Arlie's rendition the other week, but I said to chat, look, I feel a bit weird without James and Joe being here. We'll do it one time. So I queued him up, and he went on this, everyone loves the chop pot.
I don't expect an original composition. It's just like your own personal take on the classic is all that's necessary. Shaban.
The Shabanimal just you know, taking some creative license with a classic, and you know, needless to say, the chat was not impressed.
I see taking creative license as a euphemism for getting it wrong. Yarrow says, I'm missing Joe's graphics chopping down a tree. It was me. What? He gets credit for literally every bloody thing I do.
Oh.
Oh, Shepkin, why are you turning your hand into a bluff, sir? Why? You have ace high. Why would you do it? Makes the fold. Well played, sir. That's why. He gets an 8 to fold once in a while. So far, lots of composure from Shepkin. I think been making some really, really sound decisions. I would have loved to have seen that hand played where he had the 9s in the squeeze pot, but I totally feel the pain. I know it just doesn't feel good. Sometimes you got to do it, but that's what they're playing for, guys. Shiny, shiny trophy.
Will Meister says, Mitch is the true hero. Yeah, but I'm sure you've heard a fair few squeaks today. Right now, Mitch is down to £3 today. That's all we're paying him. One more squeak, it's down to £1.50.
£1.50, that's right. It halves every single time. Fractions of cents, I anticipate, by the end of today's stream.
Don't worry, we let him sleep under the feature table at night. Doesn't have to pay for a hotel room. Voynia has opened with 10-9 suited. He's playing the Grafton. We go with King 10 of clubs.
The official Grafton.
Free bet to 66,000. Shepkin with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit.
Yeah, 10-9 suited, obviously a hand that could play quite well against some of your opponent's value hands that they would 3-bet with. But here we see that they're actually dominated.
Voynia makes the call. And we see a flop. That flop is 8-6-3. King 10 high, still the best hand. Action check to the pre-flop aggressor.
So continues for about 1/3 pot here.
Yeah, Voynia obviously looking for some red cards on the flop, but does have the gut shot. So looks like they will find the continue anyways without any backdoor flush possibilities.
Interesting turn here. It's kind of a hard turn for Bigo to continue on, especially without a spade in his hand. I think it's probably true to say, tell me if you think I'm making this up, Maria, but I feel like quite a few of the combinations that do like to defend versus a 3-bet will be suited combinations. Obviously, being suited makes them slightly more playable. So the spades have got to be a concern here for sure, especially when you're not blocking any of those sort of Broadway spade combos, suited spade combos that like to call versus 3-bet.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that there's really much concern about the trips factor here.
Right.
Voinia shouldn't have a lot of 6Xs, but certainly, as you mentioned, the flushes and, of course, 8s full are possible.
Sure.
And other kind of smaller medium pairs that would perhaps check call the flop and certainly not necessarily fold to a turn bet either.
So if he's going to bluff, I feel like it's got to be a lot. And if you look at SPR here, it's only just a bit above 1.
Wow.
Goes the other way completely. The value bet bluff, 35K into 250, 260K, something like that was the pot before the bet went in. This is...
Yeah, you know, so interesting. Because
very interesting.
I think if Bigot had like an ace high here, it almost feels like the price is so good that you absolutely just won't be folding.
Yeah.
But king high a little more interesting, but certainly Voinia could be value betting here with less than flushes here with that sizing, you know. So
yeah.
9s and 10s and even maybe 7s would perhaps bet that size to try to get a call from the ace high. So keeps a lot more value there. So well done.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. Love to see that really, really small bet being successful. Such a well-timed, well-sized bet, and just seems to know exactly where his opponent is at in this case. I'm with you, Maria, though, as well. I feel like maybe a little bit bigger might actually incentivize more aces to fold. I wonder if he has the ace of spades there in position. He just sort of side calls for that size. You know what I mean? Really, really interesting.
I mean, I know I would. I'm not folding ace high for 1/10 pot. Or
yeah, exactly. It's just wild, isn't it? But really, really well timed, and that's what we watch for right there. Beautiful stuff.
So we are coming to the end of this level, and just to highlight once again that Tonka is on the next table to break, and that table cannot be our new feature table. Hopefully he'll get a more favorable seat assignment a bit later on, and we'll bring him to the main stage during this evening. Our next feature table, we are going to change during the break. Features Antoine Sote, Jerry O'Dean, Preben Stocken, so we'll have some Stocken blocken, and Javier Gomez. Now, Gomez is the story of the tournament right now, because Javier Gomez recently took the overall chip lead. I would like, if I may, to share a story from our friends at Poker News. You might remember Yeset Imukhanov, Nick, who was on our feature table yesterday.
Yep.
Gomez heads up against Imukhanov, 200K in the middle already, 9-5-5-8 on the board with 2 diamonds, and Gomez announced all in from the big blind. Imukhanov called off his stack. Gomez turned over 5-4 for trip 5s. Imukhanov was drawing with jacks. The river was a 10. Gomez held on, eliminated Imukhanov, and took the chip lead. Now playing around 1.85 million. So chip leader Javier Gomez coming to the feature table off the back of the next break, along with Antoine Sote, Jerry O'Dean, and Preben Stocken. See, I told you we're getting lots of positive feedback, Maria. Good flop too, says Maria. Great speech yesterday. That was a nice ceremony to honour some great ladies.
Oh, Thank you so much, Good Flop. It was really nice to hear that a lot of people that weren't able to attend in person watched it on YouTube, and we really appreciate that kind of support to just elevate and celebrate all of these women and their accomplishments. There was a really great story, you know, Lupe Soto, who is been organizing the Women in Poker Hall of Fame ceremony for years. She told a story about how one of the years they were in Binion's in one of the back rooms where all the plumbing was exposed. And the carpet was stained, and they were like, here, you can have this room for your Women in Poker Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And fast forward, you know, 15, 20 years later, we're in the Poker Go studio. So, come a long way.
That's amazing. Good job, Maria. That sounds fantastic. And yeah, quite the journey, eh?
Bigo versus Cardo. Ace, Queen, 6, a pair of queens for Cardo. Cat Mama asks, is this in Prague or Rozvadov? EPT Prague is taking place in, and this might be hard to believe, Prague. Thank you for your question.
Checked over to Bigo, our initial pre-flop raiser. He is going to continue with his gut shot. 57K in the middle, 33K is the continue Cardo with middle pair. I'd imagine this is probably always got to be at least a call. Oh, wow. Just gives up the middle pair right on the flop.
Definitely don't see that too often, but not really wanting to play a marginal spot out of position. A little respect to their opponent as well shown.
Metal Face TV says, any idea which city EPT Paris will be? Too early to say. Come back to me in February.
All I know is if I go to Paris and it's not in Paris, I'm going to riot.
Isn't
Somebody better clarify for me.
Isn't there a Paris in Florida somewhere or something? You know, like. Hey, Maria, where are you? What's going on? Oh, I just landed. You landed? What here in Paris, Florida? We don't see you. Kings for Pillhofer in the cutoff. Has 3-bet to 76K. Simcoe, ace 10 off. Throws the chips to his 3-better. Makes a good laydown, and Pillhofer is going to be picking up this pot.
So when you come back from the break, you can go back to your original table down there.
Istvan Pillhofer. Great name, very strong name.
It's because we were not funny.
Yes.
We're not funny. Yeah, we were just sitting and...
Yeah, that's why.
Istvan Pilhofer has the sound of somebody who's some sort of epic fantasy novel, right? Like The Adventures of Istvan Pilhofer.
6 minutes. Countdown. Maybe they changed their mind.
It's okay, guys. We're sure you're lots of fun off the poker table.
Rogue in the chat says, Rozvadov isn't even remotely close to Prague, unless I'm missing something. It's literally a 2-hour drive, buddy. I think it actually might be one of the most direct routes to the Rozvadov casino, in fact.
Was it good? Maybe. We will see. He didn't have kings this time, probably. I had like deuce 5 off 4 kings. What can I do? Now I have something different, so I tried to open.
All right, we see an open here from Cardo on the button. Queen 10 suited.
That was good. Excuse me?
And this time, seeing that ace 5 off being used as a 3-bet here, 85K, slightly larger, as it is from the small blind after all. Out of position, you need to put in a couple more chips to account for the fact your opponent has absolute position against you. Inspire a few more folds here and there. Build the pot when you have some of your nicer hands as well.
By the way, you might have noticed that we've ticked down to 57 players. I should highlight that out in 60th place was Preben Stocken. So sadly, we will not be greeted by Preben Stocken's face when our new feature table take their seats on the stage after the break. Stocken gone in 60th. But obviously the other players I mentioned are still in right now and will be on the new feature table post-break. That break is 5 minutes away. Metaldos says, when is Joe coming after the break? New table, new commentator. Boom.
No, but ace on the river. Ah, yeah, yeah. Good call.
Okay, there is a continue from the ace 5. He has connected with the board. 60K in the middle now. Sorry, 60K was the bet, excuse me. So around a 1/3 continuation. A little bit less.
Cardo with the 2 overs plus the backdoor flush draw ends up folding in position. I know that I haven't seen much of Cardo's play, but just from those 2 hands, it does feel like he doesn't like to put himself in marginal spots. Maybe a little more inexperienced post in certain situations and doesn't really know how he would like to proceed.
Oh dear, a few people very disappointed that Preben Stocken will not be on their TV screens. No Preben, no Watchy. I mean, we've got the tournament chip leader. You know, that's quite a good story.
Mr. Shepkin.
Maliki with 4s in the hijack.
Yeah, keep an eye on that stack depth though, guys. Maliki here now less than 20 big blinds, opening pocket 4s here. I don't know, Maria. I think I might have preferred to have seen just a shove from the 4s of this stack depth. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that would have definitely been a pretty good option, especially if you know that if you face aggression behind you, you're not really sure what to do with your fours at that point.
And you put yourself in situations like this where Voinier just 3-bets you ridiculously small, and you have to decide if you're going to commit the rest or you're just going to raise fold. And raise folding off of 20 big blinds is really, really bad. It's like 10% of your stack. Yeah, that doesn't feel good. Well-timed 3-bet there from Voinier, and also just love that 3-bet size as well, right, Maria? Like that, you know, sort of the 3x is like a standard 3-bet thing, applies in many cases, but as you get shallower here, you can apply the same amount of pressure and risk fewer chips, and I really love to see that. Hello, John Edwards in the chat. Thanks for stopping by.
This could be the last hand before the break.
All in.
Well, we've got an all-in. Maliki with ace-king shoves for his last 180k. King deuce for Heretsky in the small blind, that's a fold. 9-5 suited for Simcoe in the big blind.
You sim. Yep.
And with that fold, with the shove getting through, that will take us to the end of this session. And the time these guys have spent under the studio lights will come to an end. New feature table on the other side of the break, headlined by the current tournament chip leader. Maria, you're back on the other side of the break, right?
Yes, I will be.
Fantastic. Otherwise, Joe would be very sad if he'd missed you today.
Well, Joe has to choose between hot dogs or doing commentary with me, so.
Voinier has more than 100 big blinds. Obviously, it's not overly comfortable situations for players like Simcoe and Maliki, with the blinds going up to 6,000, 12,000. We'll try and keep tabs on those guys as they move out into the field. But just to recap, new feature table for the next session. Among the players at that table, Antoine Saut, Jerry O'Dean, and the current chip leader, Javier Gomez. We will be back in around 15 minutes' time, so not too long to wait until you get more live action. We're at the halfway point. That means 3 more levels to play today. Day 3 of the PokerStars European Poker Tour main event from Prague.
It's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
One other thing I wanted to ask you about your first year on the World Series, the Moneymaker year. Is it true that you thought that it would be bad for poker if Moneymaker won, that you felt that in order for the game to have legitimacy, the established pro, Sami Farha, needed to win?
Okay, James, I'm not expecting softballs here, but earlier you want to finish the story that, my investors got 0 back on 25K. Now you're pounding away on a mistake I made, an honest mistake. It's not like I didn't kidnap the Lindbergh babies, all right? I wasn't one of the masterminds behind 9/11. When we were coming down the stretch, in fact, when Phil Ivey got knocked out 10th just before the final table, and obviously we were going to have 7 episodes, so we're going to have plenty of Ivey. I was horrified. I thought that was bad because he was the most established person left.
Yeah.
So now we got 9. Now we got 9 clowns left. But yes, when it got to heads up, when it was Moneymaker versus Farha, I believed with every inch of my heart that it was bad for poker if some accountant, 27-year-old hick accountant from Tennessee who almost sold a seat and won a seat for any one of 37 different numbers now we have. $39, $49. You want to
$110, $150.
I know the exact amount. The correct number, by the way.
7-Eleven.
The correct number for posterity is $86.
$86 as of today, James. But anyway, I thought it was bad for poker if some amateur came in and just showed that you could be a nobody and have no previous experience and have a rank of hands chart in front of you and beat the Humphrey Bogart gambling figure with the cigarette dangling out of his mouth. Yeah, so it's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
Okay, well, to that point, do you think that over the last 18 years or so since 2003 that you have changed your opinions on much else besides that? It feels like, to me, you've grown a lot, or changed, we'll call it, because grown isn't necessarily always a positive or a negative thing. It seems like you've changed quite a bit. Do you feel like you have?
You know, again, sometimes there's changes that you don't feel or see. It's almost like when you're in the water in the ocean and what's it called? When you move from one part to another part, you don't even notice it.
You just drift away. Yeah, you realize your towel's way over there now.
Yeah. Okay, so there can be an undertow in your life. It just happens so slowly, so incrementally. You don't notice it, and 12 years later, you know, you're convicted for manslaughter, and you were having a bad day, but you didn't know how you got there. So there have been changes for sure. The one change I've never made, which I've been stubborn on in terms of my approach to how we do the broadcasting, is screw the strategy. And I take grief for this with certain segment of the poker community, but I literally did not even study up more on No Limit Hold'em because I didn't want to reach the point where I'm thinking, okay, now I'm gonna make a point. I'm gonna make a point here on why he is betting Jack 10 offsuit from under the gun 2 because I know what this is. I don't give a and I've never given a I always thought it would change what I'm doing. So yeah, I've made a point of actually not studying the game. Even when I've gone in the last few years to do bracelet events, streaming them on Poker Go or wherever we stream them on, that's a game that I play, like a stud game or a horse game. I don't do much strategy because I just don't think that's the way to go for most of the audience. But yeah, I've had changes and I just don't know what they are.
Really good final table, actually. I'm really enjoying it. Okay, 5-9 there for Jason Mercier. Oh, suddenly,
wow!
Now he's suddenly. Now
this is not something we've seen before, is it?
No. Well, four-handed. You see, he's going to start opening up now that the four-handed, the right thing to do. Good for him. He's set up a table image.
Yeah.
He's going to capitalise on it.
80,000.
I can't see him getting called unless.
Anthony pass, small blind pass. Eric calls.
Eric's making a mistake here, I think.
Yeah.
He really is. He's calling just to try to outplay him. Check. So if you've got aces or, you know...
Two players, Eric check in the dark.
Let's see what happens here.
Oh, I hate that. He's checked in the dark again.
Flop comes.
Yeah.
5, check, 6. Jason checks.
Jason checks as well.
It's an 8.
What's Koska's going to do now?
220.
220,000.
Betting 220,000 into a pot of 187,000.
220,000. Did he say call? Oh, well, he's picked up a middle pin. He's picked up a middle pin straight with his pair of 5s. So he needs a 7 or a 9. Well, he actually, as it is,
he doesn't actually need anything. Winning. But if he thinks he's behind, that's what he thinks he needs.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking in my head too.
Board is 5. Check 6, 8.
Koskas didn't like that call.
8.
Okay.
I'm on in.
Eric all.
Wow.
Very great strong play there. If Mercier can pick this up, this will be an incredible call. If he can. How much has he got to call here? 700,000. And his stack is 2,244,000. So he'll still be left 1.3 million if he calls and gets it wrong. Has he got a jack in his hand? Has he got an 8? Think it through. He's thinking it through. Checking out his body language. He's looking at Eric.
From what we've seen,
corner of his eye.
From what we've seen of Jason, do we think he can make this call?
I've no idea.
Can he get a read on Eric Koskas?
I think he thinks his two pair are good here. I think instinctively he thinks his two pair are good. But remember that these guys play hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hands online. You know, they have a sort of feel for when they might be ahead. What's he got? He's got ace king. If he's got no pair, then I'm good. Could he have been betting a flush draw?
If his instinct is that his two pairs are good,
I call.
Just got to decide whether to trust his instinct, and that's what he does.
Showdown.
What
He's
a great call.
Made the call, and Koskas will show he had absolutely nothing.
That is an absolutely excellent call.
He went with his instinct, he made the call, and he's eliminated Eric Koskas.
He has. It's a brilliant call. It's a brilliant, brilliant call.
Blinds are up to 80 and 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Andrew Chen first to speak.
Suited one gapper on the button, heads up.
Raises to 360.
This is not a mandatory 3-bet. Good way to balance your range.
Tie elects to call. Jack 7-5 flop. Ace high still good. Tie checks.
Checking to the pre-flop aggressor. Chen should continue.
He does. 330,000.
Ace high will often be the best hand, just like it is on this hand.
Tie calls. Nine of spades on the turn. Changes nothing. Gatai checks a second time.
See if Chen slows down as well.
He does. He checks behind. 10 of clubs on the river.
You would expect it to go check, check, maybe check bluff here. But it looks like we're going to see a bet from Davide Katai.
Is this a value bet or a bluff?
Pretty sure he doesn't want to call, so I'm guessing this is a bluff to try to fold out a 7 or a 5. Chen should be ditching this right about now. But he's not. I know he's not calling.
Well, this is certainly a bluff. A raise to more than 1.5 million.
To be perfectly honest, there are tons of hands Andrew could have here that have ace-3 beat. Tons. Katai is not taking his gaze off Chen at all. This would be some kind of absolute sick soul read.
Awesome call alert.
Agreed. I don't know how often ace tray is going to be good in that spot, but it's infrequently enough that I'm confident in saying that is a losing play in the long run. But Davide Katai just made a soul read on par with Mystic Meg.
Jack 10 for Roger.
The old two-handed peel to go with it. Don't see much of that these days. I'm for it.
He's raising from the button. 450,000. Ace 10 for Steve O'Dwyer.
Uh-oh, Steve's doing the dominance dance.
He calls.
Plays it kind of slow.
The flop is Queen 8-8. It's a gut shot for Sipple. O'Dwyer still ahead with ace high. O'Dwyer's playing in flow. He's checked the action to Sipple.
And Steve can now call a lot of C-bets because it's a smaller pot.
It's a chunky C-bet from Roger, 750K.
And I don't think Roger's going to have much here very often.
O'Dwyer calls. A pot of 2.4 million. The turn card is a deuce. It changes nothing.
Can Roger dump? Nope.
Check, check on the turn. The river card, a 3. It's a brick. Sipple misses its draw. Ace high is the best hand. O'Dwyer checks for a 3rd time.
I'm all in.
And Sipple bluff shoves the river.
Roger. Roger, what are you doing to me?
This is really tricky. Last time Raj did this, he was stronger than the drinks at the players' party. But this is not how most players are going to play their bluffs.
And that is certainly the kind of thing a player of Steve O'Dwyer's caliber is going to notice. We can see he has the best hand. A lot of players are going to fold in this spot, and if Steve does fold, he'll still have a 2-1 chip lead over Roger. But considering he has the best hand, if he heroes with ace high, he will win the tournament.
I think 10 is pretty good.
Father time is going to need some time.
Good call.
He calls!
It's over.
Good call.
Incredible call.
Ace high.
With that hand, Steve O'Dwyer wins.
Wow.
I didn't have you on a pair, and you didn't have one. I didn't think you were going to make that call.
I was worried I had a 10 that blocked some of your gut shots. So.
Good call.
Thank you. And nice job.
Thank you. You too.
Oh, man.
Manik Lerza in the small blind with 6 deuce. Ryan Reese started the hand with 6 big blinds, has 4 behind because he posted the big blind ante and the big blind itself.
Before, yeah. So this is $1 million plus.
Lerza just calls. And Ryan Reese checks his option with 10 deuce. Well, Reese is open-ended on the flop. Action goes check, check. Board pairs on the turn.
I won't be surprised to see Lerza check here again and look to go for delayed bluff on the river.
Well, Reese
at this point
has a lock on this with 10 high.
It's super interesting if Lerza bets, because you would imagine that pre-flop he shoves pretty much every queen, every king, every ace. So unless he's trapping with a jack, man, honestly, I know this sounds crazy to say, but Ryan Reese with 10 high might be pretty suspicious of this all in. This would be one of the most insane calls we've ever seen on an EPT final table, to call with 10 high, but honestly, I don't think it'd be the craziest one. He might be able to work this out, that his opponent's never doing this with an ace high, king high, doesn't have them pre-flop. A lot of the time he's going to have these delayed bluffs. Can he make a wild call with the 10 deuce? He is definitely thinking about it.
7 to 7 to.
Looks like he might only have one more time bank left.
Have you ever found yourself in an MTT, Finton, where you've called all in with 10 high and been right?
Definitely not on a final table, not even close. This would be one of the sickest calls ever. But it just doesn't make sense from the 6 deuce. Oh, what a call!
He calls all in with 10 high and will get the double up.
Hello, my babies, and welcome once again to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. EPT Prague 2022, the real one, not that fake one we did back in March. This one is December. Live coverage of day 3 from the main event, Kings Casino in beautiful downtown Prague. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Walsh.
Hello.
Deep into the main event. Chip leaders on your screen. Pierre de Almeida, hailing from France, narrowly edging out Parker Talbot. Oh, wait, and Maria Ho is here, too.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Maria.
Wow, I'm just like the invisible woman over here, huh?
I mean, you quite literally are not visible to me. It's not an insult. It's not a slight. Just cannot see you. Yeah, Parker Talbot, Simon Lofberg, June Obara. Love when we get players from Japan in the mix. And Jerry O'Dean. Should that be an Irish flag? There should be an Irish flag and an apostrophe after the O, I think. No? Am I totally out of... Is that not correct?
Somebody look into that.
I don't know. It just sounds like an Irish name to me. Tonka, Parker Talbot right there, front and center. You've heard all the reasons why we can't have him at the feature table, right? We went over that? Because we don't like him. We think he's a bad player.
That's not all the reasons, but sure.
No, it's because his table's about to break, right?
Is that
the right story?
That's what happened.
That's
yeah.
The narrative we're telling.
Yeah, we can't feature a table that's about to break.
While we wait for cards to get in the air, we might as well talk about the PSPC. Just a month away, a little more than a month for PSPC, but the PCA is a month from now. Don't forget, they're the same thing. The PSPC is the crown jewel at the top of the head garment that is the PCA. All 5 days of the PSPC stream, but before that, 5 days of the PCA being streamed, and not that you'll see them, I think, in the moment, but when the TV show's there, we're bringing back the skits.
Let's go.
We're bringing back the skits. We had some hits and misses over the years, mostly misses. Does anyone have a favorite? Do you have a favorite you want to tell me about, Nick? Do you have a favorite skit? Do you remember any of them?
I was reminded of one where you kick over this little girl's sandcastle, and I believe the little girl was in fact one of Summer's kids when she was really, really young. And I thought that one was pretty funny. And Summer said she just looked up at you like, bro, why the hell would you do that?
I think she nailed it, if I remember correctly. Maria, you probably didn't see any of the skits, have you?
No, I didn't, but I feel like I heard about it.
To Woogie B789, who writes on Twitch, cringe galore. How about
wow?
How about ban galore? It's not just a city in Maine.
Okay,
you banned.
Okay, but Joe, now you don't have to answer now. You know, I don't want to put you on the spot here. You're going to include me and Maria in these skits, right?
I wasn't planning on it, and it's not that I wasn't. It's just that,
bro, I'm not even allowed to play the 25K, and this is all I've got, man. This
so
job
nimble.
is all I've got.
It's such a nimble shoot that I hadn't thought about it. Let me see. Let me run it up the flagpole and see how it goes. What are we waiting for, by the way? For players to arrive and be mic'd up. Let's deal. I see a table's dealing over there. Everyone else is sitting around.
No.
Maria.
You're in the same position as you've been at the
Oh, that's not Maria. That's someone else. Maria, how did your speech go last night? Did you already talk about that?
Very briefly, somebody commented in the YouTube chat that they saw the speech, I believe, online, and they had something very nice to say about it. So, yeah, I think that it went well. I'm happy with it. I really liked that I was able to just drive home the theme of my speech, which was really just about finding better ways to include new players, women players, you know, all of the people that are feeling a little uncomfortable at the table, perhaps first time sitting down in a live game. And I shared some of my own experiences. I did a little bit of storytelling, and it really brought me back to the old days when, you know, I was just that newbie, and it was a very uncomfortable time for me.
When you saw Sashimi's synthetic boob stunt, were you jealous that you didn't come up with it first?
Yeah, you know, that's not really ever been my thing. So I'll leave that to everybody else.
Leave that to the pros. Speaking of pros, several at this feature table. 8-handed. Abel Aspas, Javier Gomez, Oddvar Brendo. My goodness, what a name. Oddvar Brendo. That sounds like someone you'd have to enlist for help in the Star Wars universe. We need to go get Oddvar Brendo. Hanak Tekli, Veselin. I should have read through these first, I'm not going to lie. Kara Kudikov.
When I give you the card,
Kara Kudikov. All right. Antoine Saout, Jerry Odin, and Pascal Lafrancois. Rounding out all 8 seats here. You guys have been demanding Jerry Odin make an appearance. Still wondering where that apostrophe and Irish flag are, but whatever. Well, that's cool, Marie. I heard really great things about the speech, and I look forward to watching it.
I look forward to hearing what you think about it. Stapes, your opinion matters to me.
That's very nice. Now I really have to watch it. Action folds around to Kara Kudikov. In the small blind. Got Antoine Saout to deal with in the big. Jams for 171. Hey, we got blinds on screen. Huh. Big blind is 12,000. So just over a 10 big blind shove. Bing blind? Is it Bing blinds or big blinds?
Depends if you're a fan of Friends or not.
Chandler has Bing blinds.
Oh my God. It's my big blind.
Scout Lafrancois. One of my faves. Love that dude. Folds Jack 10 under the gun. Oh, here's a bad lookalike. Michael Shannon.
Right, 25,000.
Aspas.
4 bucks. 5 bucks.
Aspas raising 7-6 suited, 707,000 chips. You can do that. Pocket fours for Saout.
Weird spot now for the pocket four is SB. Tricky spot to play these small pocket pairs. They are kind of on the deeper side to start, though, right? The effective stack depth here probably allows a pure set mine, and that looks like exactly what Saout wants to do.
I prefer set miming. I'm going to do it now.
I'm in a glass box.
I guess it doesn't really work. Ace, ace, deuce, 2 clubs.
Check, check.
Force holding.
Yeah, seems like the type of board texture that is going to favor the pre-flop aggressor from under the gun +1. Pretty easy C-bet spot.
With 7 high, are you crazy?
I'm super interested to see what the fours do here, because it's like one of the situations where on level 1 you go, yeah, I probably have the best handle out of the time, so I probably should be calling here. But then also, if you feel like your opponent is just going to blast the ace deuce board a lot, like highly aggressively, it might be a better opportunity for you just to get away. But what a nice turn for those fours. Makes it very, very hard for your opponent to have quads.
This is an insult to Aspas.
Yeah, I could have definitely thought of a lot of better turn cards for Aspas to continue betting tough. You know, you can certainly try to get some of these small and medium pairs to fold, but now when there's 3 aces on the board, if you bet again, you're just only repping quads or the premium pairs.
Right.
A lot of the medium pairs yourself would be checking back here.
Yeah, and this is kind of exactly what I was alluding to. As Maria says, you know, the ace on the turn kind of means that, you know, there's only 1 ace left in the deck that gives you quads. But when you're flatting with 4s and it's kind of a texture, you are going to face so much aggressive accent. Obviously, it's a lot harder to continue when the turn comes like a king, or the board comes like a queen or a 10, or any of those Broadway cards that make up some of the range from the initial pre-flop opener here. I think given this turn, you have to continue. If you're going to call a 4s on the flop, you have to call on the turn now. It's just whether or not Aspas is going to pull that 3rd trigger.
They are, what do you say?
Yeah.
They are when it's like soda stream,
River
you know,
is-
what
Yeah,
it's called
right.
in English, yeah. But the one I tried them in America, and they're not there.
Okay.
I feel like
Yeah, it's sparkling.
Sparkling, yeah, that's what it's called.
Obviously, Aspas themselves could potentially be scared that the last ace is in Saud's hand, because when you complete from the small blind against a raise, you will have a lot of these, you know, suited ace type combinations, or some of the slightly weaker non-3 bettable aces, you know, maybe the ace jacks, the ace 10s,
Right.
sometimes the ace queens as well.
Yep.
200 milligrams.
Oh, he's doing it. He's doing the thing.
Might check.
Triple.
Aspas fires river
I brought it from home.
and gets the fold.
This is kind of what I mean. Like, I honestly don't know what you're supposed to do with 4s from that position, but I feel like the set mine is appropriate pre-flop at the stack depth. You can just, it's fine. We're deep enough to justify calling because I can win a whole stack if I get really lucky, right? But then when you find yourself in that position against one of the most aggressive players on the known planet Earth, it might be okay just to let go on the flop.
Is that what Aspas is? One of the most aggressive players on planet Earth?
Absolutely.
What's something fun that Aspas could stand for? Aggressive something player, aggressive something.
I thought I had accidentally just called the absolutely most aggressive player in the world was a perfect acronym for Aspas.
Really close. If you don't think about it too hard, it works.
Really, really cool line there. No, I don't know for sure if he's the most aggressive player on the known planet Earth, but I do know that many of these players are well-versed in poker and therefore highly aggressive. So honestly, I think the call with the 4s is cool. I just don't know if maybe it's cleaner just to let go on the flop.
Call it Brendo. Looks like Brendo's going to do a little set miming. Hold on, quiet as I set mime again.
He's doing it, guys. He's really doing it. I can confirm. This isn't a bit. He's actually miming. He's not doing a great job. It looks more like the Macarena, if I'm honest.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, it is a bit, but Stapes is committed.
When I make the World Series of Poker main event final table this year, you will see me set mime. Odin with aces. AA.
Keys in the chat says the dude just gave up the keys to the Lambo. I mean, you can't be checking it over.
Did you explain the Lambo bit to Maria?
No. No.
Pull the quote up
please
for me.
fill me in.
Yeah, pull the quote up for me, and I'll explain
Okay.
it in a down moment.
Okay.
I'll try to read it with the amount of gusto I gave it yesterday.
Any in the chat's got it in the
Okay.
in the
yep, I
clipboard.
see Annie's got it.
In the
Okay,
clipboard, ready to go. Well done, Annie. I'm glad you're paying attention.
Free bet from Jerry is going to get rid of a Gomez. Brendo, I mean, Deuce is good enough to set mine before. Oh, no. Gone. All right, so Maria, yesterday there was a hand where, I don't know, someone checked in a very normal checking spot. And then we had a chat pro just come to life and drop this knowledge bomb on us. Check to a tough shark and a scare card, and you're giving them the keys to the Lambo. Unless you have the balls to station down and call, might be best to bet scare cards.
Wow,
So
that's
now,
incredible.
whenever anyone checks, we say they're giving away the keys to the Lambo.
I love it.
Maria, I'm gonna tag you because one of my community made me a little meme with they did a bit of Photoshop magic on me because it was such a good one.
We also had this gem yesterday. This is why poker isn't profitable for good players.
That's right.
That was I mean, do you know how great the first quote has to be for that not to be quote of the day?
Yeah. So basically, Maria, I think it was Amadi was on the flop with kings against queens, and he puts in this huge check raise, gets called. The guy turns a set of queens, and it all goes in the middle. Guy writes, "This is why poker isn't profitable for good players."
Yeah, I think I saw that. Yes, that was amazing.
All right, we've got Kara Kitakov raising ace jack, and Aspis, sorry, ace 10, and Aspis is ditching the big blind. All right. Very, very good hand. I have a funny story about Maria I haven't had a chance to tell yet, but I kind of ruined it. So I've been playing a lot more live poker lately. I text Maria lots of hands. She tries to get back to me in real time. Sometimes she gets a little behind. So there'll be like a pileup of hand histories for her to look at when she's finally able to see her phone again. And as a bit, I decided to do a fake hand history where I called a 3-bet, overcalled a 3-bet with 10-3 offsuit because I had a feeling. And I flop a full house and I bust 2 players. And because I just wanted to see how she would react to that. She was going to go, cool story, but like, don't do that. But before she could get to it, I got like mad coolered like aces losing to kings for like the entire tournament. And like, I didn't give it a chance. And I was like, that was a lie. Now I'm mad. Here's this. So I'm just wondering, Maria, what would your answer have been had I not ruined the joke?
Yeah, I don't, you know, usually with your hand histories, Stapes, I try to give you a nice, cohesive, but, you know, maybe sometimes on the longer side explanation for my thoughts and my reasoning. And that one, I would have just kept it really short and simple, but not sweet, just short and simple, and been like, let's not do that. How about we don't just set money on fire?
You definitely wouldn't have been like, yeah, sometimes you just got to trust your gut. All right, Jerry O'Dean flopping the flush draw here. Gomez ahead with ace 7. And wow, we're going to station with ace high and some not stellar backdoors. Hey, come on now. 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, shoot, I forgot to mention. The next mini EPT has started. There's some satellite seats added. EPT Paris satellite tickets have been added to the prize pool. The $11 8 max single re-entry mini EPT started 15 minutes ago. And O'Dean's is blasting away here. Also has a straight draw.
The hand is finished on all tables, and we have 3 tables with all-in and a call situations.
Is Gomez ever thinking about raising here?
I was actually going to say I would consider calling, and then if it comes a club, repping the clubs on the river.
Oh, I see. With the club blocker.
Well, having the 7 of clubs means you're blocking the straight and the clubs, right? So I feel like that might be an interesting line to take. I mean, it's not just that. You also could just have the best hand with ace high. Sometimes you get to showdown anyway, right? So depending on the action, I think that this is still a really interesting call, especially if you're going to call flop.
Congratulations, all players, you have only money.
I mean, he very well might just get to showdown, despite the fact Odin had a ton of equity. There's the check. Ace high is going to take it down.
Definitely really hard to barrel off on that rivered 8. Just gonna.
Yeah, I think his face says it all, Maria. How badly it's like one of the worst feelings in poker when you're like, whoa, look at this draw. I'm up and down. I got 2 overcards probably. I got the flush draw. This is looking great. Bet flop, bet turn, bricks, and you're just like, huh. There's half my stack in the middle. Cool. What do you got, buddy? They're like, bottom pair. I missed. And you're like, oh, you win.
I was infuriated the other day when I only had to call a 3rd pot-size bet with a royal flush and a straight draw, and I missed, and I was like, what is happening?
Savagery.
How could this be?
I know. That opportunity is sitting right in front of you, and the universe just said no. Denied.
Such a great price, and I was up against the set, too, and it was like, just couldn't get there.
How often do you play live poker, Maria? Just recreationally?
Recreational.
I mean, professionally, recreationally. That wasn't a shot at your status as a professional, Maria.
I was like, wow.
Ray, you're my favorite non-pro.
Awkward. Am I the only non-pro commentator that PokerStars has? I've been playing a lot less live poker since the pandemic, that is for sure. But actually, I probably still put in maybe 80 to 100 live tournaments this year, but 50 of them alone were at the World Series. So.
Yeah, fair enough, though. That's still pretty good. I know you're super busy with your other responsibilities.
We have got a hand shaping up. Queens for Saud Odin. Sticking his nose where it doesn't belong here. Getting a little out of line with Queen 10 suited. And American Airlines for Pascal Lefrancois.
Yeah, on one hand, obviously, coming in with the cold 4 here is just going to look so strong, but everybody's so deep, you want to get in as many chips as possible when you have the goods.
Is this from your amateur perspective, your recreational perspective, Maria?
I was about to say, okay, same question to you, Joe. How often do you play live
I'm going to defer
professionally?
to you guys. Maybe I should be the one texting you hand histories, States.
All right, action back on Saud. I think for the first time, Queens have been folded pre-flop in 2022 to happen in late December. It's fine with me.
It's certainly not a spot that you love. You certainly aren't going to be ripping it in pre. That's for sure.
I think the fact that it is a cold 4-bet from the cutoff means there's just very, 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 very few bluffs or, even weaker 4-bets from this position. I think this actually might be a really good opportunity to get away from it. He's all in, though.
Oh, wow, he does, though.
He is ripping it in.
Can't get away, hoping to be up against Ace-King.
Maybe not fist pump getting it in, but getting it in. Domination situation. And Saud is well covered by Lefrancois. And he is getting ready to make a French exit.
This is a big pot.
Yeah, certainly, it being Pascal who did 4-bet maybe made Saud feel a little bit better about his hand, but I think against some other players, sometimes maybe you can play overly cautious in that spot with the queens and be correct.
13% seems bad even for the usual situation. And that's about to get a lot lower. Yeah, 1 queen left, allegedly. We're gonna runner chop here.
Oh my gosh. Unbelievable.
goodness.
Oh, barf.
Well, Francois has double the amount of outs that Saud just had, so this should be twice as easy to hit.
Please continue announcing calling on the call and your table now.
This is brutal for the aces. Saud in. Not going anywhere. Francois visibly dejected, understandably.
And Saud doesn't even know, doesn't realize that he was only down to 1 instead of 2 outs.
I think Jigglypuff says it best in the chat. This is why poker is not profitable for good players.
I can say for sure this wouldn't have happened live. This only happens online.
Yeah.
Gave him the keys to the Lambo. Francois obviously going to be pretty hurt over that, pretty wounded, but still has 47 big blinds. The best pros, they just shrug it off, right? Next hand.
Not even on my radar. Just a blip.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't know. I'm not a pro. Nick, what's your reaction in these situations?
Please. I meant it for fun. I meant, you know, not like
messing with you.
I know, but I just really wanted to follow up with. So Joe, how frequently are you playing, you know, professionally? Anyway,
what's weird is that my cold streak ended as far as like the sort of starting hands I was being dealt, but it opened up the door for me to make way more mistakes.
Which one feels better?
I mean, I definitely prefer making mistakes to doing nothing and then getting it in and losing. I know that sounds weird.
Yeah.
At least I'm in control when I'm making the mistakes. Best.
Right, 25,000. 3 pounds.
Pocket eights. And Brendo with a nice little set mining. If you're going to set mine the deuces, let's go. 4s is twice as good.
Man, everybody with their small pairs. That's been the theme of this session. Pocket 4 is all over the joint. Pocket 3 is all over the joint.
Oh, a little teckle out there. Jack 7. Ace, queen, 10. Everybody misses. 8s, despite 3 overcards. Still good. Checks around to Aspis, who checks. Turn is a tray ball. Hey, finally some good news for the 4s. How about a checkle from Teckle? Huh? Old checkle. Checkle. There we go. Aspis.
It did go check on the flop, yeah?
It sure did.
I don't know. I don't know if Teckle's maybe letting him off a little bit easy here, not trying to turn his gut shot into semi-bluff.
Well, how about now?
I said semi.
You can just value bet it. Just wait till you can value bet it. Straight on the river for Tackle. And you gotta bet this, right? There's just no way he's gonna check behind so often. Right?
I think given the action, what Aspis is saying in position is that I have showdown that I just don't like very much.
Right.
And therefore you're not gonna get him to bluff because he has showdown, therefore you need to be doing
You're
that
not gonna get him to value bet the showdown hand either.
Exactly.
Maria, from your recreational opinion, do you agree with that?
Yeah, and I definitely think that you can't go too big on the sizing and get too greedy because you have to realize that you're up against really weak ranges as played. And so, you know, just doesn't feel like a spot, especially against two players, where the person with one player left to act behind is going to take this as a bluff spot without the straight, or, you know, some type of decent two-pair combinations at least. So, you know, 50,000, I mean, the 8s quickly folded.
Wow.
But wow, the 4s do end up calling. I don't know. Like, I do not think that is going to be a profitable call very often. I think if the player in position bet in that spot, maybe a little bit more likely to
4s were beating
have some more bluffs.
4-3, 2-3, 7-3, 8-3.
That was weird. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, same.
All right, everyone, just hold off in the chat. Just calm down. We don't need to hear how terrible you think that call was.
Guys, it's not Saturday yet.
That's right.
Just give it some time.
Saud under the gun, Queen Jack. Hey, Pascal, I'm going to do this and make this raise. We get chips, buddy.
9 plus. 2 plus.
So you could give a positive interpretation of that call, like Halabergeau, who says, don't they just pay to see sometimes? Yes, absolutely. Probably just wanted the information they could have had for free in the next 30 minutes. But yeah, I mean, now's better.
75.
Ace Queen for Gomez.
5-5.
Rebatting in the cutoff
4
to
plus.
75,000. Pocket 7s for Tekel now. Maria, raise, 3-bet, pocket 7s. You just say bye-bye here, right?
Yeah, especially because, you know, when action gets back to the under the gun opener, if they decide to put in a 4-bet, then, you know, poof goes your call just into the wind. Never going to get to see a flop. So really tough with the pre-flop aggressor, the first opener, to act behind you when the action gets opened back up.
Fescue says, I have a Christmas party tomorrow at work, so pretty please send me all nice clips on my Twitter. What?
By the way, I think Vegas might give Prague a run for its money on where is it the coldest right now. It is
in the 20s here, Maria.
Pretty cold. Well, last night in Vegas, I think it was getting into the 30s. It was freezing.
The cold is much harder to deal with in Vegas because you're not prepared, and it's usually very windy also.
Yeah.
Action folds around a Tekel on the button, 8-4 suited.
5-5.
Fold. Karakitikov. King 5 off, the Karakitikov.
Call.
Antoine with 7-6 suited. Here we go to the flop. 8-7 high. You don't mess with Uncle Terry when he's got a bit of the old drink in him, and you don't mess with Antoine Saout right now. And there is the bet from Saoud after a check to him. feel like floating here with King 5 is pretty optimistic.
I do think blind versus blind certainly does leave a little more room for possibilities of these wider floats.
Yep.
I think
that's fine.
No, I was literally about to say I think blind v blind, King High just becomes much stronger as an actual showdown as opposed to I'm gonna try and make a hand. You know?
Right. Believe me, as soon as I said it, I was like, okay. They're probably gonna go, oh, King High's real good.
King High's
here
the nuts here, bro.
A lot of the time.
Jack High is the new King High. Don't you know that?
I wish I lived in the world that you guys live in as professional players, where like King High is ever good at showdown.
10.
42.
It's actually such a nice turn for the 6-7. Your hand becomes so disguised. Your opponents give you very little credit for trips now. And I love that bet size too. 42K feels fantastic.
What's 7 times 6? A bit of a tell there.
42.
Yep.
Man, mental math definitely
It's
not
all
my strong point.
subconscious. It's
Oh,
all...
you play poker. You must be good at math.
Also, I should mention I'm not good at poker. Kara Kittikov folds. King High was not good this time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All eagle eyes. Brent, our good friend Brent in chat says, I think deep in a PCA main a few years back, so cooler Liv Barry to make a good run. That sounds familiar. And I think he's made the WSOP main final table more than once?
9 pass.
At least once.
Right.
Here he is again.
25,000.
UTG +1, Aspis, King 8 of spades. Coming in with a raise.
3 pass. 4 pass.
Tackle with ace, king suited. What's that energy, Maria?
big slick energy.
Big slick energy.
Great, 68,000.
25,000 to 68,000. Ooh, cheeky.
It's got a certain flair to it, doesn't it? That bet
Cheeky.
size.
Not even 3x.
Yeah. A little bit of flair.
7 times. Thank you. 8 times. Pass.
Just with a quick fold. Bit of a tackler. Enoch Tackle. It's a powerful name. I am the one who he knocks. Let's out. Gomez. Anagay.
3 pass. 4 pass.
There goes Berendo. Enoch.
Great,
So there was a bit of a debate in the chat here. I say debate, there's definitely is a right and wrong answer. But the old trips versus a set situation. You can't call it trips, it's a set.
It's hard.
So just
The only
to-
thing that's acceptable for both, although antiquated, is 3 of a kind.
Exactly, because it's still the strength of the hand. But just to put this to bed, guys, a set and trips is not necessarily the same thing. The set is when you have 3 of a kind, but you have a pocket pair in your hand that connects with the board. However, we have a fantastic follow-up from Smokey here. Says, if we have trips and sets, what do we call quads with 1 or 2 hole cards? We need a, we have no phrase for that.
It's just such a rare occurrence, I guess.
It is such a rare occurrence, but I feel like it needs a cool name. I might put that up on the Twitter and see if anybody has any creative answers for what we call quads with 1 card,
Isn't
quads with 2.
Isn't quads with 2 cards in your hand? Isn't that where you go? I've only got 2 pair. 4s and 4s.
Oh my gosh. Is anything more annoying?
Oh, okay. I'm definitely putting that one up. I think we can create some good answers there, guys. I might do another giveaway if anybody has a really good answer as well.
Seaman says should be quads and a foursome.
Raise 26,000.
Tackle, King 9 suited.
Leaders in the 1K single entry. If you have 2 players, applicable, you can stack the value deck, please.
Saut with Saexes.
Call.
Dean, 10-9. No thanks. Look at Pascal Lefrancois. He's gotten dark. He's had to put the shades on. Still reeling from the 1 outer.
2 pounds. Thank you.
And away we go. 9-7 deuce. Top pair for Teckle.
Check.
And we restart our
32,000, the bet from Saut. Teckle inducing this. Probably quite happy to have Saut bet here.
Call.
Teckle with this sneaky checkle. As we go to the turn, it's a 5.
Check.
5 of diamonds. Oh, so picks up a straight draw. That's where that 19% comes from.
Yeah, and I think that this is where you want to perhaps think about checking back as Saut. Definitely want to try to improve on the 6s, and you have some showdown value as well. So I don't really know what type of hands I think you are hoping to fold out that you don't have beat already at this stage.
Do you want to fold out some of the just 2 overs types of hands?
Yes, there's that protection element for sure. But, you know, this type of sizing, I think, is a little more than I think you might want to be putting in sometimes.
I mean, if we see a 9 get folded here, do we just all go home for the day or
We
what?
clap.
Yeah. Well, a 9 did not fold, and we've got a pretty hefty pot as we head to the river, nearly 300,000 in it. Teckle checkles again, and Saut now has to decide if he is going to be good at showdown. Now, the draws didn't get there, and does decide to take the showdown value, losing to a 9. And that is going to be a nice pot for Teckle.
All right, chat, the tweet is live at Nick Walsh TV on Twitch. Go and give me your creative answers on the most recent tweet I just put up. And I'll give you a prize if you come up with something that's really funny or cool. Go, go, go.
Man of the hour, Shinok Tekel, 10 deuce. Man, I was just getting ready to play the rush.
Ship the shekels to Tekel.
Dean, queen, tray suited. No, thank you. And Pascal. King 6 on the button. Saw a very active button raising range from our first featured table today. In the form of Finnish player Mattila. 28,000. Aspas with queen jack suited against a button raise, right, Maria? This is fine. We can play this. We have options here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, this is
Maria, just wait
loud.
till you're finished before you talk. It's okay. I'm sorry to put you on the spot there.
I did say it was cold out. Got a runny nose over here.
King 7 in the big blind for Gomez. And of the suited variety, we're going to say, let's see 3, dealer. Let's see 3. And away we go. Jack 8-7, top pair for Aspas. Bottom pair for Gomez. I think there was a spade out there, so backdoor spade draw for Gomez as well. All right, we got a bad look-alike here for Gomez. I'll take it. Jake Gyllenhaal. Of course, we cut away from him immediately as soon as I brought it up. Cool, 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 cool. Bad timing on my part since it is on left Francois. Here we go, to the turn. It's the 10 of hearts. Oh, wow. Wow, board just gets better and better for Aspas. I can see a little Jake Gyllenhaal as a bad look-alike for Gomez.
Yeah, sure.
Did any of you see LA Ambulance? Ambulance?
No.
Jake Gyllenhaal? It might be on Netflix now. It's a Michael Bay movie.
Check.
It makes speed look like a slow ride to grandma's house. That's what I say. Checks over to La Francois, who is drawing deed. A 9 will make a straight for Pascal, but it will not make the winning hand.
10. Check.
Barry Greenstein. The old flaming Barry, ace on the river. Lock this pot up for Aspas, even though that ace isn't exactly the best card.
Yeah, and just not really able with this board texture to find any bets for value on any streets, and just gonna show this hand down. Does Pascal, though, have any desire to try to bluff at this pot?
Do we think a bluff would work with the 4-liner and the ace?
Yeah, I think, it depends on the sizing. I think you don't expect them to have a 9 very often, because with that flush draw coming in on the turn, you would think that any straights are going to go for protection.
Right. And you've got the hearts.
Yeah, right. So it's really just about whether you think Pascal has an ace here. You know, you haven't really, as Aspas, put many chips into this pot while having a very strong hand. So maybe you're just going to flick it in.
In it has been flicked.
Hold on, please.
Aspas stations the river bluff. But Francois shows instead of just mucking. You don't really see that very often. And that jack is good.
Keeping it friendly.
I mean, people were talking about paying for info, right? And it's like, yeah, in that sense, I am going to turn my hand over if I bluff and get called because I paid for the info to see what you called me with as well. It works both ways.
Sorry, you would just show the king 6 there immediately, or you wouldn't just muck it?
Well, you have to open. So first, so if you want to see what your opponent called you with at that point, instead of waiting for the 30-minute delay to catch up, then yeah, you're gonna show.
Because you want to see the other hand also.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to know what I'm getting called by in that spot. You know, I want to see how light somebody's willing to call. You know, what type of hand they were checking to the river that they can call the river bet with.
I think I get caught bluffing a lot because my opponents can tell that I'm about to say good call. That I'm just ready to say it because it's the only way I can save face when I get the bluff call is to go good call. And so they can see it on the tip of my tongue, me just ready to go good call. Good call, you're good.
You think there's like a
you win
an implied tell that you're just
I'm broadcasting good call out of my frontal lobe.
They make the call you're winning. You still say good call anyway. Good call. Oh, sorry.
Well, no, I always have like 6 high, so there's no way that like.
Le Francois.
Queen.
With the queen.
75,000. Two pass.
Attention dealers and players in senior sequence. In less than 7 minutes, we will have 75 minutes dinner break.
Prendo.
Wow. Prendo with a very tempting hand if you're closing the action. But with Saout still to act. And already chips in the middle. You don't want to call there and then somebody 4-bets and then you feel like an idiot.
I know. Don't know Saout's other card here. However, with 1 ace in his hand, he probably will choose to at least call. He does.
And that flop is 10, 9, tray, 2 hearts. Ace 10 of hearts. Ooh, ace 10 of hearts, Nick. Remember ace 10 of hearts?
I do remember ace 10 of hearts. Good flop for ace 10 of hearts. What do you think?
Brendo, where are you? Massey is a goat, says, is there a play down to a set number or is it set level today? We're playing 6 full levels today. We've got about 5.5 hours to go, including the dinner break.
King Queen does opt to check the flop here, guys, with the 2 overcards and the gut shot. Just trying to pot control here a little bit.
Now that diamond makes things a little spicy. Ace of diamonds out there.
Yes, it does.
For Saout. Is there another diamond hidden under there? Is it the king of diamonds?
I think Marie and I were discussing this earlier, but you know, when there is a raise and a 3-bet, I think it is safe to say there will be quite a few suited combinations that defend, if they do have a defend at all, right? So
Jack of diamonds maybe a little more likely than the king of diamonds?
I think maybe a hand like ace jack of diamonds would make plenty of sense here for sure, Joe. And obviously a really nice turn, picking up the straight draw and the flush draw potentially, as well as having the best hand now against King Queen directly. Wow, that's a punishing size as well, 107K.
Yeah.
Feels like a pretty easy fold, yeah.
All right, nice little pot there for Saout.
Continues to beaten up on Pascal Lefrancois.
Thank you.
Like, nothing feels worse than the guy who, you know, gets lucky on you in a huge, huge pot, and then all of a sudden they're just outplaying you and they're making you fold big hands and utilizing the stack that has chips in there that once belonged to you and using it against you.
I would just be like, would you one out me again? You got another one outer over there? Wrote Mr. Inge says, who's the girl talk? Name.
Good luck.
Good luck.
I mean, less than 12 hours after the Women in Poker Hall of Fame induction speech, she brought the house down. You're going to call her a girl?
Got my ticket?
It's the WIPHOF, not the GIPHOF. Why don't you GTFO with your PATRIARCHY?
Gomez on the button, A6 off.
Raise.
Putting in a raise.
Boros S says, how's Parker doing? I have no idea how you know my ex-girlfriend's name, but we haven't spoken in a long time.
Thank you for your question.
Take it down, Parker. That's so weird. How do they know my ex-girlfriend's name? Gomez, A6 on the button. Brendo is going to call from the small blind, and we are going to go heads up to the flop. Yellow, King 8, Trey, 3 hearts. Gomez continuing. Pretty tough to stick around here with Jack 9, no heart.
Absolutely love this size, Joe. This is how you play these monotone
Later.
flops. Just keep it small. Just go small. When you're strong, you want action. You're gonna get loads of folds when you don't. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
AS $S says, would be nice just to mute that dad joke guy. First of all, her name is Maria Ho. Second of all, you banned. Thank you for your comment.
Folding around to the hijack. Aspis, pocket tens.
Nice.
12K is the big blind. Gonna make it 25K to go, a little bit over a min raise. Brendo here, king queen off on the button, 605K in the stack.
Quick, Maria, which hand do you want, tens or king queen?
Tens.
Tens all day.
All right, I like king queen.
Oh, I really do feel like tens just seem prettier. I like tens better than jacks, actually. I don't know why. Thing.
I like tens better than jacks just because when you look at them, it's like an explosion of stuff. Ping, 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 ping. It's 10 things, 20 things looking back at you.
It's triggering your slot machine.
It's like a slot thing.
Slot machine, exactly.
It's triggering your slot machine neurons.
Cliff says bans are giving out more than knighthoods in this chat. How many knighthoods have been given out in any chat ever? One ban would be more than the number of knighthoods, which is 0. What are you talking about? Aspis facing the 3-bet.
I'm sorry, that one's going on the Twitter too. You guys are absolutely killing it this week, and I love you for it. Good job, everyone.
Here we go. Let's see who is gonna. Yeah. Oh, there was a king hiding right there. I was gonna say that looks like a perfect king-queen flop for me. Aspis checks to the pre-flop 3-better. He's got a slam dunk value bet. $77,000. Feels so bad to just ditch 10s here, doesn't it, Maria?
Yeah, it feels like a lot of players are just going to call once and decide on later streets. Especially, again, against an aggressive or an experienced player. I think you would be overfolding if you're just going to go for the check fold here. Okay, it's not a great turn card. It's getting worse and worse for the 10s.
Are you at all worried if you're king-queen now when that ace hits?
Yeah, I mean, certainly there could be some hands like, you know, the ace-jack, the ace-10 type hands that would perhaps, you know, just check call the flop and not.
Why not
you know,
ace-queen?
be leading. Yeah, I mean ace-queen as well.
Okay.
Sometimes. And that's why, you know, you do see Brenda with the check back. Again, just not strong enough after that turn to go for 3 streets of value. But now when you check back turn and it's check 2 on the river, you do have a pair of kings with the best kicker. You can think about going for value on the river, make it a 2-street hand. But he does just check back and will win at showdown.
King-queen manages to take that one down. That's right, Dana Craven, the Kevin James, the king of queens. I guess king-queen off would be the king of queens because it's no longer on the air. King-queen off the air.
I get it.
Francois, suited ace, ace neener under the gun of the heart variety. No Dutch poker joker. Tekel is not out, but I did miss him leaving the table, so he must have got balanced off. There was a dealer change. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to scare you if you're a Tekel fan. And we've got a call from Brendo at Jack 10. Odin is going to defend. Ace-Jack, a little under-repped. Has both players dominated. Queen 10 for Rainbow. Pair of 10s for Brendo. So from worst to first, Lots to fade, though.
Yeah, and multi-way, I think Brendo should be going for the check back here. I just don't think that you would want to be betting this against two opponents. I feel like a lot of the times, you know, you could perhaps end up facing a check raise, or you will get obviously called likely in one spot. If you protect your check back range here, then, you know, on the turn, sometimes you could get some players to lead into you with their semi-bluffs, and you can bluff catch a lot easier that way while keeping the pot reasonably small so that you can see showdown with, you know, a hand that is good, but certainly not necessarily strong enough against two players to contend against, you know, perhaps aggression or some turn and river barrels.
Well, that turn is another queen. Queens and fours on board now. 3-pair for Brendo. Showing it down, 10's gonna be good. Question here from, what an ironic name here, Utterly Irrelevant, who says, I only caught the last few minutes of the Hall of Fame induction yesterday. Were there other inductees besides Maria and Jennifer? Congrats, Maria, by the way.
Well, thank you. The congrats is for 2018, which actually was the year that I was inducted. Yesterday, yesterday it was Jennifer Tilley, Angelica Hale, Vanessa Selps, and Terry King, and I was just the keynote speaker, so maybe that was why it was a little confusing, but congrats to all the other ladies, of course. Very well deserved.
I've seen you do magic with a short stack before. Yeah, true. And I only played with you once, so you're 100%.
Who is this? Reino Rasmussen?
First time chatter says Brendo looks like Lord Varys from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, all right. Good for a bad lookalike.
Definitely a bad lookalike, but I'll take it.
He looks like Todd Anderson, creator of Poker Night in America. Kitikoff with ace-10. Haven't heard from this fella in a while. Will, my sister, wants to know, is Maria the first player ever as a recreational to make it to the Hall of Fame?
You know, they're letting anybody in these days.
So good.
Oh, leave it, you guys, please. Oh, God. Leave it. The first ever professional to recreationally
It's too late, Nick.
accept.
I already unfollowed you. You know, so it's,
you have to follow me
there's no
first,
salvaging
Maria.
it. There's no salvaging it. I follow you on Twitter. What are you talking about?
I'm only joking.
Odin isolating. And we're going to be flipping ace-10 versus pocket fours. Like a knighthood versus a chat ban. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Kitikoff, tournament life on the line, needs to hit. He's the hit or counterfeit. Whiffs the flop, but picks up a lot more outs.
A lot more.
Too many outs, is that the question?
How about the 7 of hearts?
That is as bricky as it comes. O'Dean needs to fade the river to eliminate Karakitikov. Perry Mason.
Wow.
Karakitikov misses the world.
You could not have pulled 2 bigger bricks out of the deck if you tried. That is incredible.
I bet you I did. I did.
Very good skill to have.
Karakitikov cashing for 17,400 euros. Not terrible, more than 3 times the buy-in.
You have to teach me that one.
Yeah, it's
You'll have to teach us all.
Don't want to give away the secret.
If it works, it's okay.
Yeah.
That sounds like an Irish accent, guys. I'm not going to lie. First elimination we've seen in some time. Tuig on Twitch asks, is that a spot for Tonka now? No, but there's now a spot for, to replace you in chat, you ban. Thank you for your question.
Fear not, you guys. We're working. We're going to try and get our boy on that feature as soon as humanly possible.
You guys make me dislike Tonka. I really like Tonka. I think Tonka's great, but when it's just Tonka all day, every day, I'm like, you know what? F Tonka.
Oh, my God.
You're bothering me.
Brenda's going to open up this pot. Queen Jack off, UTG +1. Rasmussen hijack. Ace Jack of clubs, though. He's only got 200K, you guys. I don't know about you, Maria, but I'd be tempted just to put this in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, you would expect that you certainly have enough fold equity, so a lot of the hands that will open certainly might not be good enough to call against this stack. And if you get called, you know, you have a hand that should, you know, have a lot of equity against some of the calling range.
It's tough when you just got to the table too, right? Rasmussen is going to ship it. Folds back around to Brendo, who ain't going to be calling it off with Queen Jack. Nice work, Rasmussen. Welcome to the table. Unaccounted for asks, what his tattoo on fingers? Love and what? So the first word says love and the second one says mind your own business. And it says on his other hand, YABANNED. You banned.
Rounding into hand 107 now. UTG this time. Brendo Jack 10 off. Makes the fold. Aces for Rasmussen. Fresh off a pot. He just won.
Wow. It says love life.
I thought it said love light.
I want some love, but I want it light.
Like, I don't want the full fat Coke. I want
10% fewer calories in my love.
I want, like, you know, I want sugar-free love. Thanks very much.
When you shove. Yeah. Thank you.
Can love really ever be sugar-free,
Exactly.
though, guys?
Exactly. I hope not.
Come on.
I hope not.
Odin could get into some big trouble here. Sorla Sauce says Saut is Saut. He is silent. I'm 75%. Yeah, I'm 100% that you're silent now. Forever.
That looks like a 3-bet to me, you guys. 65K from Odin. Keeping it nice and small. I appreciate that. Again, we're seeing this smaller 3-bet size against one of the shorter stacks. These adjustments make a huge difference to your bottom line. I don't think he's going to get aces to fold, though, guys. What do you think? Anybody? Any votes in the chat? Can we, guys?
I
Can we
mean,
get a poll
even
in the
as a
chat?
recreational player, I know that. I know aces aren't folding here.
You're breaking my heart, Maria. Please stop.
What's tough for Rasmussen is, you know, if you were a little deeper, you could consider flatting and disguising the strength of your hand. But here, you know, you're just going to have to put the rest of the chips in and hope that your opponent was not 3-betting you light and they have a good enough hand to call you with. But, you know, if you were 45 bigs deep or something, maybe you could get a little tricky. Maybe it won't look as strong to just flat the 3-bet.
Later.
Here, yeah, just going to put the chips in.
Yeah, I think our boy in the cutoff knows what's up. He knows he has a game plan there. He's 3-betting King Jack, knowing full well he can fold it nice and easy. And that's a cool way to construct your range, right? If you're going to have some 3-bets in that spot, you certainly don't want to have ones that are going to put you in really tough situations. 3-bet King Jack, put him in a bad spot, fold if he shoves, easy game. Next hand.
All right, I've got an announcement to make. Nick, where did you go to school? What country?
The United Kingdom.
United Kingdom, okay. In the United Kingdom. Now, Maria, when you went to school, did the teacher ever say, hey, this Friday...
Very generous at this table.
I'm thinking about having a pizza party.
Yeah.
And I'm going to write the word pizza on the chalkboard.
Okay.
And every time the class gets out of line, I'm going to erase a letter. And if I erase all the pizza letters before Friday, you don't get your pizza party.
Okay.
Did you ever experience anything like that, Nick?
I'm sure something like that.
Maria,
yeah.
did you ever have that one of those?
Yes, some
Okay.
variation of it, yes.
Okay. I'm going to write Tonka on the chalkboard right now. And if you guys can go the rest of the level, every time you mention Tonka, I'm going to erase a letter off the board. And if there's letters left at the end of the level, we can have Tonka next level. But in fact, what I'll do, because I feel like I'm going to write the following on the board. Tonka will be here next level unless you guys screw it up this many times.
So, okay, I love this concept.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that many players who sincerely want to see Tonka will respect this.
Yeah.
But you're forgetting one thing. Some men just want to see the world burn.
Well, it looks like the mods have helped out.
Hey, Tom really wants to see Tonka. Good job,
Good
Tom.
work, Tom. Let's pick up the action in this hand. Pocket kings for Saut. Brendo, defendo with ace-8. And it looks like this is probably going to be the end of the hand. I don't know. People like to call with ace-high. Shadrahar Yadav, who's trying to ruin this for everyone, is actually banned. Thank you, Shadrahar.
There's always one.
There is always
maybe
one.
Maybe 5.
Now, I
maybe
should
10.
I wrote Maria on the chalkboard a couple of minutes ago, and we've already erased all the letters, so we actually sadly have to say goodbye to Maria. Maria, are we still on for a pizza party?
I love a good pizza party. Only if someone's bringing a whole bottle of Hidden Valley Ranch, though.
I'll do it. I owe you a pizza party. I can't wait to see you, Maria.
No, that can't be your dinner, though, States.
I
no,
knew he was going
wait,
to pull
hold
this.
on. Back it up. Back
he's
it
grinning,
up.
He's
I'm
grinning,
just
Maria.
trying to get Maria.
He's
I was
grinning,
told
Maria.
that I have to let Maria
Pizza
go.
party, yes. This as the
Maria's
dinner
like, I have a hard
no.
out at 7:30 unless Stapes tries to wiggle out of dinner, in which case I have a whole hour. I have all the time in the world. No, just because I'll bring over some pizza and some Hidden Valley Ranch to your house, maybe late December, early next year, because
Christmas pizza.
Yeah. We're gonna do a friends miss with pizza in Hidden Valley
I
Ranch.
love it.
But we are saying goodbye to Maria. I guess, can you stay for one more hand?
Of course I can.
Okay,
anything for Joe.
Wow, except for, letting me out of dinner.
except for everything.
All right, well, that's the end of the hand. Maria Ho, thanks so much for being with us today. You're a delight, and good luck in Las Vegas.
Thank you. I will be chatting with you guys very soon.
Love you, Maria. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, yeah, sure. Love me, Nick. Yeah. Still trying to save it. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Everyone's favorite recreational player, Maria Ho.
It's part of my brand to say stupid shit on stream,
Yeah, of course. Believe me. Let's explain it to me.
Maria Ho, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, now back to the Tonka conundrum. Oh, someone, P fan just asked, where's Tonka? There goes a T. There's another one. There's a third one. It's not looking good, guys. It's been like 45 seconds. Gomez, ace king. Berendo on the button with queen tendo. Whoops. And this hand is over. Oh, no, it is not. We're going to a flop. Excuse me. Ace in the window. And not a whole lot here for queen at 10. Just hold on to those chips. You got 795,000. Don't get weird here.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen some pretty interesting calls here from Brendo so far on
Wow.
this feature table.
Does not pick up any additional equity on that turn.
Ooh, ace king. Getting real tricky here. Checking the turn here. Seems like a pretty clean one to continue barreling, but decides he wants to give Brendo the option to bluff. I believe he was floating with the intention of bluffing, Joe. Oh, never mind. It wasn't a check after all. That's what I was thinking. There you go. Puts in the bet and a fold. That would make more sense. I was going to say pretty unusual line there.
That would have been some really fantastic timing.
Yeah, I was going to say, this guy's just looking straight into his eyes and going, I know you got queen 10 or something like that. You can bluff now.
Everyone doing pretty good right now. I think we might make it. We still have an NKA left. People who have been asking for a certain Canadian pro to get to the feature table, they're getting their wish, by the way.
Let's go.
They're getting their wish. Timothy Adams. Tim Duthie. You've been clamoring for him. Well, he's coming. He's on his way.
Brendo.
After the dinner break.
Brenda opening up this pot from the cutoff. King 10 off. Odin. Pretty defendable hand in my opinion. 4-3 suited. These guys are relatively deep stacked as well, so plenty of chips to win. Lots of implied odds when you got hands like 4-3 is suited, Joe. I don't know. Flop a flush, flop a straight, make a straight flush. Seems good. Yeah, that's the guy. Thanks, camera guys. That's the one.
100.
Or instead, you could put in a 3-bet. Looks like he's making it 100K to go. A little bit less than a 4x 3-bet. I really like the way he's sized here, given the effective stack depths. He's aware that himself and Brendo are quite deep stacked here, wants to have a larger 3-bet, does not want to incentivize a continuation, given the improved implied odds of being in position with a wider range.
What movie is this from? Call it Brendo.
I don't know.
James? I'm flipping a coin. Call it Brendo.
Is it Batman?
No. I see your little
I
two-faced
thought it was a
Harvey Dent
two-faced thing.
reference there. Nope.
I'm pretty sure he says something like that.
Let's see if anyone in chat knows. As we continue on. Oh, there it is. Welly got it. Welly got it immediately. No country for old men.
Oh, Brendo with the 4-bet. Love to see it.
Call it Brendo.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Very close.
All right. Love to see some 4-betting there. Au revoir, Brendo. 74 big blinds.
Next time try to be a little bit softer. You're like 1 or 2 seconds off. You're like 1 second off or 2 seconds off. Yeah, so next time please take some time. Otherwise,
Do you want to hear some of the other names coming to the feature table after the break?
Sure.
Other than Timothy Adams?
I would love to.
How about Ari Kleiper?
Love Ari. Great guy.
What about Pitar Kalev?
Probably one of my top 5 PTARs. Top 5 favorite PTARs.
What about Laurent Sessi?
Not a fan.
Fair enough.
Just kidding.
Andrzej Drozud. Potential chip leader, Pierre D'Almeida. Ellie sad. And if chat can continue not saying the word Tonka for like the next 10 minutes, I'm going to bring Tonka.
Senor Saud here, King 10 suited, facing the initial open from Aspas. Is going to 3-bet 78K from position on the button. Does get the fold, gonna take this one down pre-flop. 55K going towards the one and only Saud.
It's been quite the level for Saud after spiking that one outer. It's been up and up and up. Gomez.
Nice.
With the king of queens. People are doing misspellings of Tonka right now, and one of them just really cracked me up. Parkour Talbot. Can you imagine? Can you imagine
Parker
Tonka doing parkour? Frickin' parkour Talbot, so good. So good. Gomez made it 25K under the gun. Rasmussen flatting ace-jack suited. Sixes for Saud. I think I just saw some sixes folded. A6. King-jack in the big blind suited. Let's go. Multi-way action. You can't do anything but call here, can you, Aspis? Nah. You just call here and you say, pick me, dealer.
Hello. Huge flop for King, Queen of Diamonds here. Rasmus.
Ace, 10-5, 2 diamonds, top pair for Rasmussen.
King, Queen of Diamonds has almost the same equity as the made hand, Ace, Jack of Spades.
All right.
Unreal techers here.
Check, check. Rasmussen, who is looking to be betting pretty big into this pot of 118,000. Yeah, 65K.
Wow, wow, wow. Yeah.
That's one way to go about this.
Well, I was going to say, you know, in these big multi-way pots, I think it's okay to have, you know, for the most part, when we're looking at bet sizing, we're looking at percentage of pot, right? That's kind of how we size these things. And there's a sort of conventional betting pattern that's a third or like a quarter or a half. I think when you're multi-way like this and there's all the extra dead money that kind of artificially inflate the size of the pot, so to speak. I don't want to say artificially because, of course, it is inflated. I just mean to say that a smaller bet, I think, can get the same sort of respect or response as what 1/3 might be if you were a heads up or what 1/4 might be if you were a heads up. So I don't know if you have to go this big with ace-jack to build a pot where you can get the rest of the chips in if you want or indeed protect your hand.
Yeah, I've actually been speaking to some folks about these sorts of situations, and in my way of thinking was like, no, you got to bet big here and charge the draws.
150.
But really what you're doing, it feels like a lot of time, is just bloating the pot for draws that are not going to fold anyway.
Yeah, and I think...
And you're getting yourself into a situation where you're... I don't know, you're sort of overplaying your hand.
I think the smaller betting, generally speaking, is advisable.
Yeah.
I think if you have a bigger hand like ace-10 here or something, having a bigger size hand might make more sense because you're definitely just going to get value from the stuff you're beating and the draws and stuff like that, right? As opposed to giving yourself the opportunity to bet ace-jack here and then folding to a set of 5s, folding to a set of 10s, that kind of a thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you get to a nice turn and you feel like your opponent's likely to be on a draw, like if the board pairs, for example, if it comes like a 5 on the turn or something like that, you know you can go ahead and punish the draws right then and there, right? At that point, you can start building a huge pot once you're heads up and you've isolated just like the one player who decided to come along versus the smaller flop sizing or something like that.
And Aspis did call in the middle, giving Gomez some incentive to raise the gut shot and the nut flush draw. And Rasmussen kind of having to make a decision for his entire tournament right now.
Exactly, exactly. Now, I would also argue that if he had chosen a smaller continuation size here, it's less incentivized for king-queen to go for a check raise. But also the check raise size, if he did decide to go for it, would be an amount that you could probably still peel, or you have a little bit more wiggle room to make some more moves. But now he's got to make a decision for his tournament life here, really. The pot is absolutely ginormous. It's really bloated, given that larger flop size. He's all in.
Does shove for nearly 300. Gomez makes the call.
I mean, that's not the worst news for him. He knows he's got to dodge a lot of bullets, but he does have the best hand. Yeah, absolutely. He looked a little bit crestfallen when he saw the snap call, but I think this is a good outcome in terms of snap calls go.
I mean, Gomez with so many chips can easily withstand this also. 1.84 million even if he loses the pot. $777 in the middle. It is always coming. 777,000. Very tense moment waiting for these stacks to get worked out.
Yeah, very tense indeed. You can see him sweating this, and of course you are. 46 left, EPT, 9 of clubs, no help, but additional outs.
Yeah. That's going to go from 8 outs to what, 10 now?
Sorry, not additional outs. Still needs the jack.
Oh, right.
Sorry, misread, guys.
I just went along with it. River card.
Oh.
A diamond. Rasmussen gets mowed down by the diamond on the river. Gomez scoops a huge pot.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unlucky.
Reino Rasmussen. The Reino of Rasmussen is over.
And the rich guy.
17,400. And yeah, Gomez has got to be chip leader, not just at the table, but for this whole tournament.
Since one was over here, you know.
2.6 million, 218 big blinds with 45 players left. You've got to be kidding me.
That is a ginormous pot.
You've got to be kidding me.
218 big blinds now. That's a whole lot of big blinds in tournament poker. My lord.
With 45 players left? My goodness. KO asks, how is everyone here to see one person? And he's not even on the main table. Not everyone is here to see one person, and they will no longer be seeing you because you banned. Antoine Saoud, ace-10 of diamonds.
7 raise. 27,000
You heard the announcement, 75-minute dinner break. This will be the last hand. Kobe Yard says, we want to see Tonka on the table after this break. We have one letter left.
Sure.
One more person says Tonka, it's over. I'm just gonna not look at the chat. If I don't see it, it never happened. Aspis 3-betting.
Yeah, that small blind 3-bet scenario.
You can't fold this.
I mean, I think Saoud probably not folding, but maybe he knows something that we don't.
What?
Looks like he wants to.
He is hungry.
Big fold.
All right, we're officially on dinner break. I didn't look at the chat. We made it with one letter to spare.
I actually haven't seen one yet.
So we are going to dinner. When we get back, there'll be a new feature table. On that table
Gonna bite him, right?
will be Timothy Adams, Ari Kleiper, Pitar Kalev, Laurent Sessi, Andres Drode, Pierre D'Almeida, Eli Sad, and Tonka. But right now, honestly, we should all be fixated on the snack of Javier Gomez. 173 big blinds after the increase to 10,000, 15,000 with a 15K ante. Pascal Lefrancois, after being one outed at the featured table, has taken 18 big blinds out into the field. All right, my babies, you heard the announcement. 75-minute dinner break. We're going to have turtleneck. We're going to have goulash. We're going to have pork knuckle. Sorry, vegans. More from EPT Prague 2022 after the dinner break.
You're waiting for more
So we've still got Ruthenberg on the feature table. We've got the chip leader, Frederick Nugard.
I'm ace-king her-suited.
We've got
Jonathan!
Fresh-faced Jonathan Duhamel.
Bienvenue.
And he's going to raise here with King 8 to 21,000. Pocket queens for Salvatore Bonavena.
Salvatore Bonacquena.
Salvatore is going to make the call for 21,000.
Uh-oh, that doesn't look good.
Ace King for Domenico Iannone.
Well, we know he has one fewer king he can hit.
Domingo's made a re-raise.
Crack these queens.
85 to 85,000. That's going to get the blinds to fold. Back over to John.
So action back on Duhamel. The 3-bet is to 85,000.
I'm all in.
John's going to pass.
Bonavena shoves.
Re-raise all in.
How much?
Iannone wants a count.
Well, Iannone can't go broke. Is it ever correct to get away from ace-king? That's the question.
Solo perché sei tu, se no te lo dicevo.
Guys,
Are you sure? A te sì. No problem.
English only, please.
You sure?
I asked
I
you
sure, I sure. Solo per te. I fold.
Domingo says he folds.
Wow, he folded the ace-king.
Salvatore showed 2 queens. It would have been a coin. I fold you ace-king, too.
Yeah, I mean, look, given that exact scenario, fine, right?
Salvatore takes the pot with his queens. It would have been a coin flip.
It's a coin flip. It's a coin flip. Salvatore.
I'm not sure speaking to a guy in Italian, getting him to fold ace-king to you, and then calling him your friend afterwards is the best overall
You can
look.
fold one ace, you ace king, my out
yeah, I know.
3, 4 maybe.
You want a deal?
Oh.
So we pick up the action here with Nasser El Nasser all in with jacks. Decision on Frederick Nugard.
Nugard has 1,000,000 chips. Could easily call this off and not even feel it. This is not a good hand. Sometimes you get what's known as positive tilt, James. And you start making calls like this and giving people courtesy double ups.
Yeah.
This hand is never out in front. You're praying for a flip. You're praying to be up against 8s.
Nasser has 2 black jacks. Nasser is the all-in player. Let's see the flop, please. Flop.
And it is a jack-high flop.
Jack of diamonds.
Nasser El Nasser now a huge favorite, 97%.
Let's see the turn card, please. Turn
Quads!
Jack, that's going to be a little difficult to beat. Nasser's going to double up.
Well done, sir, for turning quads. You are excellent at poker.
Sebastian under the gun. Fold over to Nasser. Keep folding around to Salvatore.
Jacks deserve to win there. Salvatore Bonavena with another big pocket pair.
Salvatore's going to raise to 28,000. Domingo's going to fold the button. Over to refund on the small. He's going to pass. Now just one in the big blind.
So Bonavena has raised with kings, 28,000. And decision on Juan Maceras, and he's going to defend his big blind with 10-4.
I gotta play with you one time.
Oh, he hasn't called yet.
What? I mean, people defend pretty wide these days. Oh, this is not a defend.
You raise 50,000 more.
No, it is a 3-bet. He's re-raised to 78,000.
First time in 2 days I'm raising your hand. What can I have?
I don't think he's laying down kings, Juan. I hate to tell you, buddy. I don't care how tight your image is.
Salvatore, let it go. Let it go. Just one hand. It's no more than that.
Not possible, Juan.
Eh?
Not possible.
Not possible?
All in.
Salvatore
All in?
announces re-raise. All in?
You're my friend.
Yeah.
So you're not my friend? Call.
Was that him saying call? Part of me wants to say move it along, but I like watching this.
I hate this hand. So bad. Any pair is good. How can I call 200,000, 300,000?
Everything is good.
One's going to let it go, and Salvatore's going to take the pot.
Shockingly, he lets the 10-4 go.
He seems a little tilted. I think that maybe, just maybe, he should be blaming himself.
Italian flag in the house.
You know, just when I got done saying I think people are done
John under the gun.
3-betting, playing the man in weird spots with no equity, Juan Maceras comes through to remind us that we're still in the year 2008.
Domingo's going to fold over to Rifat.
This is a Rifat Pavlovic, who's got pocket threes.
I'm not your Pavlovic, buddy. He sure does like playing with his chips.
Do you know
what?
what?
Are you doing over there, pal?
I
Pavlovic?
literally tuned out there. I almost felt my eyelids closing.
What's he doing? Oh boy, here he comes again with the 10-4.
No.
He is determined to make this a thing. Stop trying to make 10-4 a thing, Juan.
160 more you got?
Remember how everyone ripped on Spain for like the longest time? Maybe it was all just based on Juan Maceras.
One re-raises. Just 70,000 total.
70.
Sebastian folds.
3-betting with 10-4 again.
The blinds are both going to pass. Back to Rifat.
Action back on Pavlovic.
I might fold. Ace king?
I mean, it might work this time.
Why? Because I folded ace king before? Okay, you push and I shove.
So both on?
You push and you see my hand.
Uh-huh.
No lie.
You sure if I fold?
All right, if you show, I show. If you fold and show, I show. You get information from me, I get information for you. You see which kind of hand you fold and raise with, and you see which kind of hand I re-raise you.
I think Maceras has given up a lot more information if he shows.
Hey, it was a conflict.
Face up,
Wow, the 10-4 gets through.
and Juan shows 10-4 suited in hearts.
Happy to show it. Happy to show it. Yeah.
I'm tilt. When I'm tilt, I'm tilt. Okay, guys. I want you to listen. I want you to listen this. I only bluff once a year. I'm done for this year. Okay? You all got it? You all got it, right? Once a year.
I only
Juan promises to
bluff
only bluff
successfully once a year.
Once a year. A year.
Once a year.
Once a year. No bluff.
Once a year.
Once a year.
Which was the bluff? That or the small one?
Well, that was a bluff. This one was a bluff.
Salvatore's gonna fold under the gun. Solo Domingo.
Best hand they got was him and him. And they folded my two best hands today. Two best hands. Pocket tens and ace king.
Ace king for Pavlovich.
No, because they were all in. I like to play. I don't like to just.
He's cute. I wonder what he's thinking about. See, now he's actually thinking about what to do. Up until that point, I don't know what he was thinking about.
Wow.
Refut's gonna raise to 49,000.
Wait, no way to raise your hand.
Gonna fold around Frederick on the butt.
Ace six of diamonds for Frederick Nugard.
After you show 10-4, you can't bluff three-bet somebody for a long time.
No.
Back to the blinds.
El Nazar has queens in the small blind. Stand by for the sickest and classicest of all races.
How much do you have left?
Should I get the sickest race from 2008 prepared?
I think he should. El Nazar's moved all in. Duhamel has folded.
I call.
And Pavlovich calls.
Like the Dark Knight versus Wall-E. One of these two hands from 2008 has the slight mathematical advantage.
That is a classic and sick race. Just like queens versus ace king. Pavlovich at risk. No ace or king on the flop.
I think you have to root for the queens, though.
He is the only player with a heart. Let's see the turn card, please. Play. Turn card is the 3 of hearts.
Needs to hit on the river, and it can't be a heart. El Nazar has the queen of hearts.
Let's see the river card, please. It's the 7 of
It's a blank, and that will be the elimination of Rifat Pavlovich in 15th place. Cashes for 16,600 euros, and that's going to take us down to 14 players in this main event in Prague. Season 5 of the EPT. New chip leader, Konstantinos Alexiou, has 1.1 million. Frederick Nugard second in chips. Salvatore Bonavena third on the leaderboard. Nazar El Nazar's moved up to 4th after that coup. Are we going to see the bottom half of the leaderboard? Are we going to see the short stacks? Yes, we are.
Yes.
Daniel Drescher and Sebastian Ruthenberg are pretty short right now. The two Canadians, Jonathan Duhamel and Andrew Chen, also edging towards the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Which one was your biggest cast? Barcelona, right?
EPT Barcelona, yes. It was...
World Series, how much was?
300 and...
It was in 7 cards too, or something?
Yeah. High-low 7 card stuff. I love this game. It's really nice. Yes.
Oh my god.
Me too.
I played.
my favorite game.
I played 7 cards too, the 1500, but it was the first time ever I played that game.
Yeah.
And I played it, the band. First time ever. I don't care. I played. I want to learn the game.
Juan Maceras.
Could you please let me take just one hand? Just one, only one from you, and we are in peace. I don't need any
I'm
more.
gonna bluff Juan Maceras.
Could you please just let it go? Not even look your hand. Not even look your hand. Just fold.
There's 5 other players got to get through first.
Come on, not even look. Not even look. One, just one.
King with it.
You wanna go all in again?
Nu har vi shot.
You wanna go all in again?
Raise and take it. He does get one through.
Hey, you fold and show the ace. You got much more respect from me. I thought we were friends, and I don't know we are now.
Wow.
I thought we just peace between Spain and Italia.
They jealous because Spain won the Euro Cup.
Frederick first.
Yeah, for all of my whining about the PA system at the Vic, at least you could make out what the guy was saying.
He's going to raise to 28,000.
Bonavena opening with ace-king.
Mingle will fold the button over to Juan in the small blind.
King-jack for Maceras.
He's going to make the call.
Just call.
Oh.
Just a call.
Queen-jack for Ruthenberg.
Domination, nation.
Ruthenberg, short, wants to conserve chips, doesn't get involved.
No daño, no pelear.
España and Italia again. Heads up to the flop.
Can we chop the pot?
I can take a survey, but I don't think so. Let's see the flop, please. It's a nice idea, so I'll let you go first.
Queen
and
7-5.
Juan's going to be first.
Queen Jack isn't there.
No.
He's going to bet 30,000.
I folded 10s one time. I don't know if I can fold every single hand.
Salvatore makes the call of 30,000.
30,000 each.
30,000 each. These guys are going to get a look at the turn card. Let's see the turn.
El Naz are drinking a beer. I like it.
Turn card is a king.
5-7.
Bonavena with top. Maceras out-kicked.
And you just tell by Maceras' attitude, he's not in the right headspace to make a big laydown.
No.
It's just never going to happen. Not that he should necessarily. Like, I don't want to. This is rather unfortunate, but there's just no shot he's getting away.
100,000.
All right. That's enough.
Well, it's not really enough.
100,000 more.
Not only is he not getting away, but he is.
Oh my God.
My friend.
Oh no, my friend, man.
Come on, my friend. I call.
So Maceras gets himself into this situation by raising. Bonavena moves all in, and it is all into call for Juan Maceras.
This is so sick. All right, whatever, man. Whatever.
Is that pot right? Is he getting?
No.
I think, okay. We still are at the stage where they count the entire stack toward the pot, right?
Correct.
Okay. People putting their fingers in their mouths in 20... What year is it? 2008?
Yeah. So blinds are 5,000, 10,000 with a 1,000 ante. Action on Newgard, who's got 10-4. The Maceras, as it shall henceforth be known.
Talk to John.
Look at Duhamel getting frisky with Queen 5.
3,000. Salvatore passed the button. Over to Juan in the small blind.
Duhamel's been quiet for a while. He probably has a fairly tight image. I think there are better candidates to get loosey-goosey with, but whatever. You're playing against Maceras, who's very likely to be tilting, so maybe you can get some extra chips out of him.
Ace 9-3. Both players whiff.
He's going to check.
Duhamel's got a continuation bet.
54. John's going to bet 30,000.
This seems like a trivial fold, but I don't think Maceras is making optimal decisions right now.
Yeah. I mean, you can convince yourself that there's lots of good turns, quote unquote.
Or you can convince yourself that your opponent did not connect with that flop and that you can raise him off it.
Happens to be a correct instinct in this case. Tell me we see some 2008 poker here. And Duhamel re-raises.
No. Nope. Duhamel folds the best hand. Maceras' bluff gets through. 13 players remaining in the EPT 5 Prague main event. Newgard has reclaimed the chip lead, close to 1.3 million. Alexiou, the other player, with a 7-figure stack. Maceras is now in the top 8. It's Ruthenberg, who now has the shortest stack, 118K. Just behind Daniel Drescher.
Pass to Juan.
Eight, 6 of spades for Maceras.
He's going to raise to 32,000. Sebastian will fold over to Frederick. He's going to pass. Nasser in the small blind.
Nazar Al Nazar with ace queen in the small blind. Elects to re-raise. 3 bets to 84,000.
84,000 total.
Duhamel folds the big blind. Back on Maceras.
52,000 chip raise. John has folded the big blind. Back to Juan.
52,000 more.
52,000 more. 84,000 total. Juan has made the call.
And Maceras is going to call in position. Does have live cards. Sounds like an elimination from the outer table yet. You've got Redjevan out in 13th.
84,000 apiece. We've got Juan and Nasser, and the flop is Queen of Clubs.
Ooh, queen high flop with 2 spades. This could get spicy.
200,000 free.
It's almost a flip.
Juan says he has 203,000 behind.
Nazar El Nazar currently has the best hand and the betting lead continues. Maceras shoves, El Nazar calls. Here we go, flip the coin.
It's like Maceras is just waiting to get into this situation. He's just itching to get all in.
Spades for top pair. Juan has 6-8 suited in spades. He's flopped a gut shot straight flush draw.
I mean, when you play this many hands, you're very likely to find yourself in a situation like this.
Queens, ace queen. Juan has a gut shot straight flush draw, 6-8 of spades.
It is a straight flush draw.
Turn is the 5 of hearts.
The 5 of hearts does not help him, and Al Nazar is now a 3-1 favorite. Maceras, the at-risk player, by the way, needs to hit on the river.
River's a queen.
Instead, it's another queen, the full house for El Nazar, and the elimination of Juan Maceras in 12th place, cashing for 30,400 euros.
Good luck. Guy like to play fast.
No.
Finally ran into a bigger hand.
Blinds 6-12.
And we're down to 11, so we're 2 away from the final table-ish, the unofficial final table.
Correct.
Raised to 32,000.
Oh.
Hello, bullets.
Nygaard getting Newgard getting a little out of line here with the 9-8. Trying to work that big stack on the final table, soft bubble.
Nasser's going to re-raise. 70.
There's the 3-bet. A re-raise to 77,000. Round 2, Salvatore Bonavena.
John pulls the button over to Salvatore in the small.
He's in the small blind, and he's got kings.
Oh, my goodness.
Salvatore announces all in from the small blind.
Bonavena shoves for 681,000. El Nazar snap calls.
Nasser has 2. Salvatore has 2 kings.
Bonavena, the at-risk player, and way behind.
El Nazar cannot believe how many chips he's going to end up with at the end of this hand.
But Nasser does have Salvatore covered. Salvatore is the all-in player with the king of diamonds and the king of spades. Nasser has the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds.
This is going to put him at 1.4 million if aces hold. That'll be good for the chip lead.
Absolutely. King high flop. Oh.
5 of spades, queen of spades, queen of clubs.
Oh, my goodness.
Salvatore is in the lead.
What a time for your aces to be cracked.
Turn is the 7 of hearts.
People complain when it happens in a free roll. Imagine being in this spot.
And he's going to double through.
This is just devastating.
It's the double up for Salvatore Bonavena. Passion and enthusiasm from the Italian. El Nazar taking it well, all things considered.
James, I know how El Nazar feels. I don't know if you remember that time I had aces cracked in the 150-pound tournament at the Hippodrome, but very similar feeling for me.
John has 2 reds.
Jonathan Duhamel all in. Sebastian Ruthenberg all in.
Ruthenberg covered by Duhamel, barely.
So Ruthenberg, the at-risk player, but a 4-1 favorite with 5 cards to come.
How much? 92.
92.
Sebastian is the all-in player. He's covered by John. Sebastian has 2 jacks, jack of spades, jack of hearts. John has 2 red 7s.
Let's deal the board and decide his fate. The flop is King 7 deuce, a set for Duhamel.
Middle set. 2 of spades, king of spades, 7 of clubs.
All right, no more. That's it.
John is now in the lead with the 3 7s.
No more brutal suckouts.
Turn card is the 8.
Well, that gives Ruthenberg a little bit of hope. A spade on the river would give him a flush.
Or any spade that isn't the 7.
I'm rooting for Rutenberg.
In order to double through. Let's see the river card, please. It's a queen of spades.
It is a spade. Ruthenberg gets there the hard way. Did get it in with the best hand. Deserved the double up.
He's a nice boy.
And Jonathan Duhamel is now a short stack. It was pretty short before.
Yeah, he's got to be on crumbs right now.
We're at 10 players, by the way. 2 tables of 5. Ace, queen, Duhamel all in.
Salvatore's going to pass. So will
Yeah, just 35K left.
Oh, all in for like nothing. Newgard, come on, buddy.
The all-in raise.
Even for you.
Frederick's going to pass.
El Nazar can't do it. He definitely does not want to go broke before Duhamel.
I think he has to, though. He's priced in from the big blind. It's next to nothing to call.
He's in the big blind.
John has ace, queen, ace of clubs, queen of diamonds.
You're live, man.
Nasser has...
My bad, yo. Absolutely.
And that's why Newgard was thinking for so long, because he already had chips invested in the small blind. For El Nazar, it's kind of a compulsory call, and he's got live cards.
Yeah, at least he's live.
And he's paired his jack on the flop.
Nasser has taken the lead with a pair of jacks. John's going to be looking for an ace or a queen.
If I could just go back in time and tell Jonathan, don't worry about it, buddy. You're going to be fine. It's all going to work out for you. Guess what? In Las Vegas, believe it or not.
You're going to do the dirty on Matt Affleck and go on to win.
River's at 10. Let's have
So Jonathan Duhamel exits in 10th place, cashes for 42,800 euros, and that will take us down to the unofficial final table of 9. Oh yeah.
Au revoir, Jonathan.
Let's pick up the pace. Let's feel the beats. Bit of early action as Bonavena increases his chip lead. Ruthenberg. And that guy.
ace of clubs. Sebastian's going to double through.
Double up for Sebastian Ruthenberg. More chip movements.
It's a 10 of diamonds. Franco's going to
That guy. Dollar bill. More of that guy.
Dramatic stuff. Blinds 8,000, 16,000 with a 2K ante. But as we referenced previously, knowing how slow 9-handed players become at this point, just be grateful that you got that bizarre, ineffectual montage instead of having to sit through this in real time.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine we wouldn't have seen all that had this not been a very painful final table bubble.
Yeah. Hashtag embrace the squeak. As far back as 2008, we have audio evidence that the squeak was a thing in Prague.
Now I can't not hear it.
It's been going on for more than a decade.
Were we just not in tune to it? Now that I heard the first one, it's just ever present.
I think it's because the room's become quieter, so you're really hearing it amplified now.
Mm-hmm.
So they've had the same chairs all this time. Meanwhile, we have got action here. Bonavena shoves on Ruthenberg.
Man, oh man, this would be one hell of a flip. Button versus small blind. I don't see how you get away from this. Ruthenberg is one of the shortest stacks, right?
Yeah.
Nice four. Nice four.
Oh, shows the deuces like a boss.
Nice four. The rebound is down. Must go.
Juan Viserys and his sister May watching from the rail.
Hi, May.
King Queen for Ruthenberg.
Oh no, now he's got to get it in with a worse hand.
All in for his last 145,000. So we're going to see a few players who've been on the outer tables all this time. This is Konstantinos Alexiou, who's folded there. That is Massimo De Chico. He's all in with ace king.
De Chico. Whoa.
And this is Franco Siriani, who's got tens.
What's up with all of these paisans, huh?
3 Italians at this 9-handed table.
Fold.
Good fold.
And looks like everyone else has folded, so Ruthenberg gets it in, and he is dominated. And if ace-king holds here, we'll have the official final table of 8.
Frustrating fold there with tens, but you really don't need to put yourself at risk when Ruthenberg is about to bubble the final table.
8 of diamonds, 2 of clubs, 4 of hearts. We'll have to Sebastian. Sebastian needs a queen.
Ace-king is holding.
Sirianni's really cheering for an ace here.
Is it check? One more card to come. Sebastian needs.
Ruthenberg can only survive if a queen hits the river. No queen.
He just won the whole tournament. Nah, that's cool, man, to be that excited to make a final table.
It's the thing, a huge accomplishment. And Sebastian Ruthenberg has 1 win this season, was looking for his 2nd EPT title here in Prague, has to make do with a 9th place finish, which is worth 42,800 euros. So these are the players advancing to the final table, and yes, it is important to draw attention to the fact that 3 Italians have made the final.
De Chico.
Not yet. Not yet. Gonna Volker Franco?
Oh, I'm actively rooting against him. He looks so much like my grandpa. I'm so sorry.
Now Frederick on the button. Blue pass as well, just the blinds.
Raise.
Bonavena. Italian for the good Vena.
60,000 total, 40,000 more.
I'm liking the scarf he's chosen for this final table.
He's going to make the call. The blinds, you're going to see the flop heads up here. Let's see.
If you ask me, men show too much of their necks in the first place.
3 of clubs, 7 of spades. Salvatore first.
Bonavena's ace high, still the best hand. Alexiu's got 2 live cards and a gut shot.
By the way, don't think that it is Bonavena's intention to hide any neck tails here. This is absolutely a fashion statement. Nothing more, nothing less.
Constantinos is going to make the...
Yeah, no, I just think showing your neck is uncouth.
Okay.
See the turn. Turn is the 6 of clubs. We've got 10.
Like, what is this, a brothel? Cover that neck up.
So Bonavena's still ahead here with ace high. Alexiu still with the straight draw.
That is the king.
River is a king. Ace high still good. Alexiu's going to bluff river. Bets 230 into 334.
He's going to bet 230,000.
Constantinos, my lines make no sense, Alexiu. Do you think he's waiting for a 6th street? Because if so, I like this bet. He's got a gut shot, he's got a flush draw, he's still got a live jack and a live 9. No, wait, the 9's not live anymore, is it?
Bonavena folds the best hand. Show the bluff. Show the bluff. Disappointing.
I don't think a good name for a poker player is one that ends in IOU.
Franco under the gun.
A fair observation. Okay, there's a seat open somewhere. Good luck working out who it was for.
Andrew's going to raise to 48,000.
Andrew Chen raising here with pocket tens. Makes it 48,000.
Frederick and Salvatore will pass. Solo Constantinos.
Round to the blinds. Nazar El Nazar in the small blind. King Jack of diamonds.
How much you have? 200?
Nazar trying to figure out if he wants to call and maybe let in the big blind or just put in the rest of it.
Yeah,
there
he
it goes.
Decides to move all in.
Call.
Andrew Chen calls, and we are off to the races once again.
Andrew shows the 10 of spades and the 10 of hearts.
Good luck.
Nasser shows King Jack of diamonds.
This is a flip that Nazar Al Nazar has to win. His tourney life is on the line here.
Nasser has King Jack of diamonds. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is...
Ooh, we have got top set against a flush draw.
Andrew has flop top set. Nasser has a flush draw. 10-4 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Poor Nazar, remember, had those aces cracked by Bonavena's kings.
Yeah.
Let's see the turn card, please. Turn card is the 7 of spades.
Has to be a diamond on the river that doesn't pair the board.
Not the 7 or deuce to double through.
He knows.
Let's see the river card, please. The 8 of hearts.
That is not enough, and Nazar Al Nazar exits in 7th place, cashing for 99,500 euros, almost 100 grand. We're down to 6 players at this final table from Prague, 2008.
Guy took it on the chin. Gracious exit here. Sorry we haven't seen more of him.
And so 6 players remain, and it is Konstantinos Alexiu who has the chip lead right now with nearly 2 million ahead of Bonavena and Chen. 12-24 blinds.
Raise.
$72,000 is the raise. And we'll pass over to Frederick on the button.
Sirianni has opened here with ace-queen.
How come I always have good hands against you, but not good enough?
Frederick's going to pass.
Chip leader with jacks.
Alexio has been creative, let's call him. Can't wait to see how he handles the most dreaded pocket pair in all of poker.
Konstantinos and Franco to the flop for $72,000 apiece. That flop is the 6 of clubs, the deuce of hearts, and the 7 of hearts.
Yep, go ahead. Rock back in your chair. Pretty sweet. He's just all in, okay. For 1.9 million, that's one way to deny equity.
What is going on here?
So there's a little bit of Alexio in all of us, right, James? Oh, look at that. Did you see that?
All-in glasses.
Oh, look, Alexio has all-in glasses for the occasion.
I show you my cards.
If there was a contest to see who has worse glasses here, it's definitely a flip.
No. Who got this set? Set 3 cards.
Look at these two goobers.
What's flop? Near.
What I wanted to say before the middle finger glasses situation came about is there's a little bit of this in all of us.
Yeah. You want to
You're
protect,
in a huge
right?
moment. The flop comes clean, and you're like, you know what? I'm all in. Please don't call. I mean, Sirianni's right that he probably would have needed to see all 5 cards in this situation, but now you can't call.
If you look me, I look you.
Franco is going to pass.
Do you want to look me?
Wait, vederla.
What?
Ice queen.
You lose.
Franco says ace queen. Konstantinos going to show 2 jacks.
He showed the jacks.
That's nice enough.
Konstantinos takes the flop.
And James and I have noted before that, you know, a lot of poker has evolved since these shows, especially since the first bunch. But the way people feel about jacks has just remained quite consistent.
Yeah. I'm guessing that this final table is populated by a lot of guys who aren't necessarily full-time / professional poker players as well.
Yeah.
Please.
So Frederick Salvatore is going to raise.
Here comes Salvatore Bonavena with ace-queen of clubs.
Quite a happy sight at a final table.
62.
Bonavena doesn't appear to be super deep.
68,000 to raise. That's going to get it folded all the way around the Franco and the big blind.
All right, Peely.
I am all in.
And he announces rear.
What?
Did Sirianni just shove with jack-8?
He sure did.
The re-raise is 240.
The victim becomes the perpetrator.
This is a snap call, right?
I mean, it's a call. I don't know if it's a snap call. You just got to take a second to think about this. Sirianni should not be this light when he makes this move.
1,000 more. Salvatore has made the call.
Here we go. Bonavena has called with ace-queen. Sirianni at risk and behind.
This is so sick when you lose this
Salvatore has ace-queen of clubs.
to jack-8.
Franco is the all-in player. Salvatore has him covered. Let's see the flop, please.